Into our money match here in the Deadlock Fight Night number 16 for EU, Virtus.pro have been relatively unchallenged the last 5 weeks of play. Now, one win, they did have a chance to take them down not too long ago, unfortunately making that mistake multiple times of rushing that base. But now with ABL on the roster, could this be the secret they need to take down VP? Seeing ABL's success on it last game, Virtus.pro decide to take the Amato away. One win continue with a double pick comp, this time with Paradox and Holiday. With one win having a 4K lead and 2 Guardians, VP try to make a play towards the right tower.
And at the same time on this right side lane, Listic going for the charge, and this is going to be a very big problem right now for one win, trying to defend against this. Oh my god, Stellan getting absolutely blown up on the Infernus, no defense possible. And I imagine that Guardian's going to go down shortly as well. One win.
And the bursted even through the frozen shelter is the Kelvin. Another failed charge, but the lift may be enough. Oh, lassoed under the tower is the Abrams. And even Abrams with the tankiness does get a parry. Tries to run out, but it's not enough with the help of the Guardian.
VP still don't want to give up getting their first tower of the game as they trade out 2 for 1 and netting them the Guardian.
Or it feels like these fights are still going very much back and forth.
Yeah, there's a snake into the uppercut combo. That Bebop Vindicta coming online, but it looks like ABL's going to be in from the side with the pocket. Maybe an unexpected guest to the fight. And that's the great problems here for VP initially, but they handle it really well with the assistance from Listic.
After losing that Guardian, one may crash on mid lane, getting 2 kills and trying to allow Overseas and Zanya to split push.
Available in real trouble now. Dove by Infernus, popped and exploded. Easy cleanup here for one win, who find 2 kills in the mid lane. And Virtus.pro just too ambitious trying to push that.
Virtus.pro see an opportunity as Flammable tries to run the urn.
Nope, actually going to rejoin the fight to this walk-up.
Ooh. Close hook. But this attempt on the side lane is now opening up the left lane. Frozen Shelter forced just to keep Infernus out. But this Kelvin may still be in trouble, and the urn drop-off is coming in. So that right lane tower pressure is really critical right now. Virtus.pro going to almost certainly lose this Kelvin. They're going to need to be able to get the Walker at time, but it looks like they are. And at the same time, they get an extra kill in Overseas, despite losing that Kelvin and the urn.
One win notice Listic and Obikim over in the right lane and try to pounce on it for a fight.
Already getting a lift off. Infernus, pocket ultis both pop. Seems like the connection wasn't too great here. VP are able to kite out for now. 7 as well. So major ultimates committed for one win team, and so far it really hasn't translated into a critical pick. Now the Frozen Shelter comes out from Obikin, is holding it down basically solo in the front line, needs the team to come in and support him. But this 7 ulti is just keeping everybody out of the fight. No one can come in. Obikin, even with the Frozen Shelter, just can't last long enough. Some very low players on the side of one win, though. I'm not sure they really want this fight. Both teams brawling on low HP. Mo as well still alive, and now Listic, Demov coming in from the side and assisting in this team fight. One win team popped so many ultis so early. Yes, they killed Kelvin, but it just wasn't enough.
VP set their eyes on mid boss as one would decide they can't contest that or the urn, trying to grab the left lane Walker, then ditch that for the right lane.
Hold on, Bebop. Abrams also coming in to defend this Walker, so this push coming in on the left side of the map now, turning into a bit of a team fight with Rejuve online. Pocket ulti finds a few. Connection comes in, but Paradox is so low and being chased down now by Abrams, who knows exactly where she is. Got her dead to rights. And now Wraith on the rundown. TP up in a few seconds. Could have liked to keep this going. Maybe getting a little bit risky, though, chasing a pocket. Oh, and they also find Calic with the same moment. This is a huge swing in favor of Virtus.pro.
At the same time, I like this from one win because, the other team has to rejuve. Instead of playing defensively, they're pressuring everything that they can to force the reaction, waste time on that rejuve, pressuring this right side Walker. They get some decent damage, get it just slightly below 50%, but they're going to have to fall back and away now. They've lost 3 players.
With VP barreling down on the lost Walker, one would have to put up some sort of defense to put a stop to the plow.
Jump in there on the Infernus.
Oh, double pull back in.
So he could get out, but nope. But in fact, it's going to be Demov that's going to get taken down eventually. One win. Looking like they have a defense here again on this Walker. This is looking good. Isha forced out from Mikhail S, trying to keep himself alive. He's getting focus fired now. Oh my god, just a hip fire shot straight into Zenon's chest. But the trade comes through onto Mikhail S here. And VP is still with those rejuves online, looking to clean up the rest of this fight. But with that said, one win still have quite a few players. They're forcing the retreat.
One win were able to defend the urn turn-in the first time VP tried, but the second time, they weren't so lucky.
Virtus.pro have reset. Will one win be able to replicate that defense? Urn already going towards VP.
Frozen Shelter up as well from Obikim, looking to separate these one-win players, isolate them, take them down. One win looking to go and fight over this reduce, or rather the urn spot, and forcing the focus onto Obikim. He's desperately trying to escape. Speaking of which, the KLS on that Vindicta, operating from the back lines, keeping himself aligned. Great positioning, great burst damage coming through. VP rolling on through. One win here. Great snipes coming in, connected by Mikhail S as just the damage is just being outpoured at a rate that cannot be withstood.
What a grab
by one win. That's a crazy catch coming in. Listic is an absolute savage. Just, oh my god, can't be denied. Gonna pull him into the tower, into the fountain.
A 30k lead and second rejuve in their hands, VP used the urn to force another team fight and the first map of the series.
Or one team just too scared to challenge this. Oh man, they just give it up essentially for free. Obafim tanking the world in his ulti. But fighting into the 7 ulti is too much to bear. Beat canceled though by the Mokrill. Both teams low HP, but this is probably favoring Virtus.pro. They're happy to have a chaotic trading fight with this rejuve. It's just about to expire, running low. In a few seconds, the kills are going to really start to count against them. Abrams still committing for more. Rejuve just a few seconds left. Wouldn't mind dying with the Rejuve on, or could just try to live and escape. He's tanking through the world here. The passive is really coming into effect, and Zergy finds 2 picks elsewhere, and that should be the game for Virtus.pro. Rejuve is over. Can't afford to lose any players, but I just think VP are going to even be able to finish the knocked patron here since they can clear it so fast.
Yeah, they're really lacking that X factor that they had in ABL previously on the Yamato. We don't really seem to have too much fighting presence anyway to deal with all of the tankiness, and just like a frozen shelter in those close spaces, it is terrifying. And the patron's going to drop now, and this could be the final moments here for map 1 of this best of 3. This is the money match. Virtus.pro defending their title, looking to lift the trophy here.
Continuing to try and punish ABL, VP sticks to the Yamato ban as ABL secures the Grey Talon. This also ended up leaving open Sinclair, as OneWin planned to pull a match 3 out of their hat. Zergy and Demov were able to get the first Guardian over in the left lane, but what we got treated to at the 6-minute mark is a never-ending fight across the map.
Really dominant in that lane. And similarly, VP have been doing really well on the right side lane here as well. Now we're focused on that. Add into the ground, the burrows online. AB are able to take down Obafim at the very least, but this Mo is a good target, but out of the ground,
Nice
just
parry.
pummeling. And is there a finish to be had here on Guy? Slistic is running for dear life. Is there another power shot online? Up into the sky. They can't quite find it in time. So Listic's going to be able to get out of there.
Super close that last power shot, but now Kelvin sped back into the lane, and maybe Talon has stayed just a little bit too long. Super low, being chased out. Oh, the grenade was just around the corner. Didn't connect, but Kelvin with the freezing beam. Divine Barrier under tower. Kelvin recommitting to this. Diving with the frozen shelter. Overwhelms the Divine Barrier, and Kelvin returned for the kill. Now, though, Mo has high HP. Is absolutely willing to chase this down and refight. Seems like it could be enough. Double disarm. Oh my gosh, this Mo just doesn't quite have the damage to get it done without his Talon in lane. And another kill onto the Bebop. Lasso stolen by Flammable on the Sinclair, but no follow-up damage.
Heartbreak here for OneWin, I feel like, in some of these exchanges. And VP looking like they are really get up to take the initiative. Nice swap though, straight into the tower, and that's 2 kills straight back here for OneWin.
Looking for the first flex slot, VP push on the right-hand lane.
He's back on here. I mean, from VP on this right side tower. Oh, there's the hell swap though. That's devastating. Now, that's a problem. You've got to be really careful with your Zanya, because right now Listic's looking for the finishing shot. Oh, there's the bomb, and it's going to connect. Great stuff there from Listic. Amazing. I mean, MVP question mark if they win this one. Listic's been so pivotal, and this guy's just looking for this next following kill as well. They're so low. Oh, and it's going to be catching ABL out of the sky.
VP looking to take away the jungle from OneWin, but they get a catch with the lasso.
And let's not OneWin bring more players to this.
Oh, Holiday tried to get the catch, but was caught before he could get out of there with Zania. The rest of the team committing in, though, and it's a major team fight. Bebop ultra low HP. Divine Barriers maybe is slipping out of here for the moment, and Michaela S overstayed his welcome. Now, Grey Talon continuing to pour the pressure onto this Walker, but Geist is here. She wants to tango, still has that ultimate online. Nice parry by Sinclair, who's low HP, still brawling it out in the camp.
Turning a 1k lead into 10k off the last fight, VP continuing to deny the jungle away from OneWin and turn 2 kills into a rejuve.
For now, onto the Holiday, but she's tanking through it. The rest of the team was behind her. It was a bait. The squad was all there to help out. Zania thought he was getting a pick off, but got absolutely turned on by the rest of the team.
Using the fact that OneWin went to turn in the urn, VP poised to take the left-hand Walker.
Like, carry potential hero. Silence Glyph, huge on a Calico, needs to live just long enough to get the ult up, is going to get it done. Bounce pad to potentially escape, and Ava as well.
After getting an initial catch on Xenon, VP looked for the last Walker of the game.
Pretty deep enemy territory, just going for the Walker pressure now. OneWin,
Great sound though. Coming through behind onto this Zindia, Mo and Krill, shutting them down, and the Walker's getting absolutely melted. Sinclair wants to get stuck in though, wants to take this brawl this close to defending Walker. It's a great position. for one win. Now Mikhail's completely forced out of the fight, unable to help in this engagement, but nonetheless, Virtus Pro are still doubling down on this engagement. It's because of this incredible power that Geist brings to bear in the team fight. Zergy as well, gonna rip the Storm Cloud, make a lot of space for the rest of the team to potentially clear these front towers. Calico swapped though and unable to get the ultimate off, was trying to dive in and bait a ton of aggro, and then ulti out, was silenced by that wall and killed. Zergy stunned, gonna try to turn this engagement around. Stolen 7 ulti. Oh, but he just TPs out. I mean, that clone swap is so ridiculous how well it lets him get in and get out of these engagements. But the rest of the team is falling around him, and Sinclair has no resources left to fight with. And Virtus Pro are just cleaning house here on one win side of the map.
Yeah, so dominant, so much map control.
Being the most fed player on one win side, ABL has a lot of pressure on him, not to mention when VP throw 3 players at him to catch him farming.
Keep an eye on ABL though. 26k souls is a big deal, but those might get spilled here.
Oh, that's a brutal death. I mean, ABL's been really the heart and soul of a lot of these recent defenses from one win team. Zania super low as well in the fight that's now breaking out in the mid lane. Listic will be a huge kill for one win team to find, but he's dancing out well. The extra stamina really paying dividends, getting him out of dodge, able to reset his health bar. Now Kelvin, though, under too much pressure, can't survive in the frozen shelter over the overwhelming presence from one win team in this engagement.
Yeah, huge fight trying to evade here. Oh, getting stunned, falling down the shaft again. Absolute madness here, but it's going to be VP who are standing.
Next mid boss is the focus of both teams, with one win trying to contest it 4v6.
Sinclair able to start this engagement off well, but an instant stun coming in from Holiday. The extra follow-up, keeping still without Wraith, shutting it down. The stolen Sinclair Cloud, though, putting a lot of pressure on this mid-boss take, but still just took too much damage. Didn't have the sustain, didn't have the ultimates to match that 7 Storm Cloud. And this is going to be a free rejuve for Virtus Pro and a real attempt at ending the game here.
With Zergy off by himself, one win try to capitalize to get an early kill with VP not there to support him. Or are they?
He's very heavy on the spirit damage. He's all alone. The rest of the team is coming in. They know how important this 7 is. And he's able to slip out. That's insane movement speed. Combo coming in, though. But do they have enough burst? Not quite. Tariq still able to trade, still able to brawl this, and 7 just re-engage right back in with the Storm Cloud, completely zoning the rest of the squad away. Cancels now hunting. They just, you know, he's chasing kills, but there's a jungle clamp to clear. You gotta have your priorities straight. Now, ABL under threat. This has been the constant damage hero, but now stunned by 7, flanked from all sides.
The remaining 2 players from one win try to defend their base from VP, who are looking to close out the game.
VP, as they're looking to take the trophy one more time.
And backdoor just expired on the shrine. Although, hold on, one shrine still has 1 HP. Okay, they are going to finish it off. One win does have players spawning. They do have some serious pickoff threat, but the dive straight into the backline from the Holiday CC's absolutely everybody, and they're trying to get back into the base, but they cannot even do that. Virtus Pro wanting to build this legacy with extreme prejudice, and there's going to be 3 players unavailable for this team fight. The only thing in favor of one is that Stormcloud is unavailable. Obukun just was doing the Spiriter that whole time. He's like, you guys want to win the team fight? Like, let me show up to the end game team fight.
Yeah, I was going to like hit the end patron a little bit. All right, well, VP, they're going to be diving into the pit here to look to finish this one off. Cloud.
Storm Cloud. Oh, stunned out.
Lasso coming on through, and that is going to be that. That's a wrap. Virtus Pro are the winners of Deadlock Fight Night number 16, presented by Intel.
Well, VP are the best for a reason, as they show it in back-to-back weeks here, now taking them 6 weeks in a row here at DFN as our crowning champions. Nice at least to see one win get themselves into the money match and show they can compete here against some of the top teams in EU. But we'll find out what's going to happen next week in DFN. Make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In, and we'll see you next time.
We're back with more Deadlock action here on Deadlock Fight Night EU, presented by Intel. Dan, the weeks keep moving on. It is week 17 this week. Time flies, but the quality of the action keeps going up.
It's kind of, it gives me like a fuzzy feeling inside DP to realize that, yeah, it's been 17 DFNs now, which is crazy because it started out so small. Like, I bet if you go back, the shows look so different, but yeah, the action has been evolving and getting better and better every week, and the storylines keep on developing. So if you're a fan of Deadlock, this is definitely the place to be.
Well, also, if you're a first-time viewer here wondering what in the world is going on, well, you've come to the right place. We run a pretty simple show here at Deadlock Fight Night. 2 challenging teams per each region. they fight for the right to play in our money match that comes right after. Usually we got a graphic to go along with that, but straightforward. Nothing too crazy. And, we're kicking off things here with EU, Dan, where it's going to be a rematch of last week where, we try and vary up the teams, but sometimes when we're looking for the best match, you got to go back to what works. And it's going to be Paravision versus OneWin. There we go. Graphic now illustrating our fine format.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because VP have suddenly asserted themselves as the absolute powerhouse in the region right now, but both OneWin and Paravision have shown signs that they can get to that level. But it's just is it a flash in the pan in a series? Can they do it consistently? And as we go week to week, the metas do change in this game pretty quickly. So some small adaptations week to week can certainly yield like pretty good results for certain teams. And so that is some of the fluctuation I think that we do see sometimes in DFN in performance. So we'll have to see kind of what is coming out this week, whether VP can continue the dominance. As you can see on the graphic, it's starting to get pretty out of hand.
Yeah, Virtus Pro is going on their own personal Hydra Nation level streak, where EU at one point was kind of the height of parity, right? Where we would see the champion shift over every 2 to 3 weeks at most. But Virtus Pro has really created separation from the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, it's North America, Dan, where, we'll get to that later in the show, where things have been changing up nearly every week. The Hydra Nation dynasty has been completely broken, and as a result, NA just sees wild change week after week. So that's been really cool to see evolve too.
Yeah. It's suddenly, we were begging for it for a while, for like 10 DFNs in a row, like a team to challenge Hydra Nation, and then suddenly there's 2 teams that we have coming out of nowhere. Both, God, help me, ZP. Melee Creeps and Big and Brolic that suddenly showed that they actually have the level to contest, and Hydra Nation's got roster changes every week it seems. So
well, there's been a rebranding now too. Big and Brolic, they've decided that maybe in the search for a new sponsor, trying to be a little bit more marketable, they've dropped the IG and the Rollic, as it were, and now they're just B&B. They've shortened everything down just to 2 letters and whatever you call the and sign there. There's a more technical term for it, but it escapes me at the moment. But you know what? It doesn't escape me, Dan. Our matchup here, the kickoff today, OneWin versus Paravision. And this has been a really interesting story to me between these 2 teams, just because Paravision at one point was kind of the de facto number 2 in EU, right? They were made of the old number 2 and number 3 teams, the merger of DMS and Pajulaya Scumbria of the time. Not the current Pajulaya Scumbria, but the old Pajulaya Scumbria. And they've kind of struggled to find their way on the new map overall. They're still trying to find their footing, but it's OneWin that, they've made big pickups. They've gotten players like ABL onto the team, and OneWin has kind of put themselves arguably now as the number 2 team in all of EU.
Yeah, OneWin's got a pretty scary team insofar as, like you mentioned, ABL joining that team. ABL is one of those players that can be an absolute star and difference maker on heroes like Yamato, but that's not the only player that has a nasty hero pool. And when you get a team that has essentially, if you're playing up against them, you have to carefully weigh up your bans, because you do need to target some bans to try to avoid them from getting those points of strength. But it's kind of hard because it's you can never get it perfect when you're up against OneWin right now. And I think that's been something of a strength for them. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Paravision decide to deal with them. But Paravision definitely a super capable team as well, ZP.
Yeah, and the thing that kind of strikes out to me in terms of where teams have been getting a very high mileage out of in recent weeks, it's Yamato, right? ABL's Yamato has been an absolute force for OneWin, and I mean many teams in general in the scene, whether you look towards B&B and NA or otherwise, right? Just Yamato really getting benefited from the 3-lane map and the way that teams generally will put farm on to their carries. But this is a OneWin roster. Looking over towards the Paravision roster, players that have been fixtures of the Deadlock scene going way back when, and whether it be Play With Me, one of the few players to make Haze work consistently, players like Prestus, kind of one of the first flying hero carries, or Tass, who's just still to this day one of the most dynamic playmakers. I mean, just a very consistent roster.
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny because the Play With Me on the Haze graphic, I don't know, it's kind of like I feel like this is kind of a meme in a way, because the statistics are actually really poor for Play With Me whenever Play With Me does actually land on Haze, despite the fact that Play With Me is definitely, I would say, the best player on a Haze and definitely innovated how you should place Haze at a high level. It's just usually that it comes out in spots where, okay, some of the other bigger carries like the Wraith, which would be something that is very scary with Play With Me, that's already been banned or taken. So I think Play With Me definitely is going to benefit from a more diverse hero pool. We're seeing in a more Warden as well, which adds that versatility and definitely works with the new meta with the 3 lanes. But yeah, I just spoke about Play With Me there, and you know, Taz, Prestis, Liz together, like all of the players on this roster are pretty nasty. So you know, we could go on for ages about that.
Well, speaking of going on for ages, of course, it's not just a 2-caster show here at Deadlock Fight Night. We got an old guest returning here, the cast with us here today, Blank. Good to have you on the show once more. What's on your mind?
It's me, I'm back. It's EU, man, back in the building. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you guys have already had some good talks about this. I mean, for Paravision as well as 1-1 team, I think that you hit the nail on the head. 1-1 team kind of just understands this meta a little bit more. I think mechanically, you put these two teams side by side, and I wouldn't say there was too much difference there. It's just in terms of how they're divvying up that souls count, honestly, in the team, and then how you transition that into the mid and late game. Because eventually, the rest of your squad's got to get some souls on side. And that's the one thing that I see, for instance, Virtus Pro do very well, is that they'll ramp one player up to about 35, 36k souls, and then they'll ease off a little bit. By the time they've got about, I think it was 20% extra stats just in terms of vaults from last week. That was roughly where they left it, and then started emptying off that count off the rest of the squad.
Yeah, I gotta say, guys, it actually feels like a shame like we have to do a best of 1 with these two teams. I just feel like that's kind of criminal, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's an alternate universe where we just have like 12-hour shows. We open with the BO3 into the BO5, and it just goes on forever. But still be pretty good Deadlock nonetheless. But you know, we do have something that's not quite a full game. That's still pretty important in the Deadlock community, and also important for choosing who gets first side in our initial BO1. And of course, that is our Mo 1 versus 1, which I believe is right. There we go. There's the bell, and let's see how this one takes off.
Swinging at each other. But someone's already used the parry, so someone there, but there's the first, and that should be over.
Wait, what? That was over. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down. I was like, that was like very dull for a second, but then what's happening with the parries right at the end there? That's ridiculous.
The mind games just continue to evolve week after week, or at the very least, the appearance of mind games. I think the problem is you just get like 8 layers deep, and no one even remembers what they're trying to mind game anymore. And I think you'll do the thing, so I'll do the thing that you think I'm gonna do, and from there on out. But all that matters, 1 win, they got their choice aside. Blank, they decide to go with first ban, first pick. I think has been more the preference recently, although even within a series, teams can still swap.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of the bans we've been seeing, like Sinclair, Mirage, first pick on the bans here. I'm curious to see what they'll come out starting with, because those feel fairly set in stone. I think Mirage has been left open a couple of times, but for 1 win, healing a Mirage, maybe, or a Sinclair. Either one's good.
Yeah, the Sinclair thing, we talked about it off camera as well, that it's just kind of in this weird place where Sinclair is really good on paper. There might not be a lot of players that can really maybe maximize Sinclair currently, but everyone feels like they don't want to play against it because it makes things kind of weird. It's obviously a very good hero. So you can kind of get into this spot where you don't really have someone that plays it on your team. So if you're in a position where you're not banning it and it's left open, you kind of feel like you have to pick it so the other team doesn't get it, and then you might just kind of like mess up your draft. So a really interesting dynamic with the Sinclair right now.
Yeah, I think Sinclair is just in that entire zone where you still need really high expertise to play him well. People just don't want to open the black box. But then if you do get Sinclair, it's like, oh God, we have to play Sinclair. I haven't played Sinclair in like 2 weeks, and the performance at times might be a little bit under. But in this case, the Sinclair is taken out immediately, and we'll see if the trend continues that we've seen building in EU Deadlock right now, where a lot of teams have just decided to do more frontline based, right? Whether it be an Abrams first or a Calico, and in that case, I believe it's a Calico. Yeah, I heard the sound before it loaded in, but you know, Blank, this isn't too surprising. I mean, Calico went from near back a draft for EU all the way back into the front, right as frontliners have kind of come more into the EU meta in the last week.
Yeah, I mean, she's effective at all stages of the game, regardless of whether you've got low soul count or high soul count, right? And I think that's the curious thing about her. If she gets fed in the early game, she can be your one true carry. If she doesn't, she should just get very big, 4k, 4.5k HP, and just be a strong frontliner. I think it's more curious that they ban out the Bebop, honestly, from Paravision. I mean, taking that away from overseas is a good idea, in my opinion, because a lot of times you're building against that spirit damage on the Yamato or whatever that hero is going to be, like a 7. And then suddenly Bebop becomes very strong because you just haven't built improved bullet armor. You're not thinking about metal skin, which is an interesting one. But Lady Guy's been picked out. I'm curious to see what kind of build, because there's a build being popularized at the moment, which is more that melee heavy focused, where you're building straight into Malice.
Well, there's Vindicta. It has been pretty popular in EU. We've been seeing that Crow build be fairly prominent. One interesting extra details on the Calico pick that I think is cool is that I think previously a lot of the value with Calico was the hyper aggression in the 4-lane style of the game, where she had mega value, and that roaming style isn't going to be quite as effective. You may, like, a lot of teams might actually favor like a Holiday for that type of role. So I'm curious if there's going to be, if one would have a different way of playing her, different pacing. They will show us here, you know, following it up with the Paradox. So there's definitely a stronger early game harass that's possible, and disruption and roaming that's possible right now for OneWin.
Well, I'm curious for OneWin here too, is if they decide to go double playmaker, right? Where we've still seen teams recently decide, hey, we'll run both a Paradox and a Holiday, which is as much a we want to play this as much as it is a denying it from the other team, right? Because I think if we go back over the Paravision, the odds that Holiday comes in for the 3rd pick here pretty darn high. I do think, though, when we looked at the stats there, something that's worth noting as Paravision has kind of evolved, they've never been the biggest fan of Vindicta, even when she's been really good in past metas. Like, you saw the stats there, they just don't pick Vindicta. But now blank Paravision, you know, facing more turmoil in the last month or so, they're finally getting their arm twisted on some of these more generally accepted meta picks.
Yeah, and I think it's a good thing, right? I think at some point you have to realize that you need to change up strategy. I think Vindicta is a very good way of doing that, considering she can get a lot of the souls just through her own kit anyway. And I said it before, but it does open up a lot more possibilities to the rest of your team to start to pop off. It's more of like a supportive role, really, that you're playing with the Crow, like DDK says. Picking up the Holiday, smart choice, as you're saying, ZP. I think we've even seen Paradox, Holiday, Pocket squads being thrown through like 3 playmakers on one team. I don't think it went amazingly well, but they didn't lose terribly either, which was kind of interesting to me.
All right, so next level of bans. So do you target like a Kelvin here if you're Paravision? Infernus, that's really interesting. I haven't seen Infernus be particularly high priority. Do you guys have any theories on that one?
I think Infernus has been coming a little bit back more into the meta. You would see, and in terms of why, here's my guess on it, Blank, is that we're now in a meta where you can actually funnel farm more on the specific heroes, right? I think it makes Infernus more of a threat than he otherwise would be, just in the sense that he's a hero that does benefit more if he could get like vastly far ahead or get to like key breakpoints, and you just have more an ability to like send one hero to that zone right now if you just leave them to like gather vaults and leave the jungle to them for the most part.
Yeah, for sure. I 100% agree with you. I mean, Infernus is just horrendous. He gets ahead. Also, I think a lot of teams at the moment are building like heavy front lines. I think we talked about this earlier, and Infernus is actually a very good way of dealing with that, with toxic bullets and generally the amount of damage he's able to pour out. It also can apply the leech debuff very quickly to an entire squad with the flame dash. Picking up the Yamato for Paravision, great pick. I think getting rid of the Wraith as well is not a bad idea. She is very frustrating to play against, especially for Holidays and Lady Ice and Yamato who want to get in close. If you can shut down the silence, this is a good pick for Paravision to grab Yamato off the back of a Wraith ban, because they've essentially like solved a problem there for Paravision that they already had.
Dan, they need to grab Kelvin. That's all I'm saying here. Take the floor, but Kelvin must be picked.
100%. I totally agree with that. Yeah, okay. Abrams. I was gonna say like a Kelvin Abrams is maybe a direction that I could expect to see. But yeah, the Abrams coming out first. Obviously, they can still pick the Kelvin. The Kelvin Dream is still alive? Question mark. You never know at this point, but yeah, with the Abrams pickup, I guess there's not going to be a denial of the Mo. I would love to see like Mo go on Paravision right now, but I don't know actually if you want to necessarily get the Mo for them, given the fact that you've already got Vindicta and Holiday, like a couple ways to lock down opponents, which is usually what you'd pair a Mo with the Yamato for, but they are lacking frontline. Okay, 7 instead makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, 7's really good on the new map, but I look at this and I think, okay, you've now just given up Kelvin to a team that already has Geist and Yamato, where I feel like if you're Paravision now, Blank, you put this away, you grab Kelvin, and you have a lineup that's going to be very, very difficult to fight into the mid and late game. And yeah, okay, you have Calco, Mirage on the other side, but we've just seen Kelvin be the difference maker and then some into the late game should a team let him be drafted with this level of front line.
Oh, so they do pick up the Mo as well.
I mean, this is very strong. I mean, already Paravision had pretty strong damage dealers. I think that's what OneWin was kind of suffering from, was like not massive bursts on that team. Mirage ramps up, he does a huge amount of damage, but with the Jin Smart, that does take a while to pop. So getting 7 in there for that instant burst is nice. But yeah, giving up the Kelvin and as well as potentially the Mo and Krill there, it's an interesting choice. And it's just a weird way that they've sculpted this team out. I would not be surprised to see a Kelvin coming through.
Whoa!
What?
Paravision, play with me back on it again.
Well,
the Kelvin synergy was like looking real nice on Paravision. Yeah. The haze comes out. The play with me special.
Yeah, and I mean, this might have gone down in like the last day or so. They ran a comp similar to this, but I don't know. On paper, I'm looking at this and look, there's team-specific ways you can make it work. There's worlds where you play your Mo and Krill more supportive to set things up, but you've now given up Kelvin, a last pick, over to OneWin, who's still going to be really, really good paired with Calico and Abrams. And you've still, like, they have great ability to farm the jungle with 7 going through things. They're still going to have Mirage's general lane control.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Like, as much as I fear what Paravision has in terms of, like, Mo setting up the Yamato, I look at the overall like composition of how late game team fights will go and like ability to take the jungle is likely to transpire. And with this last pick, Blank, I got to give it more to OneWin between the two.
Yeah, I think the difficulty here is going to be how much attention can the Yamato grab for Paravision. If she can grab a lot, then Mo and Crow can operate pretty well, as can Haze. But it's a lot of pressure on the Yamato this game to be a fearsome backliner. And I'm wondering how well that works, especially because they've got so much now with the Abrams as well as Kelvin in there. It's going to be a tough game. And for Paravision, I think giving up the Kelvin was maybe a mistake there because they had a lot of ways they could lock down characters, pull them back to the team, and then comboing that with a Kelvin Dome would have been juicy. I don't know. It really depends. I think Paravision has a win con here with the Yamato getting far ahead and creating space for the rest of the team. But you're right. I do think on paper, OneWin team, their comp is just better.
What's interesting is like you can probably play it 2 different ways. You could try to prioritize Yamato farm and like have the haze roaming around because you know you have, with all the lockdown, the single target damage is pretty ridiculous for both. Yeah. For both the Yamato and the haze. So you could play like that because a lot of teams do like to try to prioritize one hero into a spot which is fairly protected where they do just get to guaranteed get ahead on souls. And a lot of teams have actually, I've seen a lot of teams that use Yamato as that role, but I could equally see Haze doing that. And also with items like Cold Front still being really, really effective for farming jungles, I feel like it could go either way there. So I'm curious to see how this works out because if they're picking Haze and they could have picked Helvin, they better have a good plan for it.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I am EU man. I'm going to take over right now. I'm so sorry. I think my final point here, ZP, would be that Calico's an interesting pick here because if they start focusing a lot of their farm onto the 7, then the difficulty for Paravision is kind of stopping that Calico from going wild inside their own jungle. We know how quickly Calicos can get around the map as soon as they pick up Fortitude. And denying jungle is actually kind of a big aspect. So if that lane goes well, for OneWin, she gets unleashed on their jungle side. If they can take Midgardian early, as we know OneWin does like to do, they expose a lot of Paravision's jungle just to being stolen quite quickly off them.
I think, thinking on the draft here and how Paravision decided to play this too, is that I stop and think about ways that you can interrupt a Yamato game plan, right? Where Yamato is farmed and basically getting to the point that they can do 1v2s, even 1v3s. And historically, one of the best ways of dealing with Yamato that's doing all that is a Kelvin, right? The fact that you can use Frozen Shelter to at least mitigate, part of a Shadow transformation and keep people alive, so long as the Kelvin, or as long as the Yamato isn't absolutely ridiculously far ahead. So I kind of go back to the latter part of the draft where it's like, man, okay, look, Play With Me is great on Haze, and we'll have a way of making it look better than you would expect, regardless of win or lose. But I just think in terms of, look at the impact of how the Yamato is going to be played here by Paravision, and it's going to be very interesting because if we get into the mid to late game, you go, ooh, great Kelvin save, as Yamato otherwise will have killed 2 or 3. It's going to be hard not to flash back to the draft here, Dan, and be like, well, you could have stopped this scenario. You had the power.
Yeah, it is really interesting because Kelvin does, as you say, have so many solutions. It's definitely someone you'd want to build a rescue beam on, which could be nice for people that get lassoed, and not just the dealing with the Yamato or splitting up fights, but the shelter also cutting off line of sight for the Hazel. And so it just feels like there's an abundance of solutions that Kelvin does provide for one win to mitigate Paravision's some of their more dangerous strengths. So yeah, it's interesting. I was fearing one win's chances when we expected that Kelvin to go in place of the Haze, but now I don't really know which way to to look at this. We'll see.
I think if I was gonna pick a team, it would be one win, but I have high hopes for Paravision here. I like the play with me still trying to make that Haze work, guys.
Someone has to bring things to the forefront. And hey, I mean, the cool thing on Deadlock, and we're talking about it a little bit off broadcast, is that the scrim meta is very fluid. When one person makes something work, other people look to take it into account. But this is one thing lane setup wise, Dan, we've been seeing a lot, and you got to point out again is that with the shift to 3 lanes, teams really just shifted who they want to put in the mid lane, and oftentimes it's stacking playmakers in the middle. You got Paradox on one side, Holiday on the other. And it's very straightforward as to why that's the case.
Yeah, you definitely really want to make sure you're winning this mid lane, keeping your Guardian up for as long as possible with the map control implications, the jungle farming implications that map control would give you, or that you would lose if you lose your Guardian. So yeah, totally agree with that. And obviously also setting up those roams going into the early laning phase when people get those ults online as well. Yeah, lots of reasons for sure to keep that mid lane strong.
Also, we get the roster update here to no one's surprised it's Play With Me on the Haze. Now, the biggest surprise would be if it was not Play With Me on the Haze, but you talk about stacking the deck in the middle. It's kind of funny how Yamato went from arguably the best solo laner in the game, or at the very least, top 3, to a laner that people now use to win arguably the most important lane in the middle. But the pressure here between the two, ABL taking it early, kind of big for the tempo of the middle lane there, Dan.
Yeah, ABL on no HP. The barrel, did that miss ABL there? Or was it just a Paradox on lane? I'm seeing a Calico when there's no Calico. But yeah, it's definitely a nice little win. Early on, of course, the kills aren't super impactful as long as you don't miss too much in the way of farm. And we do have a return to the lane, so not too much farm lost just yet. But it definitely feels good for ABL, who's on that Calico. Now, in terms of looking at these lineups a little bit deeper, let's say as EP that Play With Me has the game of his life on Haze. Do we feel like Haze has the staying power to the late game? Because that's often where Haze tends to fall off, I feel like, in these games.
Yeah, I mean, Haze isn't quite the full carry hero in the late game that she used to be. I still think builds like Spirit Haze can be quite strong, but it does feel like a character that at times will boost more into the mid game, and then you kind of coast on your advantage from there on out, rather than being a beast at even farm in the way that something like a Yamato might be, right? His has shifted a bit over time, but looking at the lanes right now, pretty even across the board, aside from when you look over to the right, where I feel like we haven't looked at you here yet, but feels like a classic case of Kelvin just giving a slight edge over there to 1-1.
Dude, what is this artillery Yamato we're seeing right now? What is happening? Just look how annoying this is.
I like the branding you've put on there. Artillery Yamato over there. You just hear the shots or the shells being exploded every 2 seconds. And, Overseas isn't too hurt by it here so far, but is kept back in lane, right? It's limiting the level of aggression that you could do with the Paradox Calico lane, if nothing else is, Yamato just stays up there dropping bombs.
Another interesting point actually about Play With Me on the Haze is that another great hero that's been a staple for Play With Me has been Warden, who is actually available in the draft. And Warden, I feel like, has a lot of value in this current meta. We haven't seen him as much, but that was a choice as well. It's worth remembering.
Yeah, Warden's fallen off a little bit in overall prio as of late, and I think there's a few reasons for it. But the most of which is just I think Calico, right? I think in terms of frontliners and who you want to run, comps that would be running a Warden nowadays tend to run a Calico because you're getting a hero that's, you know, almost as annoying in the front line. Ooh, quick little parry there. No. That's almost as annoying in the front line, but gives you way more mobility and overall map aggression, right? And it's also harder to kill at times.
That's a fair point. Yeah, it's, oh my god. Oh, the ult is ready at the perfect moment. And this is going quite well for ABL so far. Like, that's a couple near misses. Sadly, on the other end of things, but for ABL, having the time of his life, you can be so aggressive on Calico because of the heal you get from connecting the dash strike there.
You notice that they were talking about the artillery Yamato, but you look at the actual end result of it, right? ABL is nearly double what Together is at. So in terms of ability to get farm within lane, I think Overseas and ABL were just fine and focusing on last hitting, a little bit of denying, and, you know, letting Together just drop the bombs over the top because they weren't very effective in the end.
It is interesting though, because it does kind of make sense, because obviously heroes who try to shoot up, you're going to have that damage fall off, so they're not going to really be able to like fight back at that range. But with the bombs and the Yamato bombs, I think you're actually able to get some nice damage exchange. So like the theory checks out, but in practice, like you say, not working out. Look at this dive coming through though. And this is looking quite dangerous, but we'll have to see if Empty Dreams is going to be able to follow through here under the shelter. And looks like Saf will be able to escape.
I mean, that dive is one part Kelvin, but also one part Divine Barrier Rush, right? Like, for a 7, you know, this has become a little bit more common as of late, but, you know, for a 7, this is still a really early Divine Barrier hit, but you get Divine Barrier this early, you look at the timer on the bottom, right? 5 seconds more, probably going to go in for another dive if they feel like they have enough there, because they just have so much sustain from the Kelvin on top of it.
Yeah, Divine Barrier does seem to be a really good pickup early on for the ability, like the staying power, the pressure. It just gives you more options, to be sure. It has picked up in popularity.
And Locket. Like, Locket is probably the other item that, yeah, Mitch will bring it up a lot mid-broadcast, but it's very true, right? Is that you compare, like, to maybe last month or so, the amount of Locket plays you see are huge. And again, I think Barrier and Locket are just two items that really mess with your game sense on if you have a kill or not. Because you see someone low and you commit, and then they're not actually low, whether it be because of shielding or just a burst heal coming in. But Flamble getting caught over in the right. Press this on that one, and you see the back and forth here. 26k to 28k. Curious where we're gonna see roaming wise, because, you know, 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in, this is about the time here, Dan, where teams will start roaming. It used to happen a little bit earlier in 4 lane, but 3 lane, it waits till about this part of the game more often than not.
Yeah, and it's interesting because if we just look at the general map control, it seems pretty even for the most part in terms of the push and pull, the tug of war on each lane, except for this far left lane, which has been a little bit more trouble. So maybe this would be the target we'd have to see. Play With Me on the haze is there with the Mo, and there's a nice lasso coming on through, but can you kill a Calico? Probably not ever, really, especially with how many options there are to heal, Locket included, the dash, restorative shot. There's so many ways to heal here. However, ABL's going after it, trying to see if there's any possible way to take down Calico, but finds out, indeed, Calico is effectively invulnerable.
I mean, Calico engineers her own 9 lives there. When you between Return the Shadow and Locket being available in another moment, just not the easiest pickoff, where, you know, they kind of go back to the idea of, hey, where's Warden? Well, Warden probably dies in that scenario. And not probably, Warden does die in that scenario, unless they got a last standoff before the gank attempt really took hold. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, Calico is really good to see. It's like how the players developed. People are really starting to understand how to kind of min-max on that hero. Speaking of which, big fight popping off on the right side lane here. We can see that 7 ults there. That's going to facilitate the kill into Prestis. And Prestis, I would assume that Prestis is probably going for that Crow build. It is definitely picked up popularity, but hold that thought. Another pick off here coming through. This is a lane that was struggling a little bit more for Paravision. This is a Play With Me's lane, coupled with Litz on that Mo, and they're going to be able to take down one off of the back of the combo. So great pick off for them, and that's going to enable them to go for some tower pressure here, potentially a dive. You can see Play With Me is trying to come around the side, so is Litz there, trying to steal the Sinner's Sacrifices. Obviously, they spawn at 8 minutes, and the triple gold statue buff that you get is pretty OP. Except there where, you know, you just quick melee hit the deny it and just almost certainly caused chat to just explode in a chorus of -3s within the time. But hey, look, you're under pressure. That's more of a steal, right? It's not you're not necessarily going for absolute max value. Also, speaking of rotations right now, Abrams potentially looking for something on the mid, or just a little bit of jungle invade from OneWin right now. Once you start getting to this part of the game, it's where rotations are good to watch, and this is just some straight up thievery right now. Abrams gambling on the other team's dime, as it were.
Yeah, and we talked about the importance of these mid lanes. Still, this mid lane is somewhat of a stalemate, as we can see between OneWin and Paravision. Now, as you said, like, it's an interesting balance between trying to, like, as an individual, like, sneak in, steal some Sin of Sacrifices and get, like, jungle pressure on your opponent, versus weighing it up against your team actually trying to push an objective together. Well, I have to hold that thought. We got more pressure there mid, but also another fight breaking out on the left lane once again here. And this is hard at this point to deal with Play With Me and also Litz on the Mo. And in fact, we've got someone TPing across his Saf on the Geist. And that's going to enable the kill into Zanya. So another good pick off. Yeah, didn't get tower picked off either, ZP.
Well, the interesting thing is you have Litz on the Mo, right? So it's more of a supportive Mo setup. And it almost feels like the goal here in doing the Mo Play With Me lane is basically to give Play With Me kind of a golden ramp into a later game, right? Just set up combo kills, let Play With Me get the last credit, and then, you know, make the Spirit Haze into more of a monster should Play With Me go down that path, right? That to me seems to be the case, and it's a little bit interesting given that they have Yamato on the team, right? Where, you know, maybe the plan is to feed Yamato more of the jungle or be more aggressive with the enemy jungle, but it's not 100% what you expect to be fed. But Lasso in play, seen overseas right now, go back over, and you hear the carbine being charged, so people just a little bit of respect for the counterplay there.
Yeah, and swap is available too, but no Divine Barrier up just at the moment, so just taking the tower instead of going a bit more committed for those kills. Speaking of committed for kills, on the left side lane again, there's more action coming through, but however, it looks like OneWin have taken Flammable across. He's going to help defend that. Also now, Xenon on the Mirage joining the lane, and also attention coming in from Paradox. So right now, Play With Me might be in trouble here if there's a potential swap to come online. And look at the attention from OneWin. There's that swap coming on to... it's going to be, I think I couldn't even see with all the particle effects, CP. But
well, they swapped Prestus, at the very least kept Prestus out of the air, removed Assassinates on the rotation. They got one from this big rotation so far. However, in terms of what they're giving up, they leave Empty Dreams, you know, a little bit unattended back over in the right lane. But it's going to result in some tower trades here in all likelihood. So OneWin, looking to grab left tower, going to give up right tower in turn, I would expect.
Yeah, decent exchange.
They're going for the full rotation.
Yes.
So they lose Guardian here, but they're trying to punish. Now, you look at the rotation out. You see both Yamato and guys going like, no, 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 no. Take a super long wraparound. But in turn, OneWin go, okay, we've already spent all the time getting over here. Might as well grab the Guardian while we're in the neighborhood.
Yeah, beautiful. They're definitely coming out on top, so long as they don't get killed here on the retreat, which is what Paravision are trying to do. And that's going to be overseas down on the Paradox. And, okay, looks like the Kelvin Flammable will get out of there, able to use the rope. So, actually, yeah, coming out pretty well here. But like both teams, like, you know, in a fairly even spot at the moment. Obviously, one extra tower there. A couple extra towers, though. I
like the OneWin position a little bit more. I mean, they have flex slot up. They have middle opened up. They have more overall mobility on the map right now, on top of running characters like Mirage and Calico that are just more global threats to begin with. And speaking of Calico, ABL on the dive in, looking to punish Holiday here and now. Return the Shadow, not even necessarily needed, but done all the same. And now here's the after effect here, Dan. You get the kill in the middle, where do you go? You partake of the enemy jungle. And that's why, like, losing middle lane presence is so awful right now.
Do you have an earn attempt coming in from OneWin at the moment, who have their mid tower up still? So, yeah, they're definitely looking like they're in better shape, looking to run the earn across. However, Paravision do have a couple players there that could potentially intercept. So we'll see if that's going to be a reality. Play With Me and together in position. Saf now as well on the Geist, also in a spot where they can potentially intercept. So Kelvin will drop the earn and enforcing Paravision to kind of respect the fact that they're running the earn across. Kind of actually waste some time here for Paravision.
One win, still looking for the rotation over. And I mean, it's being very aggressively sought after by Paravision has played with me, just keeping Kelvin in his sights the entire time through. Yamato waiting in the wings. Still gonna be with 4 members of One Win here for the turn-in. Paravision's gonna have to rotate over more, and they do exactly that. Mo and Holiday joining the fray right over the turn-in. So this is not gonna be free at all. Urn drop, Frozen Shelter down. Flamble. Look at the support here. Immediately, Litz is just focus fired. So really good rotation here from One Wind. Still looking to drop in the urn. And Paravision just give it up at that point. They go, yep, you got our Mo, enjoy.
Using the TP as well to get across for 2 of them. I love this. So far, it feels like we're at a pretty important inflection point in the game, CP. I don't know if you agree, where One Win have this advantage. They just, off of the back of that urn, you know, they have more map control. They're starting to actually create a bit more of a lead. And it kind of feels like they're starting to get ahead. So we'll see what the response could be for Paravision. But as long as Paravision are responsible on the jungle, don't allow too many invades, they should be all right to keep this somewhat close.
Well, they go for the chase down. As they're going for the chase down left lane, they also call for the right lane to teleport over. Like, the amount of teleport usage coming in from One Win has been very, very high so far. You take a look here, Play With Me back in was looking to follow up with the bow, but the overwhelming rotation from One Win just sets up such a numerical disadvantage. Play With Me has to back out, and Litz is just going like, man, I thought you were with me. But Play With Me is like, no, I saw what was coming. I want no part of it, which, you know, Dan, I feel like this is a good point to bring back in Blank. Blank, we've seen the rotations here, and, you know, to me, looking at the teleport uses and just how One Win has been apportioning their players, it's been better than Paravision so far.
Yeah, I just think Paravision is just kind of inflexible at the moment compared to the acrobatic flexibility coming through from One Win at the moment. Like, even just this, they are catching players off guard time and time again because they're all around the map. Even previously with the urn there, I thought that was a fantastic play. Even Kelvin just dropping it off in mid, because that would be the play, right? It's only a 3k urn at this point. It's looking bad for Paravision anyway. Realistically, what I would have done there is sent one player off towards the urn pickup and then traded urn for mid guardian. But the way they're playing this is very hard to get basically a 1-up on One Win at the moment.
Paravision might be trying to just force in this urn right now, Dan. Take a look at this rotation. One Win with a completely full rotation. Paradox coming in off the seams. Charge, though, big from Zanya. Might be saying this up here for One Win. Instead, Paravision, you see them backing out. But the urn left in its wake. Now gonna be... Wait. Saf was able to pick it up, Dan, as Saf just runs very quickly away.
Yeah, and it's, again, great macro from One Win. You know, they've created a huge threat towards the left lane. They were also pressuring mid lane with one, the right lane with one as well. So they're really keeping Paravision on the reaction and on their toes. And yeah, interesting spot now with the urn pickup coming through, because One Win in position to try to fight for this. They're gonna definitely do it. And okay, Calico's the perfect one to try to engage, using that ult to get out of dodge. But there's a combo kill coming immediately after, no escape options, and that's a beautiful pickup for Paravision. Still looking to get the urn deposited after this fight, should they continue to win it.
That was the I Hate You in particular play coming on in, where ABL not only gets hit with the Geist swap, gets hit with the Mo combo right thereafter. And, you know, ABL may have overplayed Calico's seeming invincibility that you get when you feel your head on the character. 2 down for One Win. Paravision now looking for the urn turn-in right after. Geist in the front line, pushing back the remnants here of One Win. I mean, One Win still trying to contest to and fro. They drop the shelter, no swap on deck right now for Saf. So Saf is going to fall here in all likelihood, still somehow staying alive for a longer period of time than expected. Draws out some of the fight. It's not gonna be enough though for Paravision now to turn it around. Just have sacrifice. They're down 2, One Win. You get the rotations coming back in off the zip. Not giving up this urn at all without a fight.
Yeah, the fight's still raging on somehow. As Paravision are down 3 players now after Presses gets taken out. Now Play With Me's down as well. So all your damage is basically gone. Together and Tass are too weak to be able to assist. They're elsewhere. So that's a wrap. One Win. They're going to pick up another huge W. And that initial pick to APL is kind of interesting. I wonder if that sort of backfired in the sense that it gave Paravision the confidence to say, okay, we should really go for this. We got the opening pick, but they still come out behind. That is not a good omen moving forward.
Well, they used a lot of resources on the pickoff. I'd say the bigger thing too is that they waited long enough. Like, we're at the midpoint of the game where the respawn timers aren't massive. So if you're not in position to immediately turn in, you're going to get to a back end of a fight where the people you initially picked off come back in, which is what we ended up seeing. So a little bit problematic. Now 1win with the Urn, a pretty good lead on top of it. Gonna be an even bigger lead should they get this turn in. And Paravision still looking contest. On paper, not the worst contester, especially with a Vindicta that could go to the air, so long as they don't get hit with the swap on the attempt. But here we go, Dan. Off the setup. Zanya charging in. Not gonna connect, and for now, just front line, zoning out, looking for play with me, getting absolutely pummeled from the back.
Yeah, that's not good here for Paravision, who are also trying to fight for the sun. However, due to that gank on the right side lane, 1win less numbers here initially to try to defend this Urn situation. So we'll see what they'll be able to do. Still coming out on top though, despite the fact that they were lower on numbers initially in this fight, still managing it super well. And now we're starting to really see that soul lead coming into play. That for the first time, breaking that kind of 5k lead, now rocketing into like a 15k lead on the souls. So Paravision, their strategy in these team fights, it doesn't seem to be as effective as maybe they would have wanted it to be. And again, I'm just wondering, like, oh man, how would Kelvin have performed in its place, or a Warden for play with me?
Well, I mean, the Kelvin's worked out very effectively against Paravision, particularly also in limiting how much Together might be able to do in the scenario too. I mean, the upside for Paravision, when you look at the economy breakdown, okay, Empty Dreams is pretty farmed, which is a little bit horrifying, but at least it's a 7 in this instance, and your Yamato's at 20k and still reasonably competitive. But it's also been a game where the responses to Together, whether it be from Kelvin or whether it be from heroes like Abrams with the defensive charge, it's been pretty good. It's been a relatively contained Yamato thus far, but Urn picked up. Combo now in action. They're trying to get rid of the Kelvin threat early and often here. Flammable. Getting chased down, shouldn't be able to get away from this one, and really nice opening pick. Coming out here for Paravision, 1win. Rotations on in. Might be throwing good money after bad though. You see the Blitz. Diving in, looking for a little bit of escape here off the burrow. 1win fully committed in on the rotation. But Paravision so far avoiding any extra losses.
Yeah, they're forced back our Paravision. However, they are also pushing that right side Walker. So is there a response for this? Okay, well, Empty Dreams will come in. There's a TP from Zanya on the Abrams as well. So they're going to crunch onto both Together, and Play With Me will go down again. And that's going to be a successful defense of the right side Walker. So it's a good idea from Paravision. I think that you absolutely have to do stuff like that. But again, just not able to come out of that without losing a player. Oh no.
This is just getting run down in the left. And okay, within just a few fights, it has felt like this has gotten even more out of hand. I mean, Empty Dreams just adding extra 4 to 5k stack onto the soul lead. And at 107 to 132k overall, we're kind of at the point where Paravision can't find an even fight anymore. Like, if they don't get an early pickoff, they have to disengage. And 1win, they're more willing to deathball, just, again, run after Taz right now on the holiday, flood the lane. Because they just have the stats to do it now, Dan.
Oh, absolutely. And there is certainly something to this Calico pick in the sense that every time you're trying to do something as an individual and Calico finds you, you're toast. And ABL's been consistent in getting those pickoffs, and he's looking for those types of pickoffs. And you can't always be with a buddy. That's just not how this game works. And so that conversion from ABL, just the skill there on the Calico, ABL used to be a player where it's like, okay, well, if he gets the Yamato, that's when I'm really afraid of ABL. But we've seen a greater depth to the hero pool coming through, making him even more of a solid player, which is great to see.
Lasso coming on in here from Paravision, looking for any way back in. They do instantly blow up Zanya, but the question is, can they do it without suffering any losses here in turn? Return the Shadow all over them. ABL just looking to tie them up while the rest of 1win rotate in. It's enough time to get Kelvin in there for the first shelter, looking to lock down the rest of Paravision. Tass under the gun goes down as 1win right now. Can they grab any more? If they were able to get like 2 or 3 up, they'd probably just instantly go mid boss now, Dan.
Yeah, that would be a great look. And as I look over to the mid boss, I realize, EP, that 23 minutes in, 1win still have their mid guardian up, which is certainly like, that's got to be, I don't know if we've ever like counted, but I feel like that's got to be close to a record, having it up for that long. And indeed, we get a couple of players back into the mid position. I don't know that 2 is enough to really go for this mid boss. They may not be considering it just yet, but the fact that they still have this guardian up is actually pretty outrageous. And it just shows their presence on the map.
Not only the grind, but also the reason why I've been seeing so many skirmishes is that it's just been 1win just devouring the Paravision jungle. That's why the lead has jumped up and ballooned to an over 30,000 soul lead. It hasn't really been all off kills. It's just been the fact that OneWin has been bullying into the Paravision jungle, and probably a good chance to bring in Blank here. And Blank, you look at Paravision, they're starving out there.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, it's pretty much as I said it towards the beginning of this match. It's a case of Calico can just get in your jungle as soon as OneWin early takes down that middle Guardian. And to be honest with you, I'm pretty unhappy to say it, but it's kind of on together as well as TAS. But we'll talk a bit more about that after this fight concludes.
Oh man, Dan, when even your Mo is just getting run down by 2 people because the stat difference is that much. OneWin starting to seal this one off of 3 pickoffs here. Looks like mid boss is on the menu, and I don't think Paravision really has much they can do to stop it. I mean, I think realistically, if you know what's happening, maybe you send in the Yamato, hope for an emergency steal to keep yourself in the game, but this one has just gone out of hand very quickly.
Yeah. At first, like, Mo is expected to die, like, be the one to die. That's okay, because it's like a protect the VIP scenario, like you described with Play With Me being the VIP, Mo being the bodyguard. But at this point, it's just getting sacrificed repeatedly to the gods in favor of OneWin. And now with that rejuve, it just feels like there isn't much of a way back. And it's largely been because these team fights have been, like, even before when the soul lead was there was parity to it. Even if you ignore the rotational advantage that OneWin were expressing, just a raw team fight, the frozen shelter time and again made a significant difference. And even though we get a nice little catch here, a little bit of retribution perhaps, it's like, is this really gonna pan out? Okay, well, Zanya's actually in a little bit of trouble. But he's got some teammates coming on through, just gets that unstoppable going, re-entering the fight. Everything's fine.
Yeah, and again, that's something where if it was an even game, that would be a dead Abrams. But it's an Abrams that just wonders if they got tickled. That's the level of difference we've had. And again, a lot of the differences came from the fact that OneWin got a slight advantage, and after getting early mid Guardian down, they just took more of attacks out of the Paravision jungle. And once they got significantly far ahead, they haven't left the Paravision jungle. So the soul lead just continues to compound. And now the options for Paravision to get back into the game are pretty darn limited. I mean, even when you look at soul allocation, yeah, together, 27K, doesn't really mean much versus the aggregate anymore. Pick on the Empty Dream's not bad, but Rejuvenator, he's going to be back sooner rather than later. It's they need something like 7 or 8 of those in a row now, Dan. Yeah,
they do. And 7's not, I mean, 7's dangerous, obviously, but 7's not the one that you care about ABL probably more than anybody else, with just the sheer presence in the fights and how difficult it is to kill ABL. But like you say, with the rejuve, it feels somewhat inconsequential. And still almost 27 minutes, that mid guardian's still up. That's actually that's kind of crazy. It feels like it is a DFN record. I mean, that's how I feel. I don't know, am I being crazy? That's kind of insane, right?
It is a little bit ridiculous. Play with me. This is desperation. When you're hitting the point where you try and just raw open up on a Mirage, who will tornado away, by the way, you've lost. You've actually just figured, I don't know what to do anymore. Maybe this will work, even though there's no way it's going to work, right? Like, yeah. And it's not. Ooh, nice little dodge of the lasso there as overseas, but I've seen their life flash before their eyes. But I don't know. I mean, I don't even put that last play as much a play for me as much as you're down so much, you're just hoping something works. But clearly, that is not what is going to work in this situation.
Yeah, no, in theory, I think Haze does have some more value in the 3-lane version of Deadlock, because there's there's more opportunity to kind of use your smoke bomb and kind of try to traverse into the opponent's jungle or their side of the map and find picks, which is something that Play With Me was excellent at doing in the previous version of the game with 4 lanes, but it just does feel like it's been a bit of a miss, both in the fights as well as in the team fights, like the level of value there. And if you compare it to, let's say, okay, just like categorize that type of job. Well, okay, Calico also fits in that territory, and Calico seems to be significantly more just better in survivability, better in overall impact in both the team fights and also finding the picks and being a bit more mobile. So it feels like Calico is just a better version of Haze with the kind of playstyle you'd want out of a Haze in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you take a look at how this match has transpired. As much love as we've given Yamato recently, you have to respect as to why Calico's sort of become a very top-level pick in EU over the last week, just in what ABL has been able to do, the ability to just dominate a jungle, still have really good frontline presence. But here we go, what could be the last gasp here for Paravision. 1 win, looking to engage. See Taz right now under fire, immediately dead out of the shift. So 1 down, swap attempt in for overseas, doesn't connect. Paravision though still forced back. And, you know, the key here for 1 win, I feel like, Dan, is that they don't have to do anything ridiculous, right? They could just sit here, continue consuming Paravision's jungle, you know, now at a 50k soul lead. They'll probably force mid-boss when it comes back up, but, you know, it's on Paravision to find miraculous plays, and they just don't have the stats to do it at this point.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And there's the shadow form coming in, going to be deleted immediately. And yeah, there we go. This is another thing, actually, I think, if you're kind of weighing up the Calico against the Yamato pick, because obviously ABL is a Yamato specialist as well. And Calico comes online earlier and gets, I think, her power spikes quicker as well from the items, because even cheaper items like really synergize with the playstyle in a much earlier timing compared with the Yamato. So it definitely makes sense why we're getting that priority, and we can see how well it's working out here. Just walking into the base like it's nothing off of the picks and taking out the patron, it just feels like, you know, it's an unceremonious end right now for Paravision.
Stormcloud gonna come out, which, by the way, is an incredibly scary Stormcloud, where, okay, they try and focus 7. He's able to shift towards the end of it. Should get support right back up. But 44k7 dropping Storm, just horrifying. They take down Prestus, and they don't have to go for it back out here, Dan. This is going to be clean and decisive from 1 win as they look to fight their way into the money match to challenge the reign of supremacy of Virtus Pro.
Very well played. Back to the drawing board for Paravision. I think they definitely need to rethink the draft a little bit. The synergy, I think the thing that I would have wanted to see is what would have happened had the Kelvin not been given up, because at that point in the draft, even if you didn't want to play a Kelvin, it kind of feels like it does provide so many solutions we were talking about for what you're already trying to do with your comp, that if you don't pick it and they don't already have a support with your opposing team, they are heavily preferenced to pick it. It feels like one of those situations where it's a hard pill to swallow if that wasn't your initial drafting plan, but maybe that's some of the thinking that needed to happen. It's hard to say, but obviously 1 win played immaculately. They got to draft exactly how they wanted, it felt like, opening up with that Calico, and they made the Calico truly sing.
We're going to bring Blank back in here, but Blank, you know, when I think about how all of this got started, I just think back to what happened in middle lane, where middle lane was very much in ABL's favor versus together on the Yamato, got ahead, had more map mobility. They got the middle lane Guardian down very, very early, and just they were able to use that for map control from there on out. And then once they got ahead, they just had a period of about 10 minutes uncontested eating Paravision's jungle, and Paravision at that point, they had no way back in.
I think the problem with that lane is it's similar to like a Bebop Talon lane. It's one that you kind of just have to live in and not lose. That would be the most ideal solution for you, not to give bomb stacks across. But in this lane, it's just a case of not giving an early presence to a Calico. I'm not sure what Together was trying to achieve. I mean, playing on top and just getting the bombs down. DDK made a good point. So you don't really have the damage fall off on it, so it's good. But leaving the single shot shooter on the Holiday underneath versus high velocity rounds on Paradox, as well as the absolute deny blaster on Calico, it just feels rough. And again, I think that all goes back to when Together just kind of lets ABL walk up to him, punch him around the corner, and get a free kill in the first 2 minutes. I don't want to say he fed, because he didn't, but that's all it really takes for that lane to get out of control. As soon as you lose that middle Guardian, then it all went terribly, terribly wrong. And I think you needed Together to kind of go in a 0-0 lane, not 1-0 down. And it was frustrating from there onwards, Paravision. I appreciate they tried something new there. It just didn't work out because the game kind of had its stamp placed on it pretty early.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think moving forward, I think there's a lot to draw from that game for Paravision. It's interesting considering how good their players are. I feel like 1 win really made them look just kind of terrible in some respects, and it was largely due, I think, also to the fact that with the early laning win, the pressure was crazy. Like if you look at the fact that I don't even know, guys, did the mid Guardian actually go down by the end of the game? Maybe not.
It didn't.
I don't think it did, or if it did, it was the final parting shot. But also, while we're on that topic, because I think it's a good lead in, this brings us to our player of the match presented by Intel. Blank, I think it's kind of obvious who you're going to go with here, but by all means, like, walk us through the beginning of why this player is your player of the match.
I mean, seriously, there was a lot of choices there during that game, but it's hard not to choose ABL. He got a great start, but I think the main thing is that taking control of that jungle very early on is very oppressive. It's what I was talking about earlier. The speed at which you're able to get around in Ava and some of these cool plays with the dash as well was very fun. You can see Taz actually took a lot of aggressive engagements with ABL early on, and I wasn't too sure why, but ABL exploited that and then continued to exploit the jungle. I don't think they really had many of their sinners sacrifices throughout the entirety of this game, which is mega rough.
Yeah, it's not fun. It's definitely not fun, and I think it's really interesting to see how the builds are evolving as well, and just like it shows how ridiculous Calico is on the pressure game, and the fact that, like, again, I mentioned this dynamic in the cast. If you're looking for someone that can do a lot of pressure on the heroes that are looking to try, like, hit up those sinner sacrifices, that are looking to try to jungle, if your team is winning that early map control game and you've got a player like ABL on a Calico, you've got an incredible amount of power at your disposal, because you can completely disrupt the ability for the other team to actually get any farm at all. And there was never pressure on Empty Dreams ever, because of how much pressure we saw coming in from the team movement, but then ABL also as an individual. So really well played on the Calico, absolute masterclass.
Also, I mean, the stats completely back up the eye test for where we are at ABL, where, generally speaking, stats, I feel like they're best used to go, oh, this is what we saw in game, and this helps prove the point. Well, dear God, look at where ABL's at. Not only did we see ABL win middle lane, and steal a lot of the enemy jungle and be a force in fights, but the damage being dealt in fights is damage being dealt to objectives. And also just the raw KDA going on top of it. ABL was a part of basically everything for one win. And, as you look forward to our money match, which is coming up after this, I feel like if you're VP, one of the cool things you could do if you're the defending team is that you get your chance to hold back a bit and wonder, okay, how do we want to play against the next team? What are they doing well on? And yeah, these teams have gotten a lot of experience with each other in the one-win bombshell tournament that's been going on this week. But just within the microcosm of today, I think if you're VP, if you're Lightbringer looking at this draft, you go, maybe we don't let ABL get Calico. Maybe that's a bad idea in the future. Make sure we get the Calico, or at the very least that they don't play it.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what they do with it, because honestly, there is a world where they don't even ban the Calico out and they just play a much more passive lane in mid that can just slowly ramp up. Because I think that the aim of the game for one win at the moment is just get rid of that mid Guardian quickly. If one of the lanes win, put one player towards that mid lane and just take down the Guardian and then start sweeping through. But I think you just want something that has staying power in that lane. I just don't think Holiday and Yamato did after those first couple of kills went through. So I'm curious to see how VP do go up against this, but I'm sure they have a plan in play. But I'd be very, very interested to see if they do ban that Calico out ZP.
Yeah, and I would just add that what was also interesting is I do think Calico does come online in the same kind of way that Yamato does, but just a bit faster. And so, I think it's going to be really cool to see how VP Star, which is a bit more frontline lately, is going to deal with that, because it's a very different comp look than what we just saw out of Pyrovision.
All right, well, the challenger match is done and over with. One win, once again, besting Paravision and earning the right to fight against Virtus Pro in the money match. Will Virtus Pro continue their streak of dominance, or will this be the week that EU gets shaken up once again? There's only one way to find out, and that's staying with us here on Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. It is time for the money match here at Deadlock Fight Night EU, presented by Intel. One win, taking away the challengers match to have the right to go against Virtus Pro, the reigning champion of EU, for $1,000. ZP here with DDK and Blank. And gentlemen, we were just talking with Jason off broadcast. Jason had to come check in. He's like, it's cool to see one win being consistent now. And I completely agree. I do think that's a storyline here where one win comes back in, gets into the money match 2 weeks in a row, and there's just a level of consistency this team has now, Dan, now that they've added ABL to the roster.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw a great display across the board from individual play. Okay, you got your star players, there's versatility there for the hero pool, with ABL doing such a great job. But then from a team perspective, like the way that they draft the team, it synergized well. It worked with their strategy of like how they control the map, how they take, how they create pressure on their opponent, and their rotations were amazing too. They managed rotations super well, using the TP. I think more than we see most teams using it to make sure that they get like positive trades. We're going to pressure one lane, that's going to give up something over there, but we're going to TP first because we initiated the action. Then we get to punish you for trying to counter what we were doing. So it always felt like they were a step ahead on like in every category. So that's a great sign, and it really is the making of a team that maybe has a chance against the beasts in ZP and VP.
Oh, don't leak my roster announcement that early, Dad. What are you doing?
It's VP. I think overall it was very, very cool seeing one win take that one down. I think that they definitely had that intention just to keep the game rolling and putting a lot of pressure on. Now, the question is whether they've learned too much from last week versus Virtus Pro and see if they can recreate that here. I think Virtus Pro is just very, very comfortable within this current meta, and I'm curious to see how one win does. But already they showed us that they are very, very, very good at bringing things back when it comes to the jungle, and especially towards Paravision. Now, the question is whether they can actually do that again versus Virtus Pro, because I don't think Virtus Pro is going to be as comfortable offering up all their jungle on a plate.
Well, that is a great segue into the Virtus Pro roster, where, of course, if you've been watching much of Deadlock Fight Night, none of these names should be a surprise to you, or just watching streams in general, right? Like Zergin, Mikhail, two of the biggest streamers around. Listic also getting up there nowadays, but probably the most consistent roster in Deadlock as far as changes go. They had one change historically where it was minus Piggy plus Obi Kim, and it was way back when. It was like over 10 weeks ago now, Dan. But this roster has been the model of consistency. They basically started their run of EU dominance in December of 2024. That's when they won like every major $10,000 EU tournament that went on in the month that DFN, we're taking a break for the holidays, but they swept all the tournaments there, came into 2025, took a little bit to get going versus the Aegis Aurora team at the time, which, was a little bit artificially enhanced in all likelihood, but, they found their footing and they've been just running away with it ever since.
Yeah, this is again one of those teams where it's really hard to draft against them because you feel like there's so many players that are kind of best in class across the entire roster that you can make an argument for like trying to target your bans against different players. But that's kind of an issue because there's like a which player. And in terms of VP strategy too, it reminds me of like how Counter-Strike teams developed, where Counter-Strike teams, like the best teams, will just be so extremely good at the fundamentals and defaulting that when you're trying to play against them, it's hard to like understand what strategy will work, because the way that they're going to play the game is going to look the same a lot of the time. But that's not to say that it's easy to counter. It's just not. So, and that's kind of what I feel like with VP. There's never really a clear opening against them. And if they do get ahead, they're very good at exerting more pressure and just continuing to compound the lead. So, I mean, they have all the makings. I mean, look at it. Like they just win every game. So, I mean, what else can I say? I don't know. Like...
I think, honestly, for VP, I was very happy to see how they progressed, at least. I think Mikhail S, obviously, was one of the biggest personalities throughout the entirety of Deadlock. But it's nice to see him, like, taking more of that, like, skillful role on the back of the team, more of a supportive playmaker role on the Vindicta as well as the Paradox. And he plays both very, very well. But it's allowing the other players on the team to kind of stand out a lot more. But I still think he's a very key component of the squad. There was that, like, small blip, I say, of a month where it felt like Mikhail S had fallen out of favor. I think right now he's just gone from strength to strength, which is very, very, very nice to see.
All right, well, the wait for the draft is over. We're going to see exactly how this draft is going to go down. One win, of course, being the challenging team. They get their choice of first or second pick. And in fact, they defer So they changed their strategy from the best of one. And in the money match here, Dan, they decide, Virtus Pro, you can have first ban, first pick. And now, I'm looking at this, and to me, this feels like a play the secure Calico, because I don't know if Virtus Pro is going the first pick Calico, nor do I know if they're going the ban Calico over something like Sinclair. But if you defer the second, I think you have a way better chance of getting the Calico or making Virtus Pro over Prowler, is how I'm seeing this.
Yeah, and okay, the Mirage goes away first. I think VP tends to do this because they play pretty frontline heavy comps, and Mirage is really good at bursting down those like tanky heroes. But yeah, I totally agree with you, ZP. I think for one win, you want to establish the core of your strategy like straight away if you possibly can, so you don't have to make too many sacrifices later down the line, which is the position you get put in if you're first picking. It kind of feels like a disadvantage in that sense. So the question is what the ban will be for one win, because like we said, like it's very hard to fix. Okay, so they're going to go Talon. So what do you guys make of the Talon ban?
I mean, I think taking away the Talon's not a bad idea at all. There's a lot of presence. If you're a good Talon player, you can have a lot of presence around the map. And I think we have seen Virtus Pro pull out the Talon a couple of times, so I don't mind it getting rid of it early. And it is a terror late game. Yeah, rapid recharge, Mystic Reverb, you're kind of set and good to go. So yeah, versus frontliners that try and get in towards you, and you can just kind of pedal things back and drop the pseudo curse as well. It's painful. Vindicta straight up taken away for Michaelis. That has been a first pick quite a few times for Virtus Pro at the moment.
Now, I think the response to here is that you're going to give up maybe the early holiday pick out. Maybe they go for Paradox. Like seeing the Paradox versus holiday valuation is going to be interesting, but based on overall options that you have here, there's a few ways this could break down. I think number one is that Calco is for sure one of the two picks. I think the question is, do you go something like a holiday with it? Do you go a Kelvin on the deny? But the Calco comes in first, which is super expected. The other option here too, Dan, they could also go double frontliners. So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing either holiday, which I think is most likely, another frontliner, or a Kelvin as probably the opening clapback here from one win, draft-wise.
Yeah, the Kelvin one is really interesting because Obi Kim is obviously such a monster on it, and it is something that wasn't prioritized on one win's previous draft. It actually kind of felt like, okay, Kelvin's available still. Okay, we'll pick it then, like right at the end.
It's the clearest available. What am I saying? He's not banned. Duh.
Yeah, yeah. Well, with that said, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, Sinclair's a very high skill ceiling hero, and it's not necessarily the case. A lot of people have like really understood how to like incorporate him into the draft or have put huge amounts of time onto him. So this is actually scary, I think, if you're VP for sure.
Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, I would say. I think some people get a lot of success off it, but I think most of the time those hexes just haven't proved as problematic as maybe you would expect them to be. But we'll see what it does get done here on one win. I'd be very excited to see them just take away Virtus Pro's frontline with an Echo Shard hex. That is tremendously difficult to deal with. Especially if you get it onto 3 or 4 members at the same time. Abrams taking that, don't mind that at all. Expect to see Listic on it, most likely.
Yeah, you would think it would be Listic on the Abrams, given who plays what on VP.
Blue Man Enjoyer.
I think the real question is what they do for playmaking here, because I've liked putting Michaelis on Vindicta a lot, but they're still going to secure the holiday, which probably means to me, I think in the run-up here, one win actually needs to pick Paradox now, because if they don't pick Paradox now, I think VP will ban it. Likewise, I also think this may be the last chance that one win has to take the Kelvin. Otherwise, they're going to have to ban it in turn. Like, I think I focus more on Paradox Kelvin here at this point in the draft. Most likely, though, Dan, I think one win goes with the Paradox.
Yeah, I think the Kelvin ban is probably the most likely. I totally agree with the analysis there. And man, ZP, I didn't even say anything. You basically did, you did all the... you basically nailed it. And Kelvin's about to get banned, so it's 100%, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of an awkward crossroad there, but I think that is genuinely the right play. I mean, neither team gets Kelvin, that's okay, and I think for Virtus Pro, it's probably going to hurt them more than anything, not being able to lock down players within the Abrams as well as the Holiday, as well as just providing cover for the rest of your team, especially if you get Hex as well as Paradox in. The more Crook with through. Yeah, I genuinely think Virtus Pro just takes Kelvin. It would make the most sense to me.
Interesting that they banned them. I mean, Mo has been a pretty staple in VP's comp. Like again, we talked about it, like very frontline heavy. So you're getting rid of one of the frontliners, maybe forcing VP to have a bit more of a hole in their usual strategy. Because obviously Mo provides that lockdown, and it can be really powerful at helping to push the objectives as well. So you don't have to worry about that as much, which is nice.
The Yamato ban coming in, I like the Yamato ban. However, okay. Do I like the Yamato ban? On paper, it makes sense. I don't because, like it. Yeah, here's the problem. They've already picked Calico, right,
yeah.
Blank? And it's like, you know ABL is going to be playing Calico, so are you actually afraid of them playing Yamato and Calico? They could do it, but based on the one-win hero pool, it's probably not optimal, so they might have overrated the threat here a little bit, Blank.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think I would have picked it. I think this is most likely what I would have banned away from one win was the Bebop. I don't really understand the Yamato pick, but yeah, probably a Kelvin here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a guys coming through Virtus Pro as well, just as a bit more of that front line, because they've only got the Abrams right now. They need something a bit more tanky that can withstand up in the front, especially if you get hexed. Having a guys there to quickly turn things around with soul exchange would be very, very important.
I'm duty bound to fight.
This is really scary now because, okay, well, firstly, Sinclair can steal this all. I know that's like a favorite move for UZP, and that's really strong. But the Bebop, I feel like the game is kind of about the Bebop now, because I totally agree that this probably should have been the ban, and the playmaking possibility we've seen from overseas on the Bebop's been insanely strong. And
you have to get the Kelvin, right?
It has to be, yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, I think Kelvin has to go off the board here, otherwise it will 100% be gone on the other end. But also the Warden coming into play, you have to think that's probably Sharik that's going to be on the Warden, right? Like that, there was a period in Deadlock where Sharik played nothing but Warden for like 2 months straight and somehow got away with it every single time. But, you know, as you bring up, Dan, that, you know, we've talked about before, is that you are giving up an incredible ult for audience participation, because oftentimes Sinclair will be deeper on the Spirit build and will have a like even more devastating last stand than the Warden himself has, right? So that's an interesting mix-up, but they've given up the Kelvin here potentially, I
think they have to pick the Kelvin here, because if they go pocket, there's not much tankiness here, ZP, which is what the point I was going to make here, and the Kelvin does provide an option to beef up anybody, but also to have that potential shiv, because you don't have Mo, you don't have Warden, you don't have Abrams. Like the what tankiness do you have left in the pool? And so, you know, I was thinking the shiv Kelvin synergy could make sense, but
I think they might go more assassin based off the back of this. I don't even know if they'll take the Kelvin. Maybe. That team just wants to get in your face, essentially. So, yeah, I don't think they'll take the Kelvin, which just gives it to Virtus Pro. Do they pick it? I think we just got to wait and see at this point, because they've been throwing us some real curveballs. I'd be interested to see if they kind of just invest into the objective pushing Warden with Last Stand, which is very brutal to play against a lot of times. There's not much you can do against it. It feels like old school McGinnis.
Hero pool wise, they might not go, like, okay, even though on paper I think the Kelvin is still probably the best pick that could go here, from a hero pool perspective, if we know Michaelis is going to be on the Vindicta, that probably means that Holiday is going to be played by Obakim. And if Holiday is being played by Obakim, who is like a player you put on the Holiday a lot, you've now kind of locked yourself out of Kelvin in terms of the players that usually play it. So that kind of makes sense. This is why you see the haze coming in. But this also, it just feels like mark it down, because we just had a draft in any region right now where Kelvin is neither banned nor picked, which is a little bit ridiculous.
Just all that Kelvin, a couple of pigeons on the broadcast. It just doesn't exist. I love it. Curveball for us, guys. Nice.
It's interesting though, like the one win comp is a bit squishy, but like we saw that they've got some key pieces for their strategy. In all of the playmaking, they have the pick potential for the pressure, but also Calico, you know, we saw how Calico plays. Seven kind of benefits from the space that's created from the pressure from the rest of the lineup. So Seven can get really fat, but that's kind of like prerequisite, I feel like, to make Seven make sense, and to have Seven be one that can just continue to push outside lanes, continue to jungle farm. You have to succeed with your pressure. And the question actually, I think for me here, is that VP, with the type of lineup that they have, they can actually, if they put a lot of players on a lane, they have massive objective threat. So, and you kind of have to like really respond to that. Oh, you will lose the objective, and if you lose the objective, you lose your map control, and you lose your ability to, you know, pressure opponents. So that balance, I think, is going to be the hardest thing for one win to surpass.
I think for me, as I look at these teams and how this game is likely to play out. I think OneWin is all in on just creating the most ridiculous ramp ever, largely for ABL and the Calco, and then a little bit onto the 7, right? Is that you are going to just try to overwhelm the middle lane in particular with the combination of Paradox, Bebop, and Pocket. And you're going to just try to like give your early game enough of an opening that you can set up the ramp where Calco then goes into your jungle, Calco then begins stealing stuff. However, they're so focused on this early game blank that if it doesn't work out, or the even game is, or early game is even just even, I think they just lose the VP straight up.
Yeah, I think that you take a lot of pressure off your farming as well with the Vindictors. So that allows both the Haze and the Infernus to pop off. Now, before we get into the game, very quickly, DDK, you thought Artillery Yamato was bad. I'm excited to see you watch Sinclair Artillery in mid lane alongside with that Calico. That is going to be oppressive.
Yeah, that Vexing Bolt, that is a good point. It is pretty...
You sit him on top with the assistant. It is ridiculous. Oh, he's going over to this lane. Interesting.
Everyone's gonna get what they want.
You know, I think what's interesting to me, Dan, as we look at this here, is that you're putting the Holiday into the side lane. You're not actually throwing the Holiday middle. Also, the middle lane is terrifying as a Bebop pocket lane. So, I mean, OneWin, you know, as expected, they're putting their strongest cards into the middle overall. But VP, I wonder if this is a world where they realize that mid lane might have been like really awful to play against, and instead they're just going, we'll take right instead.
Yeah, and for context for the viewers, if you haven't seen Overseas on Bebop before, we saw it recently, and Overseas Bebop is really devastating because his ability to get hooks into pressure really effectively in the very early to mid game is very strong, and the roaming like ganks were also very strong in the previous game that we saw. So yeah, that Bebop for me, and the fact that it didn't get banned, that is like a huge part of the story here as an early focus for me.
Well, Bebop also went up in value as a star of the opponent's pick too, with the changes that got made, the denies recently, where you don't have the 90 millisecond buffer. Bebop can also just kind of pillage your early game souls with the fact that his weapon is so incredibly good at getting denies, right? I mean, it's one of the few, well, it's the only instant weapon in the game after the charge up, right? It's not just like a shotgun level high velocity, it is simply on what it's hitting. So, yeah, I mean, the goal here might be the starve out middle lane, but we'll see where it goes, because the right lane is going to be pretty deadly for VP in turn.
I have to say, I'm in love with OneWin's comp. I think it's really fun. Hello! What a hook! Uppercut straight into the Guardian. Goodbye.
You just note the futility of the parry there. You just see Vindicta's HP completely evaporate. It's just like, parry. It's like, well, it was the right move, but it is absolutely not going to save you in the moment. But also, we didn't even touch on this here. It's not even Obakim on the Holiday. It's Demov on the Holiday and Obakim on the Haze. So, you know, extra changes there compared to what we've seen, at least within DFN.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe we'll see more of the method behind the madness of the Haze pickup, because obviously we saw that in hands of Play With Me previously, but they were under so much pressure. It feels like that they didn't really get to execute whatever the whole sort of strategy was there with the Haze. And we never saw the power spike out of the Haze or the impact out of the Haze. So we'll see if that can be different for VP. But I just love the capacity for pressure from OneWin. It's actually going to provide some pretty entertaining moments in terms of the ganking, especially around the Bebop. But we don't often get to see the Sinclair as well. And Sinclair has also got a lot of really powerful interactions between the Hex and also the ult. So it should be quite fun.
By the way, given the hero pools, hold on, quick charge. I don't want to zone too much here from neighbors, but yeah, given the hero pools, it's Zanya on the Calico here. It's not ABL on that. So, you know, you think back to the draft, you go, oh, why are you banning the Amato? They're clearly going to put ABL onto the Calico. Maybe not, based on where it's at. But it's also interesting in terms of where you play the player versus where you play the hero. ABL is still middle on the pocket, and it's Zanya that's off on the left lane a little bit more passively.
Yeah, it's really interesting. There's a couple interesting things about that, but okay, so yeah. I keep thinking a kill's about to happen here. There is so much pressure. This is honestly such a painful lane. The Bebop pocket, that's kind of ridiculous to be up against that. So much damage, so much threat from the hooks. Very hard to kill a Pocket. Pocket going for the dive. Here comes the Hyper Beam as well to keep that pressure on. And in fact, for one win, taking down this tower as quickly as possible would be extremely beneficial, because getting the Bebop onto that pressure game, being able to roam around the map with the hooks as early as possible will be huge. And a sub 430 initial Guardian in mid, that's so powerful. Ooh.
Yeah, not only are they getting the Guardian down early, but look at the soul spread in the middle lane. They have just starved Michaelis on the other side. It is absolutely ridiculous. It is a lane that has done as much on the deny front as it has on the kill front. And one win also making it happen in the right lane. I mean, this has been a very one-win centric early game here so far, but especially with the early Guardian down, because look at the jungle. Look at what's happening. What is going to happen in the jungle? The stealing is going to start very soon.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about one of the interesting things with ABL being on the Pocket for me is just that, well, hold that thought. Okay, well, yeah, it's always hard to kill a Calico, but okay, yeah, that's going to be denied. Well, I was going to make the point that, you know, do you put any focus on keeping the Calico down? Or, I mean, it's going to be hard to keep the Pocket down as well, because Pocket's going to be very mobile, especially now that they've got that mid Guardian down. So, oh, hello. Okay, these are the Kangs we're talking about. In off of the jump dash, quick hook into uppercut, and you're in the jail, but it doesn't matter. There's the finish from Flammable to take down Zergy, and another tower could go down here off the back of that pick. Again, this presence from overseas, fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the one adaptation we see that we kind of sussed out from the early lane assignments, that VP is trying to like make their strong lane more into the right side, but so far it's been one win setting the tempo of things where they go, okay, you guys are going to overcommit right, that's fine, we'll take left, we'll be up 2 Guardians, already have the flex slot. Listic right now, trying to make something happen, charge over and in, getting though in turn by Empty Dreams, and see how this one pans out. Obakim in for the support, Seismic Slam in from Listic, down onto the Guardian and dead. One win. Still able to adapt around that, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, 3 players critically low for one win, but yeah, overall in terms of kills coming out on top. And if we look at the Guardians, it's still 2 Guardians down in favor of one win and a 2 Guardian deficit for VP. So VP really are struggling with the pressure, and look at that, the cold front into the satchel is beautiful damage. Can we escape now? No satchel. The cloak, I don't know if that cloak is on cooldown, but it's not going to be possible there. But really good pressure though, taking down Obakim. I think that's definitely worth it, that disruption for one win.
See Michaelis trying to apply a little bit of damage onto the Bebop, but also having to be incredibly respectful of being at 260 HP. Here we go, back onto the right side, D-Mob, a little bit of pressure from above. VP having to stack the lanes with 3 pretty early here, and the downside that comes when you have 3 in lane this early is that you end up giving up some of the jungle. I think, you know, it hasn't been too much here so far, but one win I think has had more opportunities to grab a few camps here and there. But also the big part for one win is just the fact that you've had overseas and ABL being super mobile despite dominating the middle lane, right? Like, you don't really know when they're going to rotate. Swap here though, onto Listic. Listic trying to fight to and fro, again double teamed here on the right. 150 HP, Listic hanging on, gets a nice little melee life steal, but it's not enough to live. Lasso though, makes it a trade.
Yeah, and the whole day isn't low enough to be finished off there by overseas, but yeah, it was. It's kind of funny, like seeing the power imbalance there, where you've got like the Paradox just launching a punch into Abrams like solar plexus, and then Abrams going flying. Kind of seems like it should be the other way around, but yeah, still a great start though for one win. Ultimately, here looking like, you know, they are dictating the pace, and that was one of the sort of win cons I mentioned, is that with this type of comp, one would need to be, that's heavily a part of their strategy, is to ensure that they are the ones having their opponents respond. And I think you made a great point, ZP, about the fact that VP had to have 3 in a lane to respond to certain pressure. Because I think at this level of play, you know, teams are good enough to be thinking about, okay, well, you know, we're going to call out how many opponents are in a lane, and us calling out how many opponents are in a lane gives the understanding to our teammates as to how they should, like what protocol they should be running, how aggressive they should be, you know, so the understanding of how to min-max off of where your opponents are positioned and how many is definitely, you know, at a pretty good level in the game at the moment.
And even having the period where they were stacking the lane with 3, I mean, VP is still out there searching for their first Guardian on top of it, where you look at the overall aggregate and you go, oh, it's pretty even between the 2 teams. One win has way more options for how to play the map right now, just by virtue of having 2 Guardians down already. And you look at here at the left, this is where things might go from bad to worse for Zergy. One win just in the area, and at any point, you could just see Xenon go in and withdraw from the bank of Zergy, but instead, might be rotating towards the middle, or just content to take vaults right now. You look at where Paradox and Calco are, they're just feasting off the teleporter! Hello!
Yeah, and that was a beautiful catch, because right now, obviously, one would have the understanding of the 3 players, 4 players pushing into this right side, and the help is needed. Now, of course, ABL is somewhat close-ish, farming the jungle, but they really needed Flammable to make this worth the time. So instead, just got to give it up, continue farming for ABL, and we're out of here. This is what one win we're doing, using the TPs. We're going to get a gank here coming through from VP onto this left lane. It's a 3v3 though, but is it going to be the case that Flammable's able to get out of there to his teammates? He's completely separated.
The Sinclair shift is so strong. Did you just see on the map, Sinclair just covered a football field worth of distance off the swap? That is absurd for getting out of danger. And
amazing.
Part of why we talked about last broadcast of Sinclair just having this unique ability to just escape danger. And that was it. The mini map told the tale there. ABL though, he sees the last stand come in from Sharik and goes, no, we're good. Just you're fine. I'm just gonna leave. So Sharik also says, all right, he left. I'm going back to base, or at least getting some farm in the jungle.
I mean, all things considered, as EP, it feels like one win have obviously done a great job executing their strategy, but then if you look at how ahead they are, they're not actually really far ahead on the souls. It's been kept to a pretty even state by Virtus Pro, despite being some objectives behind. So I think VP are doing what they need to do to be able to get into that mid game and still be able to kind of execute their strategies as well.
No, VP certainly isn't out of it, right? I mean, remember that the primary win condition for one win here is getting ahead and staying ahead. Sharik finding APL. However, back over in the right, it's one win. Portioning quite a few in. The swap comes out. Surely you would think that this is going to be the end of Obakim here. Don't think Obakim is going to get away. Takes a little bit cover behind the side, goes for the melee, but no. No way out, and should be another Guardian going the way of one win here. I don't know if they're going to be able to rotate enough in time. You see Sharik heading over, but Sharik also is like kind of a paper tiger at that point, because there's no last stand. You're not afraid of a ward and no last stand at this point in the game.
Pressure there from the Calico around the urn, and looks like VP are somewhat outnumbered here, so one win looking to take advantage. There's a pick off, might be another one coming through as well. Mikael S is trying to get out of dodge, is able to do so, cut off those angles, and back they go.
Urn gonna be picked up by Flammable. One win off posturing, and onto the left could be Sharik in trouble. Anytime you see a solo Warden within swap range with the Calico in the area, you get a little bit worried for the Warden, but it's gonna be a quick teleport out from the Calico, so just 1 versus 1 in left, and mostly a right lane Urn turn-in setup coming in for one win, but VP being very aggressive in denying space here, Dan, not even letting them get within range of the turn-in so far.
Yeah. And there's pressure on the left side lane from one win. They got 2 players there against 1. So looking to try to get that pressure onto the Walker at the same time. But that does actually weaken one win's ability to potentially get the undrop off. But there's no challenge there. VP are instead putting their efforts into that mid push, trying to take down that Guardian, and they might be able to get a pick here on Overseas, who is against 3 all alone. He's got teammates coming in to assist. Meanwhile, as we look on the left side of the lane here, we've got a desperate escape coming in on that Calico. Zanya trying to get out of there. I don't think that's going to happen though, even though it's Calico. There's 2 players on the position using the movement there, jumping off the side of the building. Not going to be enough. But when all is said and done, it feels like the teams traded somewhat evenly. I think VP managing to take down that mid tower is huge.
Yeah, I would argue I think that was a better trade for VP than not, where, okay, you get souls for 1 win. But we saw in the last game that getting the middle Guardian does not guarantee. You can go the entire game and not get middle Guardian, the way things play out right now. And with how much of the map it locks down, gang is huge. Bullet dance here for swap. Not much of a dance for Robikin, as it turns out. Just too much in the lane to immediately shut him down. So 69k to 64k, and yeah, looking at how this gets a portion is going to be interesting. Still 1 Guardian up for 1 win on the left. But more interested in the jungle play that's going on here. A little bit thievery once more.
I see Holiday.
Thievery is pretty important. The kleptomania is good if you're a kleptomaniac in this game. Good place to channel that. 1 win. Have been really good again, you know, on their invasions. We saw that in the previous game as well. 5k souls ahead at the moment, so not an enormous lead, but just, you know, as you were saying, CP, it's where they want to be, where they should be, if they are looking to win this game based on the comp and so on. And again, we can see that the map control is certainly in their favor at the moment, and VP keep having to react to 1 win, which is how 1 win like it. Speaking of which, fairly aggressive position from Demov on the holiday, maybe looking to set up a potential pick. Kaliko is farming. Lasso is available.
Headed to blue.
Demov's looking for something here, for sure, because you see Listic coming in off on the rotation. It's a 3-on-2 over into left lane right now. Anyone that's in lasso range from Demov is going to get hit by it immediately. So, looking at Sinclair's point of view now, or the Demov. Lasso comes in, Rabbit Hex out right away. And now there's rotation from 1 win. They're aware of what's going on, immediately come in, and VP stuck in a hard retreat in turn. Meanwhile, back to left lane. Is that... Looks like, yep, Mikhail is just crunched in lane. 1 win just... They break off part of the chase to middle, recommit on the left, and just collapse onto both Obakim and Mikhail that were still in lane.
Yeah, and now 1 win could just kind of fall off. They force a reaction. Cleaning up on the right side of the map, we've got Zelen on the Paradox, getting those creeps, pushing that lane back. And yeah, still a lot of presence on the map here from 1 win. Feels like they're still kind of dictating the pace a little bit. VP in much more kind of constrained positions. And there is a threat of a gank coming in again from 1 win, it feels like. They do have players that could potentially try to find a pick. Obviously, with that bebop hook, it's always a good way to initiate. If you can find it, and that's exactly what happens. Into the uppercut. Not going to get a capitalize, though, but, you know, Listic, he felt it.
Pretty high verticality fight going on here. And by the way, Sharik is very rich right now. They have funneled a lot of souls in the Sharik, but also means Virtus Pro, they want to just fight around last stand timing, and when they're not, it's a little bit more difficult. However, Flammable getting caught. Not the worst pickup. What? Okay, that's a teammate save, but still, that's teammate save or not. That is a ridiculous hook to land or the top, even if Kornev, you know, stay still. Just stay still.
Overseas is a problem, CP. He really is a problem.
He's like, I could invest in Rescue Beam or be my own. Hook on the Sharik. Sharik no last stand here just yet. I think the saving grace for Sharik is that he's surrounded by teammates and no one else is ready there to do damage. Where, by the way, dear God, the difference between Listic and Sharik, where Sharik has been given all the farm, and Listic is almost entering into sad Abrams territory of, well, I hope I could just land a charge.
Just emaciated.
Yeah, it's not a malnutritious, or Abrams suffering from malnutrition.
Yeah.
By the way, that's the power of Sinclair there. The fact that Sinclair just...
Oh my goodness. Overseas. Please. Please. Oh, Listic has a family. Anyway.
Well, if he had a family, the family also is not supporting him nor giving him food. So it's like, I mean, there's multiple levels of lacking nutrition for Listic here, which, by the way, is not necessarily a thing on Listic, because you look at the soul allocation, VP is clearly prioritizing a lot of their farm into Sharik, and you know, feel a big Fed Warden is their way to the end game, which honestly I think may be the call here. I mean, this front line is gonna be an issue. Here we go. Potential catch here on the Mikhail. Zanya, hot pursuit, and you see ABL coming in right in and over. KLS though, able to slide away, but while sliding away there, back over in the left, it's overseas again, and Dan, you figure that had to be a hook that set that up once more.
Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely so oppressive playing against overseas, and the chase is on here. The Flame Dash is not available anymore, I don't think so. I don't know if he's got anything to survive this. Concussive Combustion is not even going to have time to get... well, there's no combustion happening there, let's be honest. All right, so we've got a gank coming in from VP instead onto Empty Dreams. That's actually
who's ganking who though? Who's ganking who? The Storm Cloud just does enough damage that nearly kills two, gives a getaway for Empty Dreams, covers it with the lightning ball down the tiny alleyway, and actually gets away. And when your summons at 22k and that over farmed relative to the rest of the game, you just get to live in situations like that.
And you're really seeing, I think, the comp coming in to play here with 1 win. Sure, they're not massively ahead on souls, but the harassment that they are consistently providing is really irritating. If you look at all the fights that we're covering here on the game, it's just like VP are just trying to do a thing and they're just consistently getting harassed. Like there's hooks, there's all sorts of potential issues, and so they have to keep falling back. So very annoying to play against this.
Quick swap on the Zergy, immediately resulting in his demise. 1-1 again, just getting in these fights for the jungle, which is really what's causing most of these fights. When you look at these skirmishes, it's all about jungle aggression and how much 1-1 is trying to take the VP jungle. Sharik, though, uses the last stand, becomes the raid boss while it is up. Takes down Xenon. And now, you see Zanya running for dear life. Calico, though, not the easiest to chase down in these situations. Arguably the most slippery hero in the game at the moment. Well, actually, it's probably Sinclair, because Sinclair's done even more ridiculous escapes in this game alone.
Maybe able to pick on Ballistic again. VP just can't quite get on the map at the moment, and so which ult do we have right now? I'm not sure which ult Sinclair has, but might not even be able to get to use anything. Divine Barrier coming on through. There is some support from teammates.
Still bullet dance.
Still staying alive, and there's the bullet dance from the Magician. Gonna have to fall back though. I don't know that he's long for this world with all this pain coming forward, and in fact, Zergy will take him down with the DOT, and it is not looking good here for VP. 2 players down already in this fight for the kill onto Flammable, and 1-win. Just pushing them further back. Zenon getting a really deep there, maybe an overcommitted play, and that's actually going to give VP actually a sense of victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's just the power of Holiday in those situations where even when you're a bit ahead in the game, you can just get lassoed into the walker and you're probably dead for most heroes not named Sinclair or Calico. So, quick destruction onto Xenon there, and yeah, I mean, right now, I think 1-win is relatively happy with the game state you're in right now. We went into this saying it's not enough to be even at this point in the game. They have to be ahead. They are currently ahead. The biggest threat heading for them that's like a little bit ominous would be the farm that's going on the Shriek, but on the same note, their front line is reasonably in it, and Empty Dreams has gotten huge. So the next few fights, especially for Urn, going to be very, very vital to figuring out the course of this game. VP, first move, grabs Urn, rotates it over, but these Urn fights aren't easy either, Dan, with the threat of both Paradox and Bebop setting you up for picks immediately.
Yeah, and as you say, like, you look behind all the harass, and it is overseas just farming. With that said, ABL in trouble here. The satchel will not get him out of the trouble, and that Urn actually looks like it will be picked up for VP. So perhaps a slight swing here for VP, but it does put pressure on their 1-win because they have that pressure on the left side Walker. I don't know if they'll get it because there is a response on the way.
Yeah, I mean, the response is coming in. I think this is actually really good rotation for VP. They split off, let the Warden turn in the Urn solo, and then, like, rotated people off to left in time to defend Walker. Actually, very, very smart apportionment here from VP. If it's enough to save the Walker, though, the Walker getting pummeled. Zergy right now just going around the outside, and it's a full commit from 1-win into the Walker here. Not going to happen, though. Zanya, I mean, we'll get a little bit more damage. It's so close. Oh, no, it does happen. So it's a full sacrifice. They give their lives for it. They get the Walker. Not the worst for 1-win, but I think it was a lot costlier than they would have expected from the jump.
And VP were putting fight up for that mid walker against 1-win at the same time, but they barely, 1-win were barely able to save it. Overseas was forced to defend it, and it's very, very low right now. So you can see potential set up here onto the mid boss, and this is going to force a response. 2 players down for 1-win. This is the perfect timing to do it here for VP. But can they secure it?
You got to look to Sinclair. Where is the Rabbit Hex going to land? They preemptive last stand here just to make everything inhospitable. They go for the hook from above. They don't get it. It's Obi Kim with the rejuve take. And Flammable went for the Sinclair steal, immediately gets punished in turn. Virtus Pro turning the fate of the game around. Several key pickoffs, Dan. Get the Rejuvenator in turn. And now you just have to wonder, was the Walker sacrifice worth it? Where probably good time here for a little bit outside perspective. Blank, you've been watching this here. You saw the Walker trade, and it feels like it backfired pretty heavily.
Yeah, it has. To be honest with you, for Virtus Pro, what I really like is that we're losing, but they were losing very aggressively, right? They didn't really give up a lot of their jungle without a fight. And yes, it went poorly sometimes, but it was sometimes 2-for-1 trades here and there. They would get some of their jungle back. They were picking up Urn. They were allowing Sharik to just do whatever he wanted in the side lanes, and he was becoming such a problem. And it's important to get your Warden nice and fat early on, because a lot of times he was protecting Walker's 1v2, which he can absolutely absolutely do with Last Stand. So I love the way that Virtus Pro has handled this, but that's not to say that 1win has not been impressive this game.
Well, Dan, the tides have turned entirely. You take a look at the map. Virtus Pro now ahead on objectives, ahead in souls. In our first map of the money match, $1,000 on the line. And, you know, VP are reigning champions for many, many weeks now, kind of proving the resiliency that you need to keep on a streak that they've had. Because I think a lot of other teams versus 1win that were down as much as they would fold. And instead, you know, Virtus Pro, they wait for their one opportunity and they capitalize in spades.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because of the timing and the positioning of that fight that turned it all around at the mid boss, where Empty Dreams had Cloud available, but just wasn't really in a spot to rotate quickly enough and get into a position where like that could have come in onto that fight at the right timing as well. And given the fact that Empty Dreams is really high and up on souls, that's like that. This is like what you're playing for. Like you're playing for those moments where you got like this overwhelming power, like spirit damage coming out from Empty Dreams on those ults. But you have to be able to find those ults, and that was a key moment where it wasn't found.
If we can get an Empty Dreams look at real quick, I'm curious like where Empty Dreams is at itemization right now on a few things. Just again, understanding of where the next fight goes. Specifically, you know, I just wonder, okay, he ended up going with Colossus early rather than Unstoppable. The reason why I say that is that there's a world where he could just force out VP with a really good Stormcloud, but VP is also at the point where they're going to have options to interrupt. I'm curious when Unstoppable comes into play here, if it comes into play, because right now it's just a really tanky 7, but not one that you can't immediately shut down Stormcloud on, is where we're at.
Yes, that's great. That's a great point. And I mean, that's one of the sort of turning points that 1win would have in these fights. Nothing to really block that Stormcloud, as long as it can stay safe from like a lasso and so on and so forth. Kedian is going to be collected here by 1win, but we've got 5 players ready to meet that VP.
Shriek last standing right now. Shriek in the front line. Swap coming out right away. Shriek under pressure. He's gonna go for the last stand right now, you would think. Goes last stand, but it's not in time. Doesn't have enough time to make up the health deficit. Way too deep in the hole. Now the chase down on the Obakim happening via the teleporter. And look, it's overseas, over the top, coming in for the hook potentially on the Obakim. Is he gonna land it? Was looking, and no, Obakim gets away from it. Dan, my eyes were glued to the map there, expecting to just see Obakim just getting brought in from across the map. Doesn't happen this time though.
No, but 1win, you know, they need this on. They're going to ferry it across. It looks like it's not going to be contested. At this point, VP do not have the position to do so. So small win there for 1win to get closer to equalizing the souls situation, which is really important, especially considering how inflated Empty Dreams is compared to his teammates. So kind of actually is a little bit worse, that difference, than it might otherwise appear. Now, VP, obviously the rejuve is gone. And it's going to be interesting to see how the game resets here, because mid-boss is 2.5 minutes away. And given how much pressure 1win like to put on and how many options they have for picks, a pick into mid-boss is definitely one way that 1win could crack open the game. And given that there's not much jungle left on the map at the moment, you know, that might be what would precipitate a big move, is that next mid-boss.
Yeah, and you look at where it's at right now. Just look at where 1win is apportioning their players. You know, a little bit more onto the left, letting the right side be as it may. You got a bit of the jungle respawning right now. You see Vaults coming back up. Right side of the jungle going to be more aggressively contested by VP here in the moment. And you have Zanya almost being in a scouting role, where I think they have a general idea that VP is on the right side of the map, and they just want to set up a good fight. And what better way to do that than a little bit of scouting intel right now from Zanya, keeping tabs on where VP is. VP almost full death ball mode now, as both teams get ready for a team fight. Mid-boss, a minute 3 away. And look at the setup here. Was looking right Mikhail's, and I don't think Mikhail even actually knew that Zanya was there. Just the secret Calco information, Dan.
It's always good. Always good for it. Okay, we are closing in. I'm really fixated on this mid boss. I think neither team really happy to. Like, this is the thing, actually. It's very hard to kind of engineer a fight at this point. We saw previously a lot of fights for created by OneWin because they use their map control to pressure jungle. Not really any jungle, not really that much map control. So they don't have a lot of options to easily find those pickoffs at the moment as we see these rotations around the map, just pressuring these lanes. But feels like it's all just like, padding time until we get, oh, well, hello, we might actually have a good opportunity for OneWin. They've got 2 players cornered at the moment. There is that paradoxical swap. If this comes into a kill with the mid boss 30 seconds away, this is a huge moment here for OneWin, DP.
Shriek's down. Shriek has no ability to get last stand up. OneWin's plan executed. They find Shriek, they go in for the immediate pickoff, and they just dive into the jungle, and that all got set up by Zanya just scouting on the Calico. It was the Calico Information Network that set those 2 kills up. Mid boss is up in 15 seconds. If they get this extra stagger here, this should be a mid boss now for OneWin.
Oh, they're gonna get the mid walker as well. There comes the cloud form right over the top of the walker, and this is not looking good right now for VP. 3 players down. We can go back for the mid boss, and this is precisely what we're talking about. And I love how you're talking about the information network from the Calico. It just reminds me of, like, for the Game of Thrones enjoyers, like Varys and all of his little birds.
Yeah, you heard about Varys and the little birds. Right now it's OneWin and the little cat, singular. ABL, Listic, I mean, just in the area. There's a world where you could steal it, but man, I don't know if you want to be there. So OneWin, off the extra information in the jungle, set up a great team fight, move in here, get Rejuvenator, and now it's VP and a rare situation on the back foot as we approach minute 30 here, Dan. Still a game that can go either way, but a game that I think is a lot closer than some may have expected from the onset.
Oh yeah, and obviously right now 1 walker behind for OneWin, so that's going to be one of the basic objectives, is to try to find a way to clear out these walkers. It might be hard for them to just challenge them directly now that almost everybody from VP is up, so they'll have to find a way to, again, get a pick. But hey, they've got a lot of opportunities to do that, to pick up some of the buffs along the way, and the urn is also there as well that could potentially be collected. But it doesn't feel like they can just barrel down VP. They really have to select their fights carefully here. But VP, they are feeling the potential mid-walker pressure, so that's the kind of default position that they're defending right now.
Well, also, the 2 fights in a row that OneWin have won have all come off the back of just isolating Shriek early. Warden is one of the heroes in the game that, if you initiate super hard on the Warden, usually they're not going to have a way out of it. Last stand is not enough because you're just in such a hole from all the focus fire, right? So, for VP, number 1 goal here is don't let Shriek get focused on early in these fights, and part of that is just keeping information advantage. Here in the back, though, Lasso immediately sets up Zanya for death. Michaelis there on the finish. Demov in over the top. VP a much better engage here because, again, it doesn't start with Shriek dying. Shriek super low, but has gotten value out of the last stand this time around. And Michaelis right now looking for a little bit of garbage time pickoffs as the fight breaks down.
Michaelis doing so much work in these fights. Great finishing shots, and the damage as well from Michaelis. We saw how much output there was right before anything even happened. So shout outs to the observers for catching that early on as we get the escape here. And this is dangerous right now for OneWin. Okay, there comes the bullet dance to try to finish off the Sinclair, and eventually he's gonna have to come out of the ethereal form. So that's gonna work out.
I do really enjoy just the length of bullet dance in the late game, where you see Sinclair pop the shift, and you're just sitting there. You just imagine him staring a hole into the haze, going like, "You gotta stop dancing," and Haze is like, "No, I do not want to stop dancing."
I see Calico.
Can't stop the dance. And in the middle of the map, it looks like OneWin want to go for a potential challenge here on the intercept. And can they find any return picks? ABL still with that Rejuve buff. This is a big fight now in mid. It's kind of sprawling as OneWin try to retreat, but they're going to be forced to come back into this fight. I think they've got enough players here. In goes ABL, off of the cloak, into the satchel. Around the side here on the Holiday, trying to find a player. No lasso available, but the damage, the headshots are huge, and that's going to be enough to take down Xenon. But after all is said and done, it's a 1-for-1 ZP.
I think Flammable might have duplicated last stand there. We didn't really get a clear shot of it, but just going off of where the ult charge is and how that one broke down. But yeah, again, I think when OneWin is winning fights decisively, it's when they're getting on the Shriek early. And also, we pointed it out, Shriek was once way ahead of the game, and Shriek has fallen vastly behind just for the fact that OneWin has made their strategy kill the Warden.
Well, the creep's got the Walker for OneWin on the right lane, so that's not good for VP. And so now it's just a one walker to one walker. And it's another potential unfight. But it doesn't really feel like VP are in nearly as good of a position to challenge for this.
And VP know it. That's why they don't even go for the attempt there, especially with 2 down. So, I mean, 1win trying to nurse a bigger lead here. I think the part that gets a little scary for VP, again, comes back to income allocation. We're kind of shifted to the element of the game where the most important player for VP is probably Zergy, right? Where part of why you go for an Infernus build is that you're looking forward to this part of the game when you are 30 minutes in and your Infernus like cracks 40k. And it's just a matter of, does Zergy have enough to dictate the pace of the game now over counterparts on the other side? There's a quick pause, but you know what? It doesn't look like fight's immediately breaking out. Blank, what do you think right now? Team breakdown between both teams?
Oh, team breakdown. You're on the fly right now. I think, honestly, you kind of hit the nail on the head. Like, a lot of focus is going into getting Sharik caught out because without the last stand, he really does suffer. This is good play coming through from MKLS to get out of there. A lot of movement required, but he has been a massive boom for the team. I think DDK was pointing out there as well. As soon as you get crippling headshot as well as Mystic Slow online, like, you start to shred with Flight. And I think that was the one thing that won them that previous team fight. I just don't think they were expecting Mikhail to be doing that much damage at this point in the game.
The ominous hand of God just right to the right of Abrams there, Dan. But, you know, one thing about the tech we just saw from Mikhail S, though, I feel like that's part of why Bebop's value does drop a little bit as you get into the late game, is that when people start picking up Shift and adding extra defensive items, getting full access to their kit, a hook is not the death sentence at minute 35 the way it is in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. The scaling always makes things really interesting if both teams like kind of able to hold on competitively into the late game, because things start getting kind of weird. Like, you know, one of the notable ones is like Hayes' bullet dance can potentially fall off pretty massively for a variety of reasons. Then you get late enough and like teams start getting curses online. Could expect to see that from the Bebop, and that's a great response there from the Abrams. Beautiful work. 1win, putting on the pressure.
Sinclair still gets out. That aggressive an opening by Flammable, gets resources put in on him, goes in a mile away from his assistant, and just shifts out. This is why Sinclair gets banned, yeah.
Absolutely. And look at the chase. The chase is really on here for 1win. They are sending it right now across the map, trying to just hunt down the Seeing Red. The bloodthirst here from 1win is real. And they've got the mid-boss. Oh my god, they've already got 2 picks as well. They could just fall straight back into the mid-boss, and that's exactly what's happening. VP have to respond somehow. If they don't respond to this, CP is starting to look pretty grim for them.
They need the contest, but God, it is not a great contest to go for here. However, they have ducked Bebop. So they're going to go back here. They're going to get this pick off on to overseas. However, the Rejuvenator is coming down. Are they going to be able to cause enough havoc there? Listic is going in, but it's too far. It can't go in for the seismic slam. And the Rejuvenator going the way of 1win. So they lasso overseas, but that's what all they get in turn for the Rejuvenator. Not the best trade.
I love the lasso at this stage of the game, where it's like this mandatory field trip that you have to go on. It's so far. You can get carried away, but that rejuve for 1win is the second one now. They're going to get the urn behind this. The jungle's actually respawned here as well. So this is actually a good opportunity, unlike the previous rejuve, for 1win to actually claim a lot of farm.
Also, just, you know, some random community feedback as we go there. Some people are always like, you know, why is my boy Listic so broke right now? It's because the family gave the family inheritance to Sharik in the early mid-game. The priority was to feed Sharik, and then 1win have just changed their strategy to kill Sharik before last stand in most of these fights. So Listic is surviving right now, chat. That's all you have to know. Listic is surviving. But a 28k Abrams in a game where most people are 38k or more, it's not the best Abrams experience. It just isn't. But all right, lasso here on the Calco. Is it going to be enough to kill? Shift comes out, Return the Shadow should be coming right after. Still alive. The durability escape power of Calco here. Zanya turns into Ava and gets out of there. Ridiculous, Dan. Last stand, though, getting some value here for Sharik, but still getting gunned on all sides. Not ahead of the game the way he was in the past. Still taken down by ABL. ABL, though, dropping one heck of a bag. As Dimov comes in there, now back and forth. 1win looking for trade outs here. They're good for it with Rejuvenator. They're happy for this fight. And VP has to be careful here. It's going to result in first stage patron loss.
Yeah, really, really scary situation now developing where both ABL and Empty Dreams like 50k plus, really strong, going straight in here. Like there's a Bebop flying around here, 100 HP there. Overseas will get taken down. Great trace coming out again once more. Michaelis dealing key damage, but eventually with no front line to protect him, Michaelis gets isolated on that very immobile hero. And the chase continues here in favor of OneWin. There's a paradoxical swap. There's the annihilation of Demoth. And with that, this mid Walker is now under huge threat. Only Zergy on Infernus to potentially defend this. 50k Zergy, very strong, but there's 4 players here. Zergy, there's nothing that he can do to stop this. And there's the Hex as well. Look at the rabbit.
Did I just see a huge bag on Zergy there, by the way? It was like, it wasn't ultra in focus, but it looked like Zergy's like butt was more bag than butt at that point. It is,
yeah,
I was looking at that. I mean, that got a big bag.
I was able to get out of there too. So,
oh, okay,
yay.
It's fine. You just warp stone and just superior stamina your way back to the fountain. Again, back to the idea of getting hooked as Bebop, not as big of a deal. But first stage patron is down here, Dan, and OneWin isn't retreating here just yet.
No, might be still able to engineer some more picks here as they continue to press the pressure, the presence. Empty Dreams has platform still, so that's a huge hole. Hyperbeam comes in as well from overseas, trying to cause havoc here. Zergy on this Infernus, trying to get that target fire going. It manages to force away overseas for the moment, but still, OneWin in a pretty good spot here. There is
they're committing
in the pit, and they're potentially going for this here. Again, Empty Dreams has used a cloud form now, so it might swing back to VP's favor. They are beating them back here, ZP. Look at Infernus. Look at the damage coming in. There's no way to stop it. And even more kills potentially here for Zergy as he continues the pursuit.
Yeah, OneWin went for the commit there, but it completely went against them. The bullet dance just cleaving through, and just like that, Virtus Pro back in this game. I mean, they're still down stage 1 patron, but they're not finished off here. They close the economy gap, and oh man, I'm getting flashbacks. Remember, it was OneWin a few DFNs ago where they were on the verge of knocking out Virtus Pro early on, and they did like 3 all-ins and all got rejected.
Yeah, so the Walker's going to go down left side lane, and the base should go down here. I think that they can probably even potentially... okay, they haven't made enough progress necessarily to wipe out the base, so it's just gonna be the Walker actually. Okay, so this is, I think OneWin are pretty happy with that if that's gonna be the case. Are we gonna get any shrines here? No.
We'll see.
No shrines. They're gonna fall back. There's a lot of jungle though, to be fair, to fall back onto.
Yeah, I mean, I think this turns into a reset a little bit where a VP, you farm the jungle, you go from there, but dear God, this is... Are we about to set a record for most farmed heroes in Deadlock Fight Night history? Zergy's at 58k.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And what's also interesting from that point of view as well is that Empty Dreams is no longer like super ahead of everyone. You know, that's kind of evened out because Empty Dreams has been partaking in more of the fights.
Yeah, I mean, I guess here's what you have to start asking yourself is how ridiculous does Infernus get this deep in a pro level game? Because normally, I mean, even in like your pub games, when someone gets this high, usually the game is just over, right? Like this is still relatively even, which you wouldn't expect to hear the words even when you have a 58k Infernus on your team. But here we are.
Here we are, and we might be about to see a potential fight here again. Usually OneWin is the ones that initiate this, but instead the lasso connects. That's Sinclair as well, that's flammable. So, okay, your crowd control with the hexes, it's gone. Oh no.
You go. If you're Virtus Pro, you're screaming to the microphone saying go. Just go. Find the rest of the fight with the early Sinclair pick. But the rest of OneWin doesn't really want a part of that right after. But 50 seconds, mid-boss is up. I think VP sends us mid here, Dan, and a little bit of earn play on top of it.
Yeah, I think the mid play definitely makes sense. OneWin, very smart. I don't know if there's like a protocol that they have where it's like, okay, this late, it's a respawn like this, we just disengage. We do not try to take any fights when we're a player down like this. The potential outcome of losing another player is just at this time the game would be over probably. So
actually, OneWin, I think they thought it was more direct mid. I mean, we did too, looking at the minimap for a moment. Instead, they take advantage of all the middle defense when they don't see anyone on the map. OneWin goes middle, VP just gets free earn. gets even more, and now they decide to go middle. They still have this window here when Sinclair isn't up. I think they've min-maxed their time here. Let's see how the contest from 1-1 comes in. Could be the game-deciding fight. Mid boss.
Far away.
Already dropping the scream. The Rejuvenator coming on down. How is this contest going to work out? Xenon looking for a swap. Listic in over the top. Unstoppables are popped, and it's Listic grabbing the Rejuvenator. But Stormcloud in over the top from Empty Dreams. ABL immediately murdering 2 right after with the aid of the Stormcloud. 2-for-1 trade in favor of 1 win. So they lose the Rejuvenator, but now on pursuit, take down Listic. I mean, this isn't the worst for 1 win. If you're gonna give up the Rejuve, at least you burn a lot of those Rejuvenators right after. And the chase down, it's not stopping. Mikhail S now in danger. Calico in his face, returns fire, nearly takes down Zanya in turn. That's some serious damage at Mikhail S, but not enough.
That is serious damage from Mikhail S. He is a very serious boy. Now, the problem is that the lane wasn't pushed enough in mid for there to be any capitalization off of the Reju. So rather, I should say the kills on VP because they had the Rejuve. So now VP are actually looking like they want to capitalize on how all the lanes are pushed. VP really needs to try to get the first stage patron down now if they possibly can. Overseas is still down right now, but he's going to respawn soon.
Getting patron down is going to be easier said than done. I mean, Overseas is about to be back up. Quick swap here on the D-Mob. Is fall through going to be there? D-Mob trying to run away. 300 HP, just getting burned. 50, 40, 1! It actually hit 1! D-Mob still alive after 1 HP! Literal 1! I don't believe it, Dan. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, straight back to base. Straight back to base. In fact, everybody's getting completely wrecked here. The health bars across the board for VP so low. They're on the retreat. This might be a prime situation for 1 win because 4 players do not have Rejuve, and picks are definitely on the board if the pursuits here can follow through. If we can get a hook, but it looks like VP are going to get out of there unscathed. Unbelievable. I think even just 1 kill would have been devastating for them.
That was within the variance of like 1 golden statue plus HP buff. Is how D-Mob lived there. Oh my word. And hopefully they've given myself hiccups laughing over the absurdity. But we now have 7 in the middle of things. Colossus pop, Stormclad out. Empty Dreams in there. Dad, please take over. I need to take a swig of water.
Yeah, this is a huge fight here. VP already losing 2 players. Mikhail S goes down. He's a huge playmaker, getting that damage into the team. The damage is gone. ABL gets charged, but so many blue health bars surrounding Abrams. Listic gets taken down, and this is looking pretty bad right now for VP. However, they equalize 3 players down for either side now as the fight continues. This is going all the way here from both teams, and ABL, Zanya, Flammable, all 3 players, very hard to kill, and right now things fairly even. Obi Kim of all players still with the Rejuve up is the most healthy, looking to try to get these kills going, but it's looking kind of difficult here right now.
No, did Flammable actually just get out of that? The shift is too strong. Belasso though now on to ABL. Virtus Pro still fighting 3-on-3. ABL though able to get out of it. Still find the kill onto Zergy. This is ridiculous. Now D-Mob running away. The bullet dance coming into play here. Just chewing through it. Nope. Assistant out. Flammable. The great escape. The magic, though, finally fails as Obikim able to finish it off. And what can only be described, in the words of the great JR, as a slobber knocker.
Okay, but the county players are down right now. Okay, VP are going to be up pretty quickly. So 1 win again. Can't capitalize off of winning a big team fight like this. They're going to have to fall back. They are going to have to fall back, defend the base. That is heartbreak. Looking to get the earn ABL, but there's actually a challenge. Sharik is there to potentially challenge, and ABL's going to just say, all right, have it. You can have it. And that's going to be ferried across the map. And okay, they're taking stock. The soul differential is basically like nothing at this point. 5k is not even worth talking about. So 46 minutes, going on 47 minutes here. And it looks like there might be a challenge from 1 win onto the earn deposit. They're not going to stop it, but there's a hook to end all hooks. Blocking the uppercut though, and still it's not enough, and Sharik goes down. You've said it a few times, EP. That's a pretty key pick to get.
It is. Oh boy. This one's going distance. We're nearly, you realize we're 13 minutes from hitting an hour into this game of just wild back and forths. We have an Infernus at 71k is where we're at right now.
Hello, what?
I mean, eventually you start hitting the point where What is your game plan when you wonder, I have too much money for tier 4 items in every slot?
Yep.
That's effectively where we're at right now.
This is the push, though. Sharik is down, and they're going straight into the base here. And let's not forget that hit hooks with a miss, but it's just a weakened patron. So all they need is like one kill. They can dive into the pit. We know they love a dive, and ABL gets the initial pick onto Listic. This could be the moment here, ZP. We are once again going for that field trip straight into the fountain, but Bebop able to escape for now.
Bebop, super low HP. Not going to get away from that one. One win, though. Again, onto the patron. Will history repeat itself? I don't think so. One win. About to go up one map in the money match versus the undefeated Virtus Pro of the last 7 weeks. They get map 1.
Yo, what a crazy game. 1 win in VP. Oh my God. Absolutely wild game. One of the best games I think we've had here in DFN. And that's just the first in this best of 3 ZP. What?
Unreal. Also, I do make a short correction thinking back on it, which hit me after the play. You know, the Demov 1 HP escape wasn't quite as ridiculous while he was getting poked down the entire way. The last thing that brought him down the last 100 HP was Affliction. So, you know, it's not lethal, but still ridiculous escape with all the firepower on him in the beginning. But speaking of firepower, just speaking of a ridiculous game, we're going to bring back in Blank. And, you know, Blank, pick and choose what you want to go after here because Blank is frozen. I don't even know if that's intentional.
Oh.
No, that's not intentional.
I can hear you.
No,
You can hear me.
He's literally,
Camera's gone.
he's in the duckling, like, protect position, which is understandable from what we just saw.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, well, Blank, you can just describe some stuff here while we can't see you, you know?
Yeah, overall, crazy game. I think for overseas, ridiculous catches that he got all the time, whilst I'm stuck in my laughing at Sharik getting hooked off the side of the building pose. But yeah, overall, crazy game. I really enjoyed it. It was pretty damn fun. I think that for BP, they did well playing against Sinclair and Calico. It's not an easy game. Dimov had some insane hooks on the lasso throughout the entire match. But yeah, one of the best games we've seen in DFN in quite a while.
Yeah, I think what was really interesting, CP, is that like One Win managed to actually kind of hit their like must in terms of the strategy, where they have to keep that pressure on and dictate the pace, and they managed to do that well into like 30 minutes. And what was really, I think you mentioned it in the cast, what was a show of class from VP and how good they are, is that they, despite getting heavily pressured, I think it's Blank that pointed this out, despite the heavy pressure into their jungle consistently, where there's all these pick potential from the hooks and the paradoxical swaps, they still managed to like not actually give up too much of a lead to their opponents whilst that was happening. So they managed to just keep it close the entire time, which was remarkable.
I do think when you look at how this game played out, One Win, they basically stuck to the plan that we had said to begin with, where admittedly it fell apart for a portion in the middle game where they had a very ill-timed Walker trade where they lost their lead for a time and VP came into it, right? But the bulk of the game, it started out with overseas, make a lot of plays to begin with, get ahead. And that's effectively what they were able to do. It was played by different people than we thought. It was ABL flexing onto the pocket, Zanya onto the Calico. But I think the thing for me is how they got back into the game, right? Where they gave up their lead. And a lot, I kind of have to give it to Zanya on the Calico, where we saw so many times Calico would basically be used for information gathering, right? Like Ava form into the jungle, relays over the overseas into kill Sharik. I mean, Sharik was just getting pummeled from the entire middle to end of the game. And it's questionable how much of that was even Sharik's fault. It was a clear strategy from One Win saying, to win these team fights, we need to focus the Warden. And then, dear Lord, did Sharik get focused? It
went bad. It went bad. I mean, 6-13, I mean, it doesn't really show off how well he actually played that match with Last Stand actually coming in quite handy. Listic had a bit of a sadistic game for himself there. It was pretty painful, to say the least. He just could not get online. Despite that, some pretty damn good stomps that you were able to get through to get Empty Dreams out of Storm Cloud. But yeah, a tremendous game. Again, ABL showing just how damn good this guy is on both Calico and now onto the Pocket as well. It's very, very impressive. But overall, I think that if they hadn't lost Shark there, it could have been a different game. They had so many preventative measures. They had bullet dance, they had last stand, they have combustive concussion as well for protecting the weakened patron. But it really just came down to one thing and one thing only, and it was flex slots. They didn't have that last flex slot, and they were sat on a lot of extra cash that One Win just had for themselves to pump into that last and fourth flex slot.
Yeah, and it's incredible as EP, I got to say. You know, again, Yamato, we associate ABL like having so many good performances there. Then we see the Calico performance, but then to see a Pocket performance like this, where sometimes Pocket damage is like, oh, you know, how inflated is it because of afflictions? And because, you know, a lot of the time affliction will get popped, but then the fight will lead into like a disengage. But that didn't happen a lot of the time with ABL. Like, it actually seems like his stats are like super legit. And the fact that, you know, he did actually get a lot of finishing kills here, he was doing an incredible job, and obviously really making a massive difference in these team fights. So massive credit to him.
Here's the other thing I have to question here, because it's kind of one of those things that, you know, people will go back and forth on, is how strong is Infernus in the current meta? What did you think of the VP draft? In this case, a lot of people giving a lot of shade to the VP draft. And look, you compare the damage differential where, okay, on some extent, Pocket does pad damage stats a little bit, just given the nature of affliction and, you know, how it impacts fights. But on the same note, you know, for the amount of farm that Zergy had, it didn't feel like this is Infernus taking over the game sort of game here, Blank. You know, relative to what you would expect for, like, oh, that first was at 80k. Just didn't feel like the same input you would get if maybe a different hero was played. You know, for example, if Wraith was available and not banned. But you know, your final thoughts before break.
Oh, I think that there was a couple of team fights where Zergy absolutely popped off, and it looked outstanding. But yeah, I just think not having that 4th flex slot for Infernus is a really big deal. And he wasn't able to scale further than that to give himself a little bit of survivability, which I think he desperately lacked, honestly. We saw multiple times during that match that ABL was literally exploding Zergy on the Infernus. Overall, a really good game, though. A slightly unconventional coming through from VP. Despite that, one of the most competitive games in a damn long time for EU.
Yeah, I think shout outs to Mikhail S on that. That's Vindicta play. I think that actually was something that helped even out the game like later on, which oftentimes you can see the Vindicta not be as impactful. And one of the reasons is because it's heavily positionally based. You got to get that right, and you to be able to do the max damage in the fights and avoid some of the playmakers who will be trying to target you. Because if you can take out key heroes like a Vindicta or like a Sharik, like on the Warden early in a fight, you kind of like hamstring their ability to have the damage output, or to have the ability to kind of like just push people around with like a last stand. So very well played by Mikhail S on the Vindicta.
Well, after what may have been our longest map ever here in Deadlock Fight Night Europe, presented by Intel, One Win making their case, one map away from breaking the Virtus Pro win streak here in EU Deadlock. Do they have what it takes to go over the edge and finish off VP, break the streak, and give themselves $1,000 in our money match? We'll see after the break.
I see the detective. Crawl back to whatever hole you were hiding in, Paradox. I see it, Ruth.
We're back here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. Europe is heating up. We've been talking about OneWin's consistency getting better and better week after week, and now they have Virtus Pro on the ropes, up one map in our $1,000 money match. I'm ZP here with DDK and Blank, and gentlemen, there's a lot to be said about the last match beyond the fact it may have been the longest match we've had in DFN history. But more than anything else, I feel like we're going to see a different draft as we get ready for this next game.
I'd hope so. I really would hope so. It'd be a different draft because the last draft was somewhat confusing, a little bit unconventional. I think VP made it work though, which is a testament to VP. But overall, I think that for OneWin, they can't really underestimate them at all going forward. I think maybe bringing some more of that supportive flavor, making sure they ban that Sinclair out as well, because he provided a lot of annoyance to VP. I think a lot of people have described the pain factors of having a magician walk into your backline only to appear back in his own base using the assistant. But it's frustrating, definitely frustrating. So hopefully they see a Sinclair ban coming through.
Yeah, and I think a Bebop ban too is something that needs to be highly considered, because ABL can obviously perform on a range of like different heroes. So it's like, I don't know that you necessarily target ABL, but I think you target some of the supportive elements around ABL. And I think either Sinclair and the Bebop are the two biggest ones I can think of. But it's OneWin with the opening ban. I don't know which way they go with it. I mean, they could mess with VP and they could try to ban the Vindicta, because that's always the go-to for VP. But
they banned Sinclair. That's what I think. I think no doubt. Yes.
There you go.
Look, we saw enough with what happened in the last game, where the amount of times Flammable would go in and then appear in a different zip code after making people burn abilities was kind of ridiculous. I think if you're VP here, though, you have first pick. I do think there's an argument to be made. As good as heroes like Mirage are, like some of the standard top picks, I think no matter what, you don't let Calico go here. So I think you either pick the Calico or you ban the Calico, but OneWin got way too much mileage. Okay, and they still respect the Mirage, so interesting in where it's at. So now that for OneWin, does OneWin open with the first pick Calico? And they could still follow up with the Bebop here, because again, remember how they did the mid game? They had a lot of Calico intelligence gathering, and they followed up with really good hooks. See what OneWin first picks here, but Blank, I think it could be the Calico.
Yeah, it definitely could be the Calico. I know wouldn't be surprised if it is just the Calico coming through. It's difficult going up against OneWin at the moment because their pocket is crazy. The Calico is massively damaging, and the Bebop opened so many avenues for them that weren't there before. So for Virtus Pro, there's a lot of painful picks there, but taking the Calico straight away, I think that's the smart thing to do, not allowing Virtus Pro to even touch anything or do anything with it, which is particularly why it's a pain point right now. Mirage and Sinclair are almost must bans because you're forced to let that Calico go through.
I feel like a Kelvin is kind of a must find for VP in this draft as well. Like, obviously they didn't prior it really in the last one, but it just feels like Kelvin could really still create a lot of like potential assists in these scenarios where OneWin have a very aggressive style where they're going to be getting in and going for picks, and the shelter can just be a great way to like ensure that you can control the team fights even if the other team is initiating them in their favor. So
now, for the question for me is, do they go Holiday or Paradox? I feel like VP is still going to feel compelled to grab one of the two here rather than leaving both on the board. I think they could leave both on the board. Okay, okay, good. Because this is where I was going to say is that if they do grab one of the two, it's probably going to be Paradox plus Bebop or Holiday plus Bebop. Grabbing the Bebop actually changes how OneWin is going to play this, where OneWin themselves will probably pick up the Holiday. Maybe they even do Holiday Paradox, I don't know, but they've at least now shifted a core part of how OneWin played last game, Blank.
Yeah, there'll definitely be a playmaker involved here for OneWin. I imagine it would be the Paradox coming through for them. It's a strong pick for themselves. For Virtus Pro, though, I honestly, having the Bebop on side is good, but I do think one of the main reasons they didn't do so all that hot in that last game was purely just lane choice overall. I mean, hitting the Vindicta as well as the Haze versus Bebop Pocket, that is a horrible lane because like you're both so squishy. One hook and it is GG. We saw that fairly early into the laser beam on the Guardian. So yeah, I think it was just lane choice more than
they could early pick. They could Yamato here too. No, okay. I was gonna say they had an option, the Yamato to block the ban, but instead They take the Abrams away from Listic, which, as far as Chad is concerned, may be a war crime. There's going to be a lot of upset people over this. Like, you understand that this has been a shot to the community that they've done this. I can't believe they've done this.
Listic also can't pick the Calico, which is another like a go-to there. So yeah, definitely messes with Listic quite a bit. Yeah, it's interesting because of OneWin haven't like gone for a lot of the tankier heroes in a lot of their comps. You can play Abrams very actively and aggressively, and so okay, the Moan Crawl is like an instant response because I guess maybe there is a fear for VP. They're just not going to have the front line that they need with Abrams going this early. But in terms of VP's ban here, now, okay, well, so Sinclair's already banned. They've already picked the Bebop, so like some of the more dangerous utility is gone for VP to consider. So what are they looking to ban?
I think for Virtus Pro, it's definitely an interesting one of where they go with this ban. They could take out Kelvin because I don't think they particularly need it, but the 7's also a good pick considering I'm actually not sure what Zerg is going to play this match. Probably back on the Infernus.
They might ban the Holiday here for OneWin. It's either banning the Holiday or banning the Kelvin, maybe, because OneWin at times like isn't necessarily going to go for it. It's still a draft that VP could easily go for it, especially. But also Holiday is still available, so I don't know. I just think you get rid of Holiday. Like,
I agree.
You have a good idea that it's going to be either Obakim on the Holiday or even Demov, but instead they go for the Geist ban. Okay.
That's a good one as well.
Listic's in shambles right now.
Yeah, this actually does feel like just a we hate Listic in particular draft.
He's going to have to play Lash or something. I don't know. That's what I'm most expecting, but that feels really mean to Listic.
Lash stocks are pretty high in NA right now. Lash could go hard.
Yeah. But they've just banned his whole either had or banned his hero pool. Ooh, painful stuff.
Don't you worry.
Yeah, that's what we expected.
By the way, they just picked Infernus when Wraith was still available. Are we
true? Where is Wraith?
Are we good with this decision making here?
Why bring us new? All right, he's in Zergy's ears right now, whispering away.
I mean, those whispers may be, corrupted whispers. I don't know. I mean, has Wraith stock really fallen? You don't even sound like you're believing your own words as you say this here. I don't know. I'm not sure the Wraith stock has fallen that far, but we're this deep in the draft and no Wraith, Dan.
Yeah, I could still see like a Pocket. Like we saw so much emphasis on the playmakers, and we saw that they were able to run Calico Pocket super well last game. So wouldn't be surprised to see that again. This would also be a great spot to steal away, obviously, the Kelvin still. Like if that, but I mean, we keep talking about this, but it's just been such a non-factor that I feel like I should stop talking about Kelvin. But I did like the 7 ban though, because that has been key for OneWin so far.
Yeah, I think it's a.
Oh, nice. Okay, instead of the Pocket, you get the Yamato. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I think it's a good comp right now for OneWin because I think you were talking about ZP in terms of the information gathering from Calico. They don't have the Bebop to follow up on it, but what they do have is they do have the Holiday now. So I think that could be absolutely brutal if Virtus Pro can let that get to them. So we'll see what the next pickup is for Virtus Pro. I mean, I'd like to see a Lash on Listic, honestly, but more than likely going to see a bit more of a tankier front line because I think they do actually need a Kelvin. Sorry, DDK, I'm talking about it again, but there it is.
Yeah. You know what'd be bold, and they won't do it now to pick Kelvin, but if they really wanted to make the chat happy and go for the Listic deep cut, Dynamo.
Yeah.
And with your tournament life on the line, with your defending spot on the line, you pull out the emergency Dynamo. It's not going to happen, but Dynamo. It would be the choice of the people, is all I gotta say.
The break glass pick, emergency.
the true power of Virtus Pro, Dynamo. Knock him up to the sky.
Combo. This makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. But that said, like Mikhail S was one I always expected to be on a Shiv, and I don't see him playing anything but the Vindicta. So are we getting a Listic Shiv?
Yeah, probably. I mean, Michaelis is in Vindicta jail at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I think he's the one player that has had the most experience on that character anyway. But yeah, I think OneWin have a fairly damn strong team. I'd be scared to go up against that.
Yes. Yes. Ooh.
Wait, who's playing what now? Who is playing what in this hero pool here? Because ABL, in theory, could be on the Calico, could be on the Yamato, and now could be on the Pocket. I mean, ABL's probably on the Pocket. In terms of, because you think about Pocket being so based on the player and like such a very, specific skill ramp up to where you have to specialize, right? I feel like ABL is on the pocket here, and then probably together on the man. This is. I'm curious to see the heroes.
I love the stylistic choice from OneWin, where they're like a team that loves to play harass. They love to create a comp that is all about taking all of the pressure into their hands and just constantly initiating on their opponents, constantly harassing, like heavy harass style of play. It's super fun to watch that. It's hard not to be a fan of that, honestly.
Yeah. I think it's quite lucky that I think it's quite lucky the Virtus Pro actually have mostly tanky heroes, because I wouldn't be surprised to see a pocket holiday lane, which is going to be some ridiculous burst potential, especially pre-3K. Like, I would be scared of that. So, yeah, it's a good thing that Virtus Pro at least have some front line to deal with that damage.
Yeah, I'm curious who plays the Yamato here, because, I mean, Zanya could play the Yamato, just thinking about hero pools, but Zanya also has been on the Calico. So we're going to see something new here in general. I mean, you kind of wonder, okay, when this matchup, who does Empty Dreams go on? It's just an interesting draft, because it kind of, drafts in Deadlock oftentimes are very constrained by player hero pools, right? Which is why you could kind of guess priority. But this, for OneWin, this just feels like pure on, we are picking the highest value heroes we think are available in the draft, less so than playing to like general strengths. Whereas the VP draft is much more in the realm of comfort heroes, which is why as Listic's hero pool like lays in shambles, eventually they're just like, there's still Shiv, right? Like,
yeah. I think the only worrying thing right now for OneWin is that their team, if they get behind, it is going to be very hard to get back into the game. I think a lot of those characters that they've chosen really do rely on getting ahead early. So for Virtus Pro, maybe a safe early game and just get that Infernus, that Shiv towards that mid game to start wreaking a little bit of havoc.
This is really interesting because, like you say, who's the best at Yamato, Calico, and Pocket? Probably ABL and all three so on the team.
Yeah,
so
I mean, and it's ABL and the Yamato. Okay, so Empty Dreams as the Pocket flex pick. I think that actually makes sense, not like looking back at it. So yeah. You've decided full power on the ABL's Yamato, which I mean has been his most pressing already. Quick charge here, pressure onto Listic. And a quick pause also, where the one thing about EU relative to NA, I feel like EU just has way more pauses for whatever reason it may be. I haven't like narrowed down a reason here, Dan, but it does give us some time to look at the early lanes a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. And the Kelvin Shiv lane is no surprise. The synergy there is legendary. And this mid lane, Yamato and Paradox versus Vindicta Bebop. So this is actually kind of interesting. You got two initiators, two damage dealers. Obviously the issue with Vindicta is quite squishy and doesn't have good mobility, and Yamato is pretty damn mobile and pretty versatile and has that really awesome burst damage. With Vindicta, you really need to land those stakes to set up those kills, and that's not too hard. If the B-Ball gets a hook, you've got a free stake that should convert into a kill. So a lot of danger for this mid lane for both sides. And that's something that's really interesting because we've talked about how key it is for OneWin to actually take down the mid tower as soon as they possibly can.
I mean, it's been a hallmark of OneWin strategy so far all day today is that they prioritize getting middle down early, no matter what. I don't know if it's going to be as easy versus lane. I mean, so much is dependent on whether Demov lands early hooks, but the early pressure on Mikhail S actually kind of unreal. It's kind of a countdown timer here, I feel like, in middle. It's if Demov lands hook, it goes the way of VP. If Demov doesn't land a hook by X point, OneWin is just going to crush the lane via poke. Very back and forth, but the Yamato bombing continues directly on the Mikhail S. Dan, are you still with me?
I'm back, yeah. I messaged you, but it's all good.
I didn't even see that. I was full screen on where we're at.
You're immersed. I do, by the way, this Yamato stuff is pretty interesting because you have to like look up. It's not actually visible otherwise. So I totally respect this tech for harass. It's very irritating. And especially with the souls change, like I think you made this point before. Now, you don't have to worry as much about like trying to last hit. You can focus more on denies and focus more on hero pressure. So that's kind of what we see. Oh, it's just the headshots here from the bombardment from the
This
skies.
is ridiculous, and I'm just so glad we actually have it on the observer camera. Just the Yamato aerial bombardment. I mean, anyone that's played ranked recently, of course, has like run into this too in mid lane, but it's still just it's like a gift to Yamato going, we've taken away your soul lane, but how would you like to be the great bomber of the middle lane?
It's pretty nasty because that consistent pressure, it's like hard to like recover the life that quickly at this time, and the damage output is pretty consistent. Going in for it there, a quick power slash coming on through, and there's a conversion from ABL. This is why ABL is on the Yamato. Oh,
Also, wait. Goes preparing, goes for it, gets it!
How does it look so easy from ABL's perspective?
And here's the scary part here for VP is that when Bebop has done well in recent games, regardless of region, it's when you use Bebop as an early game terror that sets things up. Your Bebop isn't looking particularly scary at 1.1k versus the now ultimate loaded ABL on the other side. Looking poor.
Yeah, ultimately loaded is definitely a good way to describe ABL maybe at any time. So yeah, this mid lane absolutely pivotal, and the scale is pretty low. I'm a little bit worried. Need some quick triage there, but there's the healing right. Oh my god, ABL just kind of has this appearance of like this god, just like just in this lane. And the
Zergy comes in. Zergy goes out. You might be able to explain that. No, actually, ABL just stands in the fire for too long while trying to finish off the Guardian. What? That looked like it was completely end a different way.
Terrifying.
It's kind of as though ABL, like maybe he's engineered this new strat where he just turns off his health bars. He like covers it up with some duct tape on the screen, so he's never aware of his health. So like he can just be minimally effective, but like always just look confident no matter what.
If I don't know I'm about to die, I cannot die. I will manifest my own reality into this situation until I burn to death in the Infernus puddle. But I mean, the lane swap makes sense. I mean, dragging the Infernus over there, you needed someone with souls there because of just how far ahead the initial middle lane setup had gotten. Like you actually had to do, a little bit of recovery there. But Lasso immediately dragging Listic to his death. Seismic Slam in the middle of the Kelvin Dome. Drops on down towards the end as regen is gone and Obikim is out of there. So, I mean, OneWin looking fearsome across the map right now, Dan.
And right now, McKayles, because he's getting so starved out on that mid lane, it's a swap into the left lane, and that's not a good sign. If that's a admittance that he needs to get farmed and he needs to find a recovery, and so they're swapping the lanes, and so that's definitely an early win for OneWin. Will this left lane be any better? We'll have to see. Charge out to safety from Zenon, and OneWin still looking in pretty good shape across the map right now.
Dan, production just like to be a highlight for the community, saying, quote, the A in ABL actually stands for alt fire. We've discovered the mystery after watching what went on in mid lane. It all makes sense.
Amazing. Well, another pick getting traded out. ABL is going to go down, but it looks like Zergy goes down as well. So it's a trade out in that mid position. The mid tower is pretty low on Virtus Pro's side of things, but we're not seeing that early tower go down, which has been pretty consistent in OneWin's approach. And it is something that they kind of need to get their strategy working. They need to get that mid tower down.
Also, Dan, in terms of the after effects of what happened in middle, Demov is mostly recovered. McKayles is not. This is the brokest Vindicta we have seen at this point in the game. As Listic just getting crunched over on the right. But the path back into the game for McKayles is going to be difficult. And, look, we're still early, but remember, this is Virtus Pro facing elimination. OneWin a map away from taking away the money match and being our new champion. So pressure is already very much on.
And it's the Calico gang coming straight on through to this tier 1 camp as well. Looks like it will be an escape here for the Calico. No kill found, but definitely, again, continuing to harass McKayles. Look at McKayles, 3.6k souls. Really just on the receiving end of like constant harassment here. They're not allowing McKayles to do anything. Look at the gang coming in, the playmaking from NT Dreams off of the cloak, and that's a beautiful finish there onto McKayles. And 3.7k souls just staring at the ceiling at the moment. Nothing you can do.
You think they're secretly a part of Sharik, just thinking being like, well, I'm glad it's not me in this game. McKayles is just getting ruthlessly pounded regardless of which lane Mikhail might head into right now, which is also problematic because, I mean, Vindicta's key power spike in the game is this, 8 to 16 minute window where you start getting ahead off key assassinates, you finish fights, but it's rough to be this far behind thus far.
It really is, and it puts a lot of pressure on Zergy to to be able to make up for that as the other sort of like main damage dealer on the team. But Infernus's damage, or like type of damage dealing, isn't super insane at this point in the game either. Doesn't have that big burst damage per se. With that said, still some good damage with the DOT as well, and there's a flame dash coming on through as well. ABL trying to find a finish onto the Bebop's going to get it with the ult fire, of course. More ult fires just being dropped around the place as ABL looks untouched so far in this fight. Sergi coming back in with some quick damage, but cannot stop the tower from going down.
Meanwhile, over here, Abram's point of view, 1 win, Seismic Slam. Off on the right-hand side, Listic, perhaps a little bit more of a retreat. Kelvin laying damage down in turn. You're Kelvin, how long do you want to stay? Or Frozen Shelter forced out, gets the parry, but Obikim right now, in his own Thunderdome, cannot stay alive. Decent parries aside. And 1 win right now, starting to build a decent lead, and KLS is just fodder for this pocket.
Oh man, this is so rough for KLS. 4.8k souls, the average across the, like basically like almost kind of, I guess like 1 to 2k below everybody else on average. Not a good place to be. And you got to hand it to Empty Dreams, finding some really key moments, just come in with the cloak.
So you look at paths back into the game right now for VP. The upside, I mean, it's still, they're still running a Bebop, but you're still in the window where Bebop hooks are quite scary. But you're also now dealing with what could be the doom timer, is ABL getting farmed. Because 1 win, if they play this as they've played in the past, you're going to see ABL stay around in middle and just be opportunistic on grabbing the jungle for basically the next 15 minutes. Virtus Pro, it's on them to do something to interrupt this. And for now, a little bit of pressure on to Zenya, but it's Calico. Calico's already gone. He's a cat halfway across the map.
And what's crazy too is Empty Dreams has been very active in the ganks and is actually the one that's ahead on this in souls. ABL just caught up to Empty Dreams as well. So very scary scenario with regards to that. They've got some control over the casting buff there on the bridge buff. And there's of course spawning along with the mid boss as well. And so the map really opens up at this point in terms of the stuff that you can collect, the jungle, the urn and so on. The Sinner's Sacrifices, and the urn will be picked up there. It's going to be run across by 1 win. Is there going to be any stoppage or pursuit here from VP? Any response?
There has to be a response. I mean, you have Bebop on the side of the urn turn in, so at a bare minimum, you're looking for a hook onto the urn. They're also just trying to get rid of the Guardian here on the urn side before the fight breaks up. Concussive Combustion in right now from Zergi, but Pocket proving invasive, goes for the parry. Back more in the damage on the tower, though. Paradox over, just catches Zergi from the side, and the urn gets turned in on top of it. 1 win is just continuing to add to their lead right now, Dan.
Yeah, definitely a more decisive lead so far. 8k souls ahead on the team. And here is the fight on the right side lane continuing here. VP have arrived with more players a little bit late, but they are maybe in a position to maybe get a killing blow off there to finish that one off. It's looking quite nice actually in terms of VP at least getting some kills.
Abrams just came on in. How devastating would it be just to twist the knife on the Listic. It was Abrams who got the catch, but Listic able to find his way out of a difficult situation there.
And the timing there couldn't have been more perfect, ZP, because Empty Dreams TP'd in just as they were retreating. So if they stayed a couple seconds longer, Empty Dreams would have killed them both.
Meanwhile, a little bit of vault invading being discovered here. Is Listic none too happy about the situation, but also see Zenya deciding, nope, we will protect what is ours and force Listic back.
What if they'll end up changing the Sinner's Sacrifice? Because the triple golden statue buff is pretty, that adds up real fast.
I don't know. I think the thing about the current Sinner's Sacrifice is that it forces fights around the map. I think a criticism of Deadlock before the map change was that you'd run the periods of time where you would get less skirmishes, and the current jungle having more value, having vaults have more value, and just more jungle in general, causes more fights beyond like urn and mid-boss. So I think it's done the objective that the devs may have been aiming for there. At least
I can get on board with that. Yeah, I totally get on board with that. I think that's actually a really good point. And speaking of which, we've got a potential fight brewing again for 1 win, looking to put pressure onto this left side Walker. And they are going to be finding a fight here. They've managed to corner a couple players. This is going to be hard to get out of there, even though you're a mole on the ground. They can root you out. And there it is, the fight in the shelter, though. This might make the difference here in this fight, isolating the Holiday. Somehow Holiday's taken 0 damage. And in fact, 1 win are looking incredible.
And just pulls the mole out of the ground, like plucking a turnip is what just happened there. So Sharik isolated, and again, different side of the map right now. A little bit of Bebop versus Yamato action. ABL, though, looking very, very beastly. 14K, chasing it down with the aid of Calico. Zanya all over it. And I mean, Dan, this is actually quite grim for VP right now, because you look at their composition. Michaelis has never been broker in his life on Vindicta. Oh, the swap over here coming in. Michaelis, a little bit of pressure over the top. Zergi in on the catch. They're going to catch overseas at the very least. Virtus Pro, I mean, trying to be scrappy and catch people in their jungle while they can, but this gap is just dangerous right now, Dan.
Yeah, it is certainly quite dangerous. It's crazy because it's Empty Dreams and AB are both on 15k. They're both like 4 or 5k ahead of most players on VP. The big playmaking heroes, the big burst damage, and the big scary Yamato in on front with that cold front, and Sergey's going to go down. And look at the escape here, making it look pretty good, but that's all until the Mole comes in with the combo, and that is one of the best ways to shut down a Yamato.
I mean, it's also one of the best ways to feed your starving Vindicta at that point, where you keep someone locked down in combo and be like, here you go, drop the assassinate. Gonna need significantly more of that, though, to get Michaelis back into the game. But, I mean, look, Mo and Krill plays are a pretty viable way of getting back in, so, I mean, it's not impossible, but they have to continue to do what they just did there, and not just get pickoffs, but get pickoffs on the ABL, because you can't have ABL eventually turn right now what is about like a 3 to 4k gap into a 7 or 10k gap, because you're probably just not going to be killing Yamato at that point should that happen.
Oh my god.
Okay.
The hand, the claw coming from the distance. Let's get what? The flying strike, man. It's pretty ridiculous how that can connect, and that is going to turn into a kill into Sharik. The Mole goes down again, and that's the problem for VP. They're getting, I mean, actually, I was going to say they're getting further behind. In terms of the kills, yeah, they're not having a great time of it, but in fact, in terms of the souls, they are doing a decent job in preventing one from getting too far ahead.
I do ever wonder if Yamato's grapple will obey the laws of physics and not just have a tether going through like time and space to pull the Yamato to her target.
I actually love it, and I hope it never changes.
Well, you had some disjoint changes to Bebop right now. They'll like remove some of Bebop's more impossible looking hooks of, you know, getting pulled through time and space. You know, surely you'd think a hook connecting the other way at some point, you know, might get a few things, because Yamato just straight up went through like 2 floors of subway there, Dan. To be clear.
Oh yeah, I'm all. You're talking to the wrong person. I love that. How broken that is.
No. Your take on that is they just need to add animations for Yamato opening space-time portals.
Exactly. Well, and it's collected for free there from One Win. They did take Thor Flesh to do that, so they're going to TP into this lane where it's currently under assault from One Win already. So a big push is coming onto that right side Walker, and there's only 2 players there to potentially deal with it. In fact, they're going to be able to, sorry, I should say defensive. It's not that they're pushing their own Walker. I guess you could try, but it's not going to work. But either way, VP will find the fight against those players in the jungle. And in fact,
it's the vault. Just right there, Listic forced out. But I do enjoy the fact that VP, even while a little bit behind, is going out of their way to go, okay, Shiv, you're a little bit tanky. They can go into the vault, try and make something happen, but, oh god, 2400 HP Yamato. Like, D-Mob's just wondering where things went wrong and like for that encounter. No shadow transformation required, Dan.
No. It just looks a little bit too easy. 20k on the Yamato, but then you look to the right, it's 21k on the pocket. It's like, oh my goodness. Because they had it at Playmaker, so you would expect that maybe it wouldn't kind of go like this. But it's it is. And this is not a good time in the match here for VP, because these playmaking heroes are really power spiking like crazy. ABL once again going in on Sharik, who's getting absolutely blitzed. Oh my goodness.
We've entered the Yamato phase of the game here. I feel like we've seen this before from ABL in particular, whether it be in the past with teams like Aegis Aurora or now with One Win, where VP, they deviated from their original draft strategy of map 1 of don't let them play the Yamato. They figure, surely won't play, what? Okay. Through the garage, and here we go. Listic, best of luck here, as once again ABL on the hunt.
Oh, okay. Looks like ABL is gonna actually get stopped here, but what? Okay, all right.
This is the Yamato grapple montage, brought to you by Deadlock Fight Night. EU, presented by Intel.
Clip it, send it to Val.
I don't know, that was just like the most ridiculous like sequence of Yamato grapples. Like, what?
Dude, the flying
I've seen your hero for a split second through the wall. I am now heading to you.
It feels like the closest thing that you can get to like Attack on Titan with like their like grapple things. I don't remember what they're called, but anyway, ABL's just back at it again. ABL just has an aura around him of just complete safety.
I mean, you're at 23k in Yamato. The next highest on the other team is at 18k in Furnace. You got nearly 2,500 HP and it's not even 20 minutes yet. I mean, are you gonna go tell the Yamato they shouldn't feel safe right now?
With that said, and all the things we are saying, VP are not actually that far behind. It's 14k souls, but it's getting to 20 minutes here, so there is definitely opportunities. The question is like, can Obi Kim find a really nice shelter in a team fight? Like, these are the types of things that would allow VP to find a way to engineer their way back into the game. And as we saw in the past game where they had that key fight that lent itself into a rejuve, it is definitely possible for VP to find a way to turn it around.
Also, Blank brought up a good point here. It's about time to bring in Blank for a little bit of info anyways, because, you know, there's a little bit of a lull, but Blank, you're mentioning Yamato, 24k souls, no jungle required, just kills.
Yeah, just kills only. I mean, look at Empty Dreams. He's got 25k. As soon as this guy starts appearing on the map, it's going to be hellish. Like, ABL has been making such unbelievable split-second decisions of where to be on the map at the right time. I'm worried for VP, man. I'm very worried for VP.
Well, they do find a quick pick here onto Xenon, down in their own jungle. VP trying to stay alive here, defend their jungle, but guess what? They got to deal with ABL, who's joined the fight. 25k HP, Shadow Transformation still on deck. Holiday, though, chasing down Demov. Demov in danger, can't quite get away. And it's one win with the full cleanup afterwards. That's an Abrams for 3, a trade you take, and the Walker now perhaps in danger as seeing Flammable right now, in danger, able to warp stone away. Gives him the slip there, Dan, just barely.
Yeah, really nice movement on the Holiday. So many movement options, especially once you get the warp stone, the extra stamina. Like, things can get pretty wild. And that's a great retreat, you know, one when, you know, getting the value and not overcommitting.
I'll take him down.
Again, still 12k, only 12k souls ahead. In fact, the gap's been closed a little bit. 13k, 12k, so...
Yeah, I mean, a bright spot here when you look at the allocation is the fact that, I mean, Listic has gone back into it at 20k. I mean, that's kind of in the range relative to the rest of the game, minus the Yamato and Pocket, where, you know, you could have a Shiv and you could start chaining together kill after kill, right, with the right setup. I think the part that's really just, you know, been the shot to the Achilles for VP is the fact that Mikhail S had such a miserable start in lane, right? Versus the Yamato that was just bombing through middle the entire time through. Like, Mikhail S was at 3k, something at, you know, 6 minutes in. And there's been some recovery here, but VP just didn't have the early, the mid-game gas that they usually would have from their Vindicta, which they prioritize quite heavily.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting thing to consider because Michaelis did get targeted a little bit, but before the targeting really happened, Michaelis just got so badly starved in the mid lane, he had to like switch lanes, which I haven't seen happen before in a Michaelis Vindicta game. So the playing style of One Win has just been very effective. Their approach is very effective at just not allowing space for Michaelis on a role like this in the early game.
Well, things have slowed down a little bit. I think something in VP's favor here as they try and figure a way back into the game. Earn right now, being handled by One Win. See Demov heading back. Oh, that would have been ridiculous if that hook had hit. However, it does not hit. Instead, One Win just picks up the Walker. Seismic Slam here from Xenon. In and over, looking for the finish on to Listic. Listic not able to live for long. Shelter comes out, perhaps too late to save Listic, but in time to kill overseas. We'll see if VP can make something of this here. 5 versus 5. But ABL is joined the fight. ABL is full HP, and ABL still has Shadow Transformation in reserve. I just don't see what VP does in the rest of this fight now, aside from run.
Yeah, they're just trying to kite right now. One win because you've got Calico, ABL, and Empty Dreams all coming in, all three playmakers throwing all the abilities at them, and it's just going to force them all the way back. Almost the entire team gets wiped. That's kind of the danger I think that Blank was referring to. Like when you get Empty Dreams really in these fights at this point, it's pretty ridiculous. Falling onto the mid boss as well. There's nothing really on the table here to create a steal. There's like no utility available whatsoever. No ults, nothing that could do anything to stop this. It might be a fun hook though.
I mean, D-Mob's looking for a hook. I mean, I think they're looking for the emergency play here. The mid boss isn't dead yet though. They hold off on the damage and they go to just deal with the people they know are kind of lurking in the shadows instead. It's actually great awareness by One Win. Just chill on the mid boss damage. Look to chase down the people outside. Don't even give the opportunity of a miracle pickoff. ABL finds Listic, and you take a look here at Demov, who is looking to be sneaky, and instead, ABL point of view, Terminator point of view, down in middle.
Well, actually, a trade onto Flammable there from Mikhail S, and Sharik gets a kill onto Empty Dreams. It seems like this actually might have backfired slightly for One Win, overcommitting into these chases, into these fights, maybe too much confidence, because this is a great response from VP so far. Two players, Zergy and Sharik, very low, and the Flying Strike again is just magic. It's pure magic.
It just does.
Literally.
It just works. It simply works. It's all you have to know. Okay. ABL back over and in. ABL diving on the Demoff for what feels like the 9th time this game. Takes him on out. Mid-boss still alive, but perhaps not for long. I mean, you still have Obakim hanging out in middle right now. Urn is going to be picked up, and I mean, One Win still hasn't finished off mid-boss yet.
Yeah, they've just been using it as like a huge threat in the bait. Maybe they should call it phasing strike instead of flying strike or something, just like because you just like teleport through solid objects. So
I'm okay with that. If you call it phasing strike and it's just, you know, there's portals involved, it works. It just graphically looks very weird.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love it. Right, okay, well, so maybe this time mid-boss will die.
And you can go for a frozen shelter and try and time a steal. It's not great. You're also going to have ABL preemptively pop Shadow Transformation. Do they do anything here? No, they let it go. I think once you see the Yamato preemptively use Shadow Transformation and you don't have overwhelming force, you just have to let go. Like, any interrupt play just was so unlikely to actually work.
Ready to get pursuit.
Might be, well, looks like a fight might have been attempted over the end, but they're actually going to go for the intercept. And okay, Global. Again, just the confidence. It's crazy.
Yo, Flammable went in for the lasso. It's like, I got him, and just got the 2 fists instead on the backside. Did not see Sharik lurking in the shadows. That was great.
Ooh, and Demov gets a pick onto ABL. We didn't see it on screen. Not sure how that happened, but that's a huge pick to get. Obviously, there's extra confidence here. We've got the rejuves for One Win, so they're being extra aggressive. And they are trying to run the Urn into enemy territory, maybe at the same time. The solo Abrams might be trying to do that. I don't know that that's... I have to abort that plan at this point, but One Win, they got to be careful not to kind of, you know, with the confidence, kind of give up the lead, because the lead is starting to erode slightly.
Also, if there's any team that has historically not been great about protecting leads, it's One Win. They're probably #1 in letting leads go away. So yeah, they need to play this intelligently, despite the edge they have. Catching Listic, of course, a good start. 6 on 5 here towards Urn turn in. How heavy is this contested here? Because of caution, in by Zergy, goes in, but it's mistimed. It's not in time to stop the Urn turn in, even with the shelter being used. They're gonna get the kill on the Xenon. See how the rest of the fight here goes. I mean, the problem is ABL is in, has killed Mikhail S, still has Shadow Transformation on deck. I go into every one of these fights out wondering, okay, you've killed 2. How do you deal with ABL now? Overseas gets on the Obikim. ABL still in the fight, still has Shadow Transformation up, still chasing. I mean, 2 down for One Win, 3 down for VP. When you're behind, it's not the worst trade. And if it was well timed, they could have gotten Urn there too, Dan. It's just the concussive combustion was just a little bit late.
Empty Dreams was solo pushing the right side Walker. He picked that one up, and now he's helping them kill the left side Walker. So you got to factor the Walkers into the equation. And as we get the infliction dropped onto VP, the defenders on this Walker, look at the burst damage coming in. That Spirit Paris out of this world at this point. The Flying Strike as well from ABL gets 2 kills right at the end there. And this Walker is gone, wiped off the surface of the map. And now, I mean, this is all converted, like after all is said and done, into like a 4 kills for 2 onto One Win. And they get 2 Walkers as well.
We might have a new champion on our hands right now. There's never been a more ripe situation for the mantle to be passed. Virtus Pro, the defending champions, on the edge. Seeking a little bit of refuge into the fountain. But things have never looked more dire for VP. They have been the master of comebacks in the past, but this stand would be the best one of them all if they turn it around.
Yeah, it's not looking all that hot for them at the moment. Again, some of the factors you think about is this Kelvin frozen shoulder in these fights, but ooh, okay, do we get any interruption? There we go. Interrupting my own speech. ABL will die, so that's nice, and no rejuve, so 450-second respawn. Lots of jungle on the map at the moment, no urns. But the flex slots, that's going to be painful, ZP. 3 walkers still up, and a guardian for 1 win. So that is, oh, that's painful.
The interesting part about this, though, is that, and we can bring back in blank here for a second, too, is that I do see a few passive victory for VP here. It goes off the idea of getting an early pick onto either the Pocket or the Yamato, because the 1-win allocation is so heavily biased for Yamato and Pocket, which are very difficult to kill, by the way, but if they do go down, the rest of the spread is winnable.
Yeah, it's not impossible. I mean, right now, the pickoffs coming through from the Paradox are pretty hellish to deal with, but Empty Dreams is going the Assassin Pocket build anyway, so he's actually fairly damn squishy outside of the barriers he's got on top of him. So if they can lock him down, then yeah, there's a big potential. But in those fights where he's able to warp zone upwards, get the 4 stack of damage amp, he is brutal. But yeah, you're right. There is definitely a possibility of Virtus Pro being able to outlive these fights. It's just so unfortunate that it's around about a 30k lead, but that has been broached. It was about 50k before.
They're getting ABL again off the combo. That's exactly what they need. They just took 40k off the board. Here comes VP. Off the Yamato pick. Can they get more right now? Can you set Listic to just chain killing blows? Zergy under pressure falls. 5 versus 5. And this is where I look towards Listic. Where is Listic in the fight? 1 killing blow on the Xenon, but immediately falls to Zanya. So that winning condition is out. 4 versus 4. ABL's not happy. Doesn't like the Mo. I can't read Russian, but that's what I'm thinking.
I think that's a good guess. And the pressure into the base is continuing at the moment, just knocking on the front door. And I don't know that they can proceed any further at this point. They're going to do as much damage as they can. The question is, will VP give them an opportunity? Well, Empty Dreams are straight in there with the TP off the cloak, and that's going to be the initiation, sending the rest of 1-win straight into the base, following it up. Obi-Kim gets taken down, and this could be so much damage into the base here. That first stage patron is dead, and this is a problem. A huge problem for VP. 4 players still down. CP is looking very close here.
It's not looking great. However, there's still options here. Mikhail S in the back, assassinate. A little bit scary here. Oh, okay, Mikhail S dead. Now, some of the options just went away with his overseas. Able to find that. Mo combo in play. Mo, though, immediately getting jumped on. Shrink don't do anything. Another 3 down for Virtus Pro. And 1 win. This might be it here and now, Dan. First stage patron is down. 1 win. Not shy to finish off the patron. Ones that like to finish off the game could be on the verge of a new champion, as 1 win is not leaving.
Yeah, 3 players up for Virtus Pro to defend this. There is a Kelvin ult. That's going to delay things a little bit longer. 3 players still have to respawn. Can enough time be bought here? The patron already down to 70%. It's going to go down real fast here, ZP. We might just have a new winner. It's 1 win, defeating a VP, subverting their dominance, and instead taking the throne into incredible games. 1 win. I can't believe it. VP, the era is over at DFN.
Unbelievable. The Virtus Pro streak is broken by a 1-win team that just seems to get better and better week in and week out. And I think a lesson was learned here for the rest of EU today, which is perhaps do not give Mr. ABL the Yamato. Just an absolute masterclass performance. And, you know, we're going to bring back in Blank. Blank, that started from beginning to end. It was the middle lane that took Michaelis out of the game. It was the hard carry that came in after. It was a complete masterclass by ABL from minute 0 to the end.
I think it's hard to be like, the lesson learned is don't let ABL have Yamato. I mean, it dominated on Calico, and it dominated on Pocket, and then on Yamato. I'm very confused. I mean, ABL, it is really a case of check and build, because he is unreal. One of the most talented players I've seen in quite a while here in Deadlock. And I mean, it is terrifying to play against him. There is some argument to be made that whether it's a case that right now the roster from 1win is just very comfortable with a lot of the heroes that are currently in favor. I respect the VP was pulling out some stuff that wasn't maybe seen in quite a while. I mean, the Infernus for Zergy particularly. But yeah, they were very, very good. And I mean, the confidence to have 3 playmakers and make that work from beginning to end versus what has been touted to be the best team in Europe is very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, something I'll add here, ZP, is that what we could be seeing from 1win is that they've worked out like a style of play with just super harass based style of play, heavy on the playmakers, not really factoring in support heroes as much as at all, or prioritizing it like other teams do. Maybe that's the way that you play the game right now, because they're able to balance out a lot of harass and invasion to the opponent's jungle with the map control they win from winning the harassment game and the roaming game. And then that also converts into, with that pressure, it allows one of them to like farm up like crazy behind it, and it's really hard to stop that. And as VP is a very good team, and they were just on the defensive the entire time. And so it seems to be the case that you have to solve this not just with a draft, but strategically you've got to figure out what is the best way to counter that style of play. Otherwise, 1win might just continue to dominate if they can, because they just did the same thing every game, and it just looks really good.
Well, this does bring us to our player of the match presented by Intel. Needless to say, it's not a mystery as to who got this one. It is the one and only ABL. And I hope you like going through space and time, because if you do, we're going to see some of that in the highlights as ABL's just strikes. The grapples were defying reality throughout this entire game, Blake.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, when you first said that, you know, Flying Strike maybe shouldn't need to break the laws of physics when he's going down, I was like, that's not too bad. Then ABL proceeds to fly through a literal wall, which seems to be what 1win was all about this game, which was breaking down those walls that BP have been putting up for so long here in DFN.
God, what is this? You literally see Amato just go through the map, like through, as I will make my own stairs.
Yeah, we were in a different dimension for a little while there. But yeah, it's very, very cool to see. And I mean, 1win, they did play this one fantastically. I like what you said, DDK, saying that they just play a very aggressive comp with little to no support in there at all, and then just completely out-pressure the enemy team. And a lot of that through all their games today did really start off with taking the middle lane Guardian. I think the crazy one's coming up.
Oh. Wait, there's one of the crazy ones?
It's coming. It's coming right now, actually. Here it is.
Oh, yeah. I saw his hair.
Through the wall.
I saw his hairline for 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Guide my path blade. Gosh.
The interdimensional rope. I love it.
All right, okay, that's even more wild.
We get it, production. We get it.
No, it just keeps going. It doesn't actually stop. Nor did ABL's damage from that end, although Empty Dreams also put in a lot. I think, though, if you like take away the like 30% affliction padding tax that Pocket gets, still clearly ABL on top.
It's very cool to see, because it's nice that they all have heroes in their roster which are very interchangeable between the players, and it's not a case of, well, ABL is better at the pocket, so we'll put him on that. It's a really case that, you know, you could have Empty Dreams very interchangeable with ABL there, and they both play to such a high level, which takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to make that sort of stuff happen. So it feels like 1win's been very much in the training grounds throughout all of this.
Yeah, it does feel like they've like figured out something, because VP is interesting in so far as like they play fundamentals really, really well, but with that said, like it makes them kind of good at like every stage of the game. But when you have a really specialized approach like this, where it kind of comes online straight away, and it's by design, they kind of have to win obviously that mid lane, or at least like win the early game, and they do it reliably, in large part because of the way that they play their comps and what they have in their comps. And like Mikael S on the Vindicta, well, that comes online a little bit slow. On Infernus comes online a little bit slower. Shiv comes online a little bit slow. You can't really afford to have that against a Calico and a Pocket and an Abrams and the Yamato that can just, and the Holiday and the Paradox, they can all be in your face like really early and kind of have that natural power spike that comes with how their abilities work. So it kind of guarantees this early game win, and it just never stops after that.
Well, the other thing too with the early game win element of it is that it's just a different era of Deadlock right now where actually winning your own lane is so important, because unlike 4-lane Deadlock where you really could just get help at any point, right? Like the lanes were way more fluid. You had way more action before 5 minutes. You know, in 3-lane Deadlock, if your lane goes really poorly in the first 5 minutes, you kind of have to hold the L. And that the effects of that can follow you throughout the entire game, as we saw what happened in middle, where Michaelis, who usually is a pillar for Virtus Pro, who is the one that, like, when playing Vindicta, you know, is strong into the mid game to the late game, just could not get going because of how poorly the middle lane went with the the Yamato bomber tech, as it were.
Absolutely. Again, it just felt like, you know, for VP watching them throughout EFN, it is a case that they're very good at eking out small advantages as the game goes on. But here, there was really absolutely no moment where you saw one win back down. It was constant harassment. And I think that was very, very difficult for VP because they're not used to games where there is literally never a break whatsoever throughout the entire match. And one win were very much locked in throughout of it.
And they did do a pretty good job too, like actually keeping the game like close in lots of spots where it was so overwhelming. And so I feel like any other team against them, against one win, and that playstyle would have just got like just absolutely collapsed. But VP has the strength to not do that. But even still, they just, like you say, they can never get a grip of the game because of that playstyle differential. So yeah, pretty epic.
So you might be wondering, gee, you know, casters, what are you doing? Go next game, go break, what's going on? We are going to do an interview. We weren't planning on it immediately, but we're going to get Xenon in here in just a moment. But, you know, while you're taking a moment and you're anticipating the interview, waiting for NA to start where the action there should be absolutely outrageous, you know, sometimes you have to wonder, are you wearing the right things right now? Are you properly in the Deadlock mood? And we got you covered. We got some sweet merch out there to fully cover, you know, some of your favorite, you know, Deadlock memes out there, you know, or get me outed, where, you know, hey, look, I didn't come up with that, but people in production did, and it got put on a shirt, you know, just where it goes, Blank.
I mean, all this sort of stuff looks very cool. I would like all of it right now, please. And you can get it too. Get your hands on this over on our merch page. You can find out a little bit more below if you're on Twitch as well as YouTube. But yeah, overall, very, very cool merch that you can get your hands on. And make sure if you want to look as cool as one would do in game, outside of game, and as ZP said, wearing the right things, it's on your screen right now.
Nice. The owner's my favorite. I don't have anything more to add.
The little frog legs. It is the best.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. And obviously, you know, we got to make sure this stuff stands out. We got to keep up with the demand. So constantly, you know, pumping out new designs. So yeah, keep tabs on it and see what you like, because you never know when it will go out of stock. And you never know when, you know, if you might be 2 years down the line, we're on DFM 553 and you're like, man, I wish I got in earlier. I wish I could be an OG. But you're not an OG unless you get the merch, I think.
Oh,
It's a lot of Deadlock. That's a lot of fight nights. But, you know, it is true. Yeah, we have no intent on stopping. So that number is just going to keep going up. At one point, you'll be like, you know, oh, man, I got here at 17. It's like, no, 17 is ground floor relative to how things go. But, you know, stalling is almost done here. I think Xenon is just about ready to go. We'll pop in here any moment, and we'll get an interview going with one win who, you know, again, if you're just tuning in, they just beat Virtus Pro, the longtime champions here in EU this year. They broke the streak, and Xenon, now you're here with us live. First off, congratulations on the win today, and I have to ask, how did one win go from a team that was, you know, third, fourth, and you guys improved week after week to take down VP today?
Hello guys, thank you. It feels really great, and I think the key is that we were doing good pickups of players. We were like looking good. We got a good mindset from VP itself, or from Prax, from Fight Nights. We saw the way they were playing, and we were slowly adapting to them, and finally it paid off today.
It seems like
absolutely.
you're... Oh, go ahead, Blank.
Oh no, you go for it. I was agreeing.
All right. It seems like you guys have a play style where you really focus on just a lot of harassment, being really aggressive, and it when we watched all of your games today, that style seemed very difficult for anybody to beat. You were constantly in the jungle, you're constantly creating so much map control for yourself and creating an easy world for empty dreams to just farm. And it just seems like this style of play is really strong right now. How has that been to develop? The fact that you guys can run 3 playmakers too is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I want to give big props to ABL, I think. Like, he is the guy who creating the chaos during the first 20 minutes, or even later on, he does a lot as well. So yeah, Empty Dreams has a lot of space to do his farming job. So yeah.
It's very impressive at the moment. And I think that right now, you guys fielding Pocket, Calico, and Yamato and Holiday all at the same time. Do you think that supports are just less useful these days, like Ivy, Kelvin?
Ivy, I think it's still insane because average game length went up like to 35-40 minutes, I would say. So Ivy is getting really strong at this stage of the game. But yeah, I think taking support like Vindictor or Holiday makes more sense, since there's a lot of farm, so you can have a lot of farm on your support as well.
Oh, I see. I get it. So just having more impact with that supporting game, Holiday or Vindictor. That's really cool. That's good to know. Good answer.
So Xenon, this has been a long time coming for One Win. Obviously, you're sponsored by the One Win organization. You guys have fans of your own. Any final words, shout outs you want to give here to all the people that have supported you along the way, and all the people that may be brand new fans today after seeing you guys take down Virtus Pro?
First of all, I want to thank my teammates and coach and organization One Win itself. It really feels good to win with the guys that you like. I don't want to say this family word, but it feels like it, So yeah, thanks everyone who is supporting Deadlock generally. Like, online is right now not in the best state. So everyone who is watching Deadlock, and no matter what, who you're supporting, thank you.
Well, thank you, Xenon. Congratulations again on your great victory here. Looking forward to seeing you next week as you defend the title once more, but should be good times. But gentlemen, Dan, Blank, we have said enough here. This was our EU portion of the show here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. And if you're tuning in right now, no worries. The action is going to keep on rolling. Coming up next, after the break, Deadlock Fight Night North America, where we get to see B&B defend the crown.
Move into our money match here for DFN number 16 North America. It is a clash of titans. The first team to take down Hydrogenation of Melee Creeps takes on their scrim partner, a Big Imbrolic. They showed some good signs when it came to our challenger match, but the mini match is what it's all about here. Could Big Imbrolic become the kings of NA? Well, let's find out. Lash has become a hotly contested pick this week in DFN, with Melee Creeps locking it in for low main. B&B, however, used their first pick to get Gibbs back on Viscous. 8 minutes in and no Guardians taken as both teams meet in the jungle on the right-hand side.
Heavy though, because the players are coming in from the right side lane as well. Big fight about to brew. Cold front going to be used, and Papa stays on the periphery as AVG is the first casualty in that fight. Big Imbrolic succeeding. When push comes to shove in these proper engagements, Sire taken down and low main also.
Ido might have won the battle against AVG, but B&B lose the war as Melee Creeps rotate in and get their first flex slot. Point here when we get those flex slots unlocked, and Ido just goes ham directly up against AVG, 400 HP, trying to stay out of range of that soul exchange, and he does keep his distance, and AVG might be going down. He's on low HP. He finally falls to Ido. The cube comes through as well to block out the combat of Cool Cheese, and Big Imbrolic are looking big.
I was going to say, there's no way Idorian gets away from that. Axe does eventually at least turn that into a trade, but
Melee Creeps were able to defend the earned turn-in and secure that for themselves, but Yams commits for the first Walker take of the game, getting B&B another flex slot.
Again, this Bebop who really just hasn't been able to find a ton of value. There's been a decent shutdown, I think, on the Death Slam, but when it comes to securing kills in lane, it wasn't quite there for Yams. They do at least get a Walker.
Coming into the next urn, and BNB once again used the urn as a way to take objectives, putting pressure on the mid lane base guardians and the right lane walker.
Either way, a lot of fighting over that urn, turning location once more. Poppers. Shadow transformation time. We're going to try and shade. What a connection! And that rage. Oh, God. Saya gets caught out here. Spirit's there, though. Does make it a little bit hard for Yamato to get to the intended target. And Piercon has gone down. Another Guardian, though, for Melee Creeps has fallen. Low Main, though, has an opportunity to burst this Yamato down. And finally, Pop's Reign of Terror comes to an end. Urn now. Another one for Melee Creeps might have just been scooped up. And Cool Cheese turns it in.
Even being behind two walkers, Melee Creeps sit with the soul lead. Both teams are forced to fight on opposite sides of the map. Instead of TPing over to help out, Gibbs and Yams decide to take another walker. Fights all on the left-hand side of the map.
What is happening here, Big and Brolic? Happy to take a fight like this, I'm sure. Pierre doesn't quite get away. Cool Cheese out of nowhere. And Gams is going to be able to bring them down. Very, very messy stuff. A 2-for-3 trade overall, though. That end, of course, has grown feet of its own and is heading back to its initial location. Return to Shadows used here to try and chase down Poshy Pop, who is fed, but clearly not ready to show what they've been working on in the hyperbolic time chamber. It's going to be Fish Cake to fall here, leave a bit of a bag. Leave Big and Brolic with 3 players across the map, and now this pressure on the Walker will allow them to snap that up too, leaving only one standing for Melee Creeps.
Third urn of the game for Melee Creeps as they look to push down the first walker of the game, and yet again, BNB respond with a push on the left lane. Of the game for Melee Creeps, which is one of the reasons why they're able to get such a lead, albeit only about 7k at the moment, but this walker, you have to imagine, will be going down here. A great little dive in at a low main to get Yams extremely low on health, and he just has a hard time tracking him down. Posh Pop gets the kill, and they're going to continue to push through.
Transformation now for Poppers. Has to be a big moment for this Yamato. There's just too much pressure to deal with.
What starts off looking bad for Melee Creeps turns good, picking up a 3-for-2 trade and rejuve.
Before you get sort of jumped on. But geez, the gun damage from... My God, Yams is actually hitting mega hard with that laser. They're getting in trouble here, though, but it looks like, yeah, Low Main does not want to commit to that fight at all. Saya just gets taken for nothing. Low Main ends up getting chased down. Idorian, though, will be traded out. That's Poshy Pop, of course, still looking pretty scary on the Wraith. Fish Cake getting comboed here, and surprising how quickly they pop, despite how much souls they've invested in their resilience. And there'll be a cut off here. Pinch now over towards the middle part of the map. Fish Cake going very, very low. AVG has to respect the fact that there's a gigantic Yamato being dangled in their face, but Poppers doesn't have Shadow Transformation available, Jason. It was forced out earlier by the Lash Dive.
Yeah, and they can't fight this. They don't have damage. I mean, Poshy Pop on the Wraith, 33k is just going to be wiping the floor with them completely. This could potentially open up a mid-boss here if Poshy Pop can stay alive. Gets knocked perfectly into the shop. Says thank you to Yams. With the rejuve, Melee Creeps were able to take the last 2 walkers of the game and extend their lead to 20k. With rejuve now gone, a massive fight breaks out in the right lane.
This damage, oh God, it's pretty scary coming the other way though. Shadow Transformation used in quite the hurry by Poppers as they realize just how fed Poshy Pop is at 41k. Oh, what a catch. That is stunning stuff. Shadow Transformation again. Of course, that refresher allows you to go once more. Saya low, trying to get away from this Yamato. Poppers does not want to give up. Chasing the geriatric archer and gets comboed on their way through. There are layers upon layers upon layers of defensive architecture here for Saya. Rolling 40 deep out there in the Cursed Apple. But AVG does go down. Magic Carpet time. Big fan of that as Axe is the subject of Gibbs' scrutiny. A drawn-out fight to be sure over on this lane, but Gams has gone down. That disruption mid-fight now no longer available. Without peer content, you've lost your sustained damage as well. This is going from bad to worse now. I do Fish Cake and Gibbs. None of them really have huge amounts of damage to output, but they can chase down some of these low targets still. And they get 2 of them. Melee Creeps down to 3. A bona fide 3 versus 3 here. Return to Shadows is going to be used now. Cool Cheese in a 1 versus 3. It's getting a bit scary. Warpstone out now, and there's some reinforcements at least for Melee Creeps. Axe is close by. Has the ability to heal up or at least get that Watcher's Covenant in play for more sustain. Stoneline are going to be thrown down, but a Return to Shadows used there by Fish Cake, put their low. Idorian's seen better days, and Poshy Pop returns to the fight. Gibbs absolutely nuked. Poshy Pop getting amongst it now, but has to retreat to the high ground for a time. Big and Brolic have Fishy Cake very low, and Idorian gets ripped to shreds.
Being 37 minutes in, and with 2 kills, BNB go for mid-boss, but Melee Creeps don't want it to go for free. I heard a combo.
Okay, there's a combo going off. You're right. I heard that. Poshy Pop gets rid of Poppers here. Oh, jumping in with the slam. Rejuvenator up for grabs here. Peer content's going to be able to sneak it away. But what will the cost be in this fight for Big and Brolic? They lost 2 already. Obviously, we'll be respawning quickly in theory. It's going to be Poshy now in trouble. Under pressure from Gibbs. Able to get away. Melee Creeps unsuccessful. But they traded 2 for 1 there. Oh, now it's even. 70 seconds on Sire. Ethereal Shift has to be used by Poshy Pop, but you feel like their goose is close to cook. They've got a TP away, and Gibbs gets a little bit of extra damage. Melee Creeps might have fumbled the bag here, folks.
Cool Cheese gets baited in by Yems, making him think he was alone, and B&B get one step closer to taking the first match.
Which, in fairness, we see Poshy Pop get 2 kills earlier. That's probably the best you could hope for in that situation. Cool Cheese, that's a little bit dangerous. Big and Brolic do see an opportunity to collapse in here, and the static charge hits the stun. No chance to get away for Cool Cheese. No burrowing back to safety, but it's traded out. Peer content does go down. Return of Shadows to Fishcake coming forward, though, and they are awfully fed. As Calico might just be past the tipping point. Axe is down. Melee Creeps again down to 4. Somehow they got Poshy Pop out for the time being. But Fishcake chases him down. Surely this is it. Big and Brolic hitting him where it hurts. What is there for Lomane to do here? Fishcake is too tanky to bring down, but Lomane was able to find 2 kills on the backside of that. It's just them and Sire. Sire comes in with the owl, opens it up. Poppers actually goes down to that ability. And Lomane can walk away.
With their 6 earned turn-in and the base all destroyed, Melee Creeps look to go on the offensive.
Zone forward. Here's a death slam now. Lomane says, no, we are fighting here. Bam! Instantly. The explosion of scrap metal. As they managed to pick off the Bebop. Peer content also falling. Big and Brolic there was circling like vultures, or at least actually just trying to jockey backwards. But Melee Creeps find a perfect opening, and it's Lomane.
With Melee Creeps locked in and ready to take the base of Big and Brolic, the call is made for the backdoor, and Ido, Gibbs, Poppers, and Fishcake boosted down the right lane for the win.
Mid-boss time, surely.
Look
It's got
at
to
this.
be Yams and Peer content are down.
No, they're all shoving the right-hand lane. They're like, forget this. If Melee Creeps push our base right now, we're going to lose. We have to make some sort of play. And they're going to go straight to the Patron. Ido's leading the charge. The Patron has fallen here, Mitch.
They can't get back in time. Only the one Melee Creeps player can actually get to the base, and Big and Brolic out of absolutely nowhere have stolen away the game. Hitting him where it hurts, just as Melee Creeps looked like they were going to take mid-boss or maybe even more. Big and Brolic see the golden opportunity to end the game here and now.
After a ridiculous finish in the first match of the series, we are treated once again to MC lock it in Lash and BAB grabbing Viscous. The Yamato picks, though, have gone quite hard in DFN this week. A relatively quiet early game turns into pushes in all 3 lanes at once, with BNB coming out with the first Guardian of the game.
Finish it off. Sire falls yet again. Iodorian goes in. Looking pretty clean on that Yamato. Gibbs going to tank that Guardian for the time being. And Cool Cheese has no business being where they are right now. Not at all.
Not sure if he caught it, but a great owl from Poppers. With all 3 Guardians taken, BNB looked to run the urn, and instead, they find a fight.
Part of the map. Here, though, we have a throwdown. It's getting a little bit awkward now as Lomane wants to drop to the low ground. It was Yams that got caught out. They're very, very low. Divine Barrier going to be popped here. Alk Fire needs to be cleared. And Big and Brolic get away from that nasty area of effect. Death Slam time, though. Yams caught as well as Peer content. And where is the cavalry for Big and Brolic? There it is. Peer content's able to find Lomane at least for now in 1 versus 2. Stunned up. 13 seconds away from a frozen shelter. Trying to juke here on the rope and able to dash through. Sire's gone down. And somehow Peer content has got away with the heist of the century.
Big and Brolic with the urn try to back away from a 5-man squad from Melee Creeps.
Move up here. And there's going to be a combo connecting onto Poppers. Frozen shelter will answer it. Cool Cheese. Oh no. Overextended. Melee Creeps looking for opportunities where maybe they are not. But a Guardian will be taken down once more.
After getting a pick on Saya, Big and Brolic do the bold move of taking mid-boss while Fishcake distracts in the left lane. Left lane, which is drawing 4 players over towards him. He's probably going to die for this. But this is going to be a free mid-boss. Low main.
Exchange?
Death Slam's going to be coming through.
Fishcake the goat?
He Death Slammed too early.
Yeah, Death Slam came in. Owl. Fishcake gets caught out. Stun comes in. Rejuve picked up by Big and Brolic.
Melee Creeps commit to the push on the left walker, getting their second flex slot. But BNB get the return kills and the urn turn-in. Trying to defend against us, 2 more players to deal with here. The walker's so low in HP.
I mean, Axe is out of there. It's gone. Completely left AVG alone. Walker, though, picked up here. So Melee Creeps do get something for this. And AVG's kind of hitting pretty hard. Actually wants to fight this. I respect it. I think that's a little... I'm just realizing you're far too deep in enemy territory there, which is the more likely outcome. So, Big and Brolic now need to take this rejuve buff and consider turning into some more objectives. Yams gets pushed on, though, and is in a 1 versus 2. Almost certainly going to be chased down now as the Kudzu bomb creates a field that snarls him up. Can there be a follow-up here from Ido? Poshy Pop blown up by that power slash. That is beautiful stuff. But you've got the affliction on you right now. Shadow Form is active, but you still don't want to tangle with that pocket. Not before you have some of that debuff reduction. And here's Fishcake, though. Sees an opportunity to get involved. Ido did get caught out, but it's a walker picked up by Big and Brolic. Only one left for them to take here.
After pulling 4 people to the right lane by Ido, BNB try to grab the mid lane walker.
Multi-scenario. Soul exchanges the storm clouding 7, if I'm not mistaken. It will still be brought down. Okay. Oh, we call that a bird strike. Yep. Aircraft all around the world afraid of those.
And so is Poshy Pop now. And they're continuing to push through. Another kill, this time on Axe. Some ridiculous damage being done by Poppers now, especially with rapid recharge, getting these arrows up even quicker. The Walker down to half HP. They're going to pretty much secure this one, but Lomain's coming back in. He's got his Death Slam up. He's going to get here in time. Will he commit for it, though?
A Walker very low. Ethereal shift UC by Pops. We heard the Death Slam go off as Lomain wanted to get back in the fight as quickly as they possibly could. Decent hit there. My God, the chunk damage onto AVG. Cube used here. Idorian, what? Safe for the time being. Should be able to dodge out of this one now. Some of these respawns are coming back in. Poshy Pop's back in the game. Hyper Beam coming out. Ido has to avoid this. Shadow transformation going to be popped as the Enchanter's Cloak comes whistling past. And we are behind the base bosses, folks. What a power slash from Idorian. Sire gets a free haircut. God knows Pocket needs one. And Ido casually walks away, parrying off those Guardians. And those base bosses are donezo.
Taking his time to make sure to find exactly where Saya went so he can land that last power slash. And he's going to be committing for more. Lomain, he's going to be low on HP. And Ido is just going ham here. He doesn't have Refresher, but he does have the backflip of his team. And Lomain's going to fall. This is all going horribly for melee creeps.
And this is going to turn into a significant soul lead. And this is a fight that's happening without Rejuve. And Big and Brolic haven't lost a single player. What a connection. Axe going to fall. Poshy Pop slashed down by Ido. And it's Cool Cheese and AVG, the last 2 left. This means Shrines. This means a patron knock.
As Yams gets a pick on Lomain, BNB turn their attention to mid-boss, where melee creeps have to contest. The newcomers are Big and Brolic.
Yeah, I get it, Jason. They have got to fight for it. Saya, watch out for that power slash here. I think you've about to see Idorian get unleashed on him with all of that extra souls. Saya down. Peer content traded out, though, of course. We'll see Frozen Shelter. Poshy Pop scary. Power slash, though. A lot of poke there from that low ground to be able to go upstairs. Now melee creeps down to 3 players. Axe, Cool Cheese, very low. AVG really has got nothing to do here except take the scalp of Poppers, apparently. 3 players left here for Big and Brolic. Mid-boss orbit abandoned for now. And Lomain coming back off a zipline boost just to make sure nothing untoward happens on his.
Oh, it was death again.
Yeah, they got the Death Flame off this time. Perhaps Curse is on cooldown. Slowing Hex, though, was still thrown in. And there goes Lomain. He will be remembered.
And Mitch, that's it. They're going to go for the finish. GG's already being called out here. And Big and Brolic, in their first appearance under this new team with the new player of Poppers, are going to take the victory. What a turnaround in North America. Man, they've got some real competition here.
No doubt about it. It's great to see a scene with such depth, such rippling biceps, incredible front double bicep, lat spread. Big and Brolic stay hard all the way through this best of 3. Claiming a 2-0 win and $1,000 thanks to our friends over at Intel. Congratulations, Big and Brolic.
Definitely one of the most intense series we've had in Deadlock Fight Night, with the first match going to a base race and the second match going down to Ido and Poppers really carrying themselves through. And we finally do have a 3-horse race in North America. We have Hydra Nation, Melee Creeps, and Big and Brolic, who could all be taking that title on any given week. Thank you again for tuning in to the recap here. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to Locked In.
It's been a day of upsets here at Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel. We just finished up with Europe, but now North America has our focus. I'm ZP here with Blank and Blank. One can only hope that NA is just as exciting as what we saw in EU, where NA's also had its own brand of change. But we'll kind of get into it in a moment. But, you know, when we get to the format screen here in a second, Blank, there will be surprises.
There will be indeed. It is tough to match up against what we saw there from One Win versus Virtus Pro, which you will see is a bit of an upset. 0 matches found there for Virtus Pro, with it going 2-0 to One Win after what was a overwhelming display of performance coming through from them. We're through to NA right now. We'll be starting off with melee creeps into LARP Lords, going up against B&B.
Yeah, so there's two things, there's two elephants in the room here. Number one is that, yes, B&B is the rebranded form of Big and Brolic. They've decided they're not really going to focus on the big part or the Brolic part, but they like the B&B. So the B&B now stands for whatever you want it to be. Meanwhile, we did initially announce that Hydra Nation would be playing here, and we did invite them, and they accepted their invite. But the reality is that team stuff in esports is not always easy, and Hydra Nation, they're still rebuilding after they got knocked off the throne. They're still figuring out their best form. So, you know, no shade on them, but they will not be playing here today. Instead, it's going to be LARP Lord. So it's the new team that Naked and Lord NM have been building, Blank. And they have a few subs in here, so it's not like they're full team, but it's going to make for its own fun brand of chaos.
That it will. I mean, it's nice to see Naked back on the scene as well. That sounds so weird, me saying it out loud, but it is true. I'm very excited to see him back in the picture. I always enjoy watching him back in the day as well. But I'm excited to see Melee Creeps up against LARP Lords going up first. Melee Creeps arguably looked pretty damn good last week versus B&B. Considering it was a unexpected surprise win on their first round with the backdoor that came through. I think Melee Creeps could have taken it home if it wasn't for that slightly botched mid-call where the right lane was already pushed all the way in.
Well, before we get into the rosters, we're going to bring in Dan. That's right. Dan, you're not off the hook. You're in here for another round here. You know, it might be shifted from caster to analyst, but in here for the duration as we get to see what NA has to offer. And, you know, we get into the rosters here where I think normally we're going to open Melee Creeps. Let's open the LARP Lords roster because we got some redundancies here, a little bit of ridiculousness, but, you know, you take a look at here, some very familiar names, Dan.
It's kind of weird because like we've got so many roster changes that it feels like some of the players are like discards from other teams because we've associated like, okay, D&B with different teams, but then Hydra Nation is on, you know, Hydra Nation for a while. Lord and M had a very, you know, brief stay as well. So it's like the Hydra Nation discards. And obviously I don't mean that in like a negative way, but it's just like, you know, part of the fun of this particular region and the rosters that we've seen. But obviously we know that D&B, Lord and M and Naked are used to playing at the top level. And so it's going to be interesting to see some of the new players around them. And also, like, in terms of the hero pools that we'll see from Naked, Lord and M and D&B, I would expect that could also be a bit more versatile because they won't have some of the restraints that they had in some of these lineups that were much more established in terms of roles and hero pools.
Also, you know, before we get into the next team here, Blank, I just want to clarify for everyone. I'm not entirely sure who is a sub and who is a mainstay on this roster because the roster is new and being constructed. So if chat is looking at this and they know some particular conflict that, you know, we're not bringing up right now, just know that, you know, this is basically thrown together a little last minute. It was a, you know, favor that Naked and Lord M really tried to make happen because, you know, we wanted to get a competitive team in here for our best of one leading into the money match. We don't want to give Melee Creeps just a free road in, you know?
Yeah, forgive us in advance, but I do think that most of the players here are pretty damn good. A picture just comes up on screen. It's too funny.
And honestly, here's the thing. It cut you off that I'm pretty sure you said damn good, but like
yeah.
it almost sounded like you could have said something else. I'm just like, just to clarify, he said good. He was just gut punched by the business cat.
Business Cat really got me good. I'm not gonna lie to you, but we do have Business Cat, Poshy Pop, one of the best wraiths around, making some crazy plays. Sire overall has played Talon in the past. I think those two players, the ones that I focus on the most here, particularly Sire's Talon, is for a character that is so immovable at times. He has some crazy movement on Talon.
Yeah, and for me, Dan, the person that I look at where I think about, you know, plays being made, both Cool Cheese and Low Main just have such a way of setting up plays, I think, for Melee Creeps that gives them map control. And, you know, in the 3-lane map control is more important than it's ever been because you get early pressure, you turn that into jungle farm, and jungle farm turns into soul lead, which turns into win.
Yeah, totally agree. And we've seen that Cool Cheese, especially on the Mo, has been pretty instrumental going into the mid game, especially with a lot of the picks and even the early game, which is so important. I feel like there's even more importance on the early lane now because you've got less lanes overall. And so Lucorchi's has been instrumental for sure in just setting up and creating space for the rest of the team. So yeah, and then also hopefully we will get to see Wraith today with Boshy Pop.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
It still blows my mind that the Infernus got priority over Wraith, where it's like, look, I get there's like reasons to like Infernus, but I don't know. It's hard to argue with the tried and true power of Wraith at the moment. But
yeah,
draft is about to be ready. But before we get into the draft, that's right, mole versus mole combat. It has to be done. It's how we decide who gets choice of first or second pick here at Deadlock Fight Night. 2 moles enter, 1 leaves.
1 mole leaves.
There's the bell, gentlemen. Let's get it on.
We should do a DFN like piano version of like the Mortal Kombat music to like make it, legally different enough, but like get that Mortal Kombat vibe. And hey, that was so fast. That was actually so fast.
I just feel like I saw Mike Tyson highlight there, Blank. Mike Tyson in his prime, not the losing to Logan Paul.
Exactly.
There's a throw.
Yeah, luckily the ear of the mole is not so easy to get to there for Naked, but it did look like he finished him off pretty damn quickly. But Naked, he plays mole quite a bit, but to be honest with you, I don't know if that really has too much of an effect on how well you are at punching on the moment, Krill.
Well, clearly it didn't hurt. It
is true.
Like, objectively. But that means that, taking a look here, it's melee creeps with the first pick, which means LARP Lords deferred their decision here. So a lot of teams preferring to get 2 high tier picks rather than the number 1. And to me, it just makes me wonder here, based on hero power that we've seen, does it mean, once again, Sinclair ban coming in from LARP Lords? I feel like the answer is yes, Dan. Yeah,
I think so too. I think, especially if you're melee creeps, you're going to want to try to just like, you're going to think more about, okay, well, what's fundamentally like really good? Well, to be fair, like Kelvin is like really high pro, especially in this region, more so than in NA. So I could see how Kelvin's perceived as like S tier and you want to get rid of him, because that's how I think you should ban if you're melee creeps.
I think if you're looking at LARP Lords now, I would ban away the Sinclair, personally. I think in NA, they've been much less willing to allow it to come through, in my opinion. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Sinclair ban coming through off the back of that. But it is a good play from melee creeps to get rid of the Kelvin, because it forces LARP Lords to have to ban the Sinclair.
Now for melee creeps, and this kind of goes into how they're viewing the meta right now. What is your number 1 pick? In recent times in NA, a lot of times people would prioritize a playmaker. Notably, you would get Holiday in here. Maybe you would get Mirage, because Mirage is also generally pretty highly valued, especially in 3 lane. Or do you take a page out of EU and what we just saw, and do you focus and get a Calico early, or even a Yamato early, with how ridiculous Yamato has been, particularly in middle lane? But instead they go Mirage, the tried and true, Dan.
Yeah, Mirage has so much power on the lanes, and again, anything that's like really good on lane early that can help you win lanes is super valuable in 3-lane version of this game. So it makes a lot of sense to get that online. But like you guys are saying, you know, the LARP Lords get the two picks here, so they get to kind of craft like the core of their comp and get the most high priority stuff right away. But the question is, like, there's a lot of different styles that teams have been running. Like we saw the high pressure style from OneWin. We've seen more tanky style from VP, but we've got the Viscous, which I forgot Viscous is in the game, so that's cool.
Yeah.
It's just really good. It's just like just one of those heroes that just disappeared.
I wasn't expecting the Viscous first pick though, Blank, in this case. Even though, I mean, sometimes it happens in NA, and I think it's happened a little bit recently, but still.
Yeah, it's not the most prevalent of first picks that we usually see for any team. I mean, you do take it away from Gibbs at least, and he's damn good on the Viscous anyway. Vindictor as well on the second pick. I kind of get it. But yeah, not the picks I would go for. I mean, you're opening up Wraith for melee creeps here, in my opinion.
Well, not even Wraith. I mean, you think about what we've seen even from the EU end here. You could just come in with an absolutely devastating combo of getting Calico Bebop or Calico Holiday, or you have your option of Calico plus Playmaker, effectively. Whatever you want on the table. Maybe they go for it, maybe not. Or Yamato. Yeah, I honestly think Yamato got undervalued in EU, where Yamato was so clearly good and yet wasn't getting picked in the first half of the draft. I like the early Yamato pick here, and you can even get the Calico on top of it. That's going to be devastating for LARP Lords to deal with, Dan, should they go that route.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they go Mo, because they do like, call sheets on a Mo and like getting that kind of guaranteed combo for Yamato. I don't know that you would prioritize it that highly, but we'll see what they do, because I otherwise do agree with what you're saying. But sometimes teams really lean into their preferences. And in an A, another thing that we see in an A, that we don't see in EU is a Lash. And Lash is pretty good now.
Yeah, I think pulling the Lash out for melee creeps, honestly, a good idea. Low main on that side, incredible. Probably some of the best movement I've seen on a Lash before. Some of his ults are hit and miss, but in terms of the actual movement and the playmaking ability, he is one of the best. So I think that's not a bad pick up for melee creeps. I did agree with you on your Mo pick, but I think that you take the Mo, you combo that with Mirage, Yamato. That's a lot of damage going through, but it also prevents Larplot from picking up a Mo and shutting down Yamato in the process. So I can definitely follow your thinking there.
I would still like to see the Paradox ban here, personally, going in here, because you picked Holiday. Well, actually, I don't know if you need to, though, now I think, because you have the Lash. Like, you don't necessarily need it. I mean, Melee Creeps has run Paradox Lash before, and it wouldn't be bad, but maybe this is where you target potential frontliners that would go instead, because if the Lash wasn't picked, absolutely, but
I guess I'll wait
Ivy.
here.
No one gets a support here, Dan. At least of the traditional supports people like.
Yeah. No, but we had like great insight from Zenon too, where he's saying like, hey, there's so much farm on the map right now that you can just try to just play these like off support heroes that scale better into late game or have more utility. So that could make sense too. But it is interesting because the double playmate, or rather the double initiator, like if it's one win, one win showed us, hey, we have a style where we max out initiators, we max out playmakers, and then that just fits into the strategy of how we play the map. So that would make sense, but most teams try to play more rounded, generally speaking, and so we get the pocket bans. Yeah, I guess we don't have any like mega playmakers yet on LARP Lords, so I could see why that would be the case. But Calico is still available. I feel like Calico is definitely. I feel like Calico makes sense. Whether it happens or not, I don't know.
Right now, it's a triple support pick, right? Let's put it that way. So I think for LARP Lords, they need a Calico. Okay. Yeah, they need something as a front line. For melee creeps, though, it's a weird one now with Ivy, Kelvin banned, Vindicta, Viscous off the table. You kind of have to go aggressive here. I imagine a Paradox is likely to be picked up, and then maybe some more consistent damage or a front line. But yeah,
the Mo in there.
Yeah,
Wraith exists. Wraith exists. People.
I know Wraith exists. I know Wraith exists. It's a difficult toss-up though, because you already got Mirage, you've already got Flash, you've already got Yamato. It's a weird.
Got your back.
Okay, Mo. I mean, for Cool Cheese picking that up, I mean, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Also, the fact is that throughout many teams in many scenarios, we've just seen the natural synergy that Mo and Yamato have. Or it's actually a 2-for-1 because A, Mo is one of the best characters at actually shutting a Yamato down at times, and then B, Mo is one of the best characters at serving food up to Yamato on a buffet. So, I mean, in general, if you have Yamato picking up Mo, honestly, pretty high value to your draft later on. I just wonder what the support situation will look like. I think right now teams have kind of shifted to the idea of if you don't get a Kelvin or an Ivy, you're okay just not running a traditional support and then running, even something like an Abrams or a Mo more in that role. I
don't know what Axe is going to play though. That's my only curiosity here for melee creeps, because he doesn't have Ivy, he doesn't have Kelvin. I'm just curious what he's going to default over towards, because he is a very good Ivy player. He creates a lot of space towards that mid game. But yeah, I'm not sure what melee creeps is going to do for the last pick, or what Axe is going to be playing in general.
No one builds an empire without sacrifice.
By Wraith.
So you get the Wraith there. I don't think melee creeps were going to go for it too, because I guess they would probably play Poshy Pops onto the Mirage maybe. Okay, rounding out. So Bebop is available still. Do they want to get a Bebop? I mean,
maybe an Abrams.
Well, also, it's LARP Lords. They could go McGinnis, of course.
Oh, right.
He's no naked. I mean, naked even understands this, man.
But it's still naked. It's still signature hero. They're here for fun. Well, okay. Here's something that has to be said. What is the absolute state of McGinnis when not even naked will pick McGinnis, nor will anyone try to deny McGinnis from naked? I feel like there's a bigger overarching statement on the viability of McGinnis being made when the ultimate McGinnis at 1.1 trick says, nah, even for me, it's over. Like, oof.
We had a conversation before, and he's like, yeah, as the McGinnis mate, she is not in a good spot. So as soon as I heard that, I never picked her again. I like that pick. Last pick from melee creeps, picking up a lady, guys. I think that overall, this is a little bit of a... Honestly, both comps are really strong. I'm actually not sure of which favor I'll go through. Bless you, by the way.
Thank you.
I mean, when I look at both of them, I kind of feel like, not that Melee Creep's comp is like weak in the early and mid game, but I feel like LARP Lords, especially with the Viscous, Vindicta, Holiday, like even Calico, I think like shows disproportionate power early on. LARP Lords is the team here that has to make something happen in the first, 8 to 15 minutes of the game. And if they don't, I think it gets progressively worse and worse because of the ticking time bomb that's going to be the Abato just growing in power, right? That to me is the framework of this game.
I think you're absolutely right. It's like Melee Creeps do have a ticking time bomb of the team. Curious to see no Paradox either. No one actually chose the picker at all. But I think both teams equally do have some strong playmakers, being the Lash and the Mo and Crow kind of filling that role already for Melee Creeps, as well as the Holiday, potentially the Viscous there for LARP Lords. But overall, two very, very interesting comps. But you're right, LARP Lords have to get something online nice and early.
I know that Melee Creeps, in the times that they picked Geist before, they tend, on this 3-line setup, they tend to play Geist in mid, and they just like have Geist like ensure that their mid guardian like never goes down, and Geist kind of just like farms around whilst the rest of the team does other stuff. That's kind of how they've played it like in the past. It was a little while ago, but we'll see how that dynamic kind of plays out here. But I feel like, yeah, for both teams, the lineups like kind of fairly balanced. You got a bit of everything.
Damn. You got a little props there.
You what?
Your check is cleared to the Abrams player. I'm not sure who's on Abrams for LARP Lords, but you know what? They got it in.
Nice.
One thing, okay, here's the interesting thing to me, especially after what we just saw in EU. Maybe they didn't practice that way, but you've put Yamato in left. Please, just put Yamato into the middle. Abuse it while you can before it's gone. That's all I gotta say.
I think if you were looking at what ABL was able to pull off in that mid lane, yeah, you absolutely do want to pop him there. Already straight away been hit with a charge from Scout from LARP Lords, which does chunk the HP quite a little bit. This is a bit of a terrifying lane though. Yamato into Mirage has a lot of staying power, and if you want to take an extended fight there with Mirage and Yamato, you're likely going to lose that one.
I don't think it's a great lane at all. I think this is a lane that I think the salvation for LARP Lords is the fact that you have Holiday and Calico in middle, and if they don't, at least as long as they keep it even, I think you might see an early rotation for the 3-lane map and creating some trouble here for Mirage Yamato, because they're also two of the heroes that you want to keep down in this situation, Blank, right? So for me, I'm looking at these lanes, I'm just wondering, what does this mean for middle lane rotations?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, having Cool Cheese on, surprisingly, on the Lash is good towards middle. To have him rotate around, but not if he's going down early like that, DP. That is not good news whatsoever. It is Axe on the Mo and Krill as well, so I was curious to see what he was playing this game, but still taking that supportive role for them. I do like that early charge coming from Scout though, because it has sort of shut down a lot of that aggressive potential that Yamato has early on. She's having to heal up a little bit there. I'm not sure if she's picked up Resto shot early, but I would expect that is what she would be going for.
It's an interesting dynamic here so far. I think the upside here for LARP Lords is the fact that you get the early kill in the middle. You set a little bit more of the tone there. And again, I'm just really dialed into when do Lord NM or DMB leave lane. I think what's going to happen is DMB is going to be one that stays in lane, and it's going to be Lord NM that's more flanking. But already, Viscous nearly going down. Oh boy. Naked just barely getting out of the fire in that one.
Yeah, Naked left bare versus the Mo and Krill, like a ton of damage coming through nice and early on. Not a single item picked up either, but it is the Divine Barrier first pick. That is going to be a frustrating Mo and Krill to play against in this lane already. I think Naked picked himself up a healing right, so should be able to get back into the game nicely. But yeah, Cool Cheese going down early on the Lash is very, very rough indeed. It does cause problems for this lane because you ideally want your Lash to be doing quite well, especially as you were talking about earlier, ZP. Having a strong Lash in the mid lane is lovely, but not one who's already taking this much damage.
Also, for a character whose lore tries to project like a sense of dominance, this is the least dominant like early pick item you can get for a Lash, where it's like, I died early, rejuvenating locket. You gotta stay alive, I suppose, but if he had just a little bit more damage items there, he actually would have, I think, would have killed Lord NM. It was close, but also may have died. catch if you use the locket or not. But anytime you have to go barrier or locket or otherwise first, usually means on some level you're getting pushed back a little bit in lane, even if you would get that item anyways.
Yeah, it's a sign of cowardice, right? That's what the locket is, man. Not to say that it isn't an amazing item, but look, man, I want to see hollow point wards in my lane. That's the true brave item. But yeah, Lord and M going very, very low. It's nice to see. Honestly, that at least Cool Cheese as well as Low Main is still having impact in that lane, but with Cool Cheese still being on 2k, it is fairly rough. And Lord and M's already picked up ult now, so the lasso could be used in a separate lane. Pushing pop does go down, and you know what? Larplords is not having the worst time here in the early game.
No, and that's unassisted. I mean, look, I don't think an Abrams Vindicta lane is necessarily weak, but on paper, I would expect the Mirage Yamato lane to have a bit of an edge. So the fact that they're doing well in the lane without calling for help from Lord NM to bring the lasso to town, actually quite huge for LARP Lord so far.
Yeah, it is impressive. It's definitely impressive, to say the least. So already starting off well. The pseudo curse comes through, forces around the side. Lone Main will be able to get a nice arrow off. He's lucky he's got the return to shadows. Cool Cheese comes through with the slam, and that will be initial pick off. Lasso comes through for Cool Cheese. That's a good amount of damage. One barrel will do it, but forces the all out of him here, ZP.
Still goes down and then not quite enough to finish off, but the point blank owl, you love to see it. It's actually, it's so funny how alt usage has kind of evolved for Talon players, where that was always a thing to an extent, but I feel like it's been more in the last month of play, both in competitive and just like in games where Talons just realized, I'm just gonna send this owl in your face, and there's not like, you're not gonna be able to do much about it. Like this is just what's happening in the moment.
No aim required. You just release it from the satchel. That's it.
It's like, did he just unleash an owl? Oh God, yep, here it comes. And it does result in DMB dying, but nearly just took him out outright.
Yeah, just straight up pulling the pin on the owl as soon as it comes out, which is nice to see. Cool Cheese taking a fair bit of damage there already in this lane. So it's good to see Lord and M as well as DMB still having fairly decent control. And they are putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane Guardian. As we know, that is an important pick off in the early game. And right now, Cool Cheese as well as Low Main, they're somewhat keeping up. And I mean, Low Main's definitely hitting some nasty arrows here, but it is been given back and forth. And with the locket as well here for DMB, he has still that staying power in lane to continue to pressure this Guardian down, which is great right now for LARP Lords.
We've just gone from Llama Lords to LARP Lords. Like every time I see the LL, like I'm just happy that it's not a 6-letter L name that's not Llama, because I would be in pain. The 4 letters saves me. Just a little bit.
I have been now and again almost calling them Llama Lords. I'm not gonna lie.
No, same. But it's just, that's what I'm saying. Like I've only been saved by the 4 letters. But also, speaking of saving, things potentially getting a little spicy off here in the middle.
Yeah, I mean,
so this one.
It's a difficult lane right now for Cool Cheese as well as Low Main. I mean, already both the Holiday as well as Calico, they've got a ton of Spirit Armor. Return to Shadow goes through, ton of damage through to the Guardian just to force this one out. And I mean fair play, because both Holiday as well as that Calico, you said it early, ZP, they want to start roaming, they want to start taking up your jungle. Here comes Do on the Wraith through towards melee creeps, trying to get some good damage done, but that is a nasty swipe on the heal as well. The Siphon doing a huge amount of damage, so great job from Sire there.
Yeah, and I think back to middle, the reason why they pushed when they did, Death Slam was about to be back up. They actually found the tiny timing window to push middle before Cool Cheese could Death Slam. And oh, close from Sire, not quite enough. Lasso though in, grabs Low Main, and then you see the rejuvenating locket just come on in. It's gonna be enough to save Low Main though. Low Main a little bit air dashing back over, gets DMB, forces Holiday back out. It's the power of your rejuvenating locket early on.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's a great bait tool, honestly. And it's really starting to get more and more in favor. Not only that, but just the base stats it gives as well. And yeah, they should find Lord NM here. I think it's very unlikely he gets out.
There's like something out of a TV drama where the character waits outside the door to ambush someone with some legal documents. So it wasn't legal documents. It was just Lash, you know?
He does impersonate Seth Rogen quite well, to be fair. But at the moment, for both Lord and M as well as DMB, that was a good start for them, right? It was a great start for them to start taking jungle, for low main as well as Cool Cheese to sort of get a little bit of control back over that lane. Now it forces DMB as well as Lord and M to secure themselves around that mid lane a little bit more, because there's a high potential that they should be able to take that Guardian back, whilst everyone else is somewhat locked down in their lanes around the rest of the map.
Larplord's now committing 3 over to the right. This is a full-on push for Guardian play. Just a Geist on defense, and I don't know. This is going to go well for the guys here. There's no swap, so yeah, telekinesis just to make sure. I don't know if they... maybe they looked and thought swap was still up for the Geist, but a little bit overkill there.
It seemed unnecessary. It seemed very, very unnecessary.
It's like you have 20 HP and 3 heroes around you. Telekinesis.
I'm gonna think him to death. I think for low main, I mean, Cool Cheese already picking up slowing Hex. He kind of understands that there's a lot of movement characters over on Larplords, and he's trying to shut down DMB as much as possible. Guys comes back in. There is an ult from the Abrams to get back out with fairly minimal casualties. In comes the Owl, though.
Nothing like a little bit of birds, and okay, suddenly almost into the danger zone for getting chunked down by assassinates. So Saya, came in off the rip, forced back a little bit towards the end. First turn of the game up, as well as mid buffs. Again, consumed there by Lord NM, as if Holiday needed more mobility.
But it's nice to have. In comes another lasso. Should be able to pick up Saya fairly easily, and that scout taking down AVG as well. Larplords are actually putting on pretty damn good shows, CP, so far.
I would never write out
Guardians.
I would never write out melee creeps because they're a very good team that have come back from worse. But I do think it's kind of funny if Larplords wins this, given that their team will be different next week because they had subs. But you always wonder about the team building drama of like, wait, our sub team beat, who made people consider to be still potentially the #1 team in NA? Why aren't we just doing this?
Guys, we actually don't need you back next week.
Yeah, well, we're a long ways away from that, but Naked right now looking for the quick earn turn and telekinesis out, forces out shadow transformation here by Pashipop. Pashipop, see if they can stay alive, get a little bit of life drain in, but still 200 HP under the gun. Getting chased down and cannot make it into the subway in time.
Great loop-de-loop coming through from Do as well. Actually gets out unscathed, really baiting out the Yamato through the veil there. Naked just trying to help the rest of the teams. That's Cool Cheese as well as Pop going down in that fight, trade out for Lord NM, but they will pick up an earn in the process. So overall, a net positive for them. The lane pushing over towards the left side as well. They should be able to pick up this Guardian. No one's really around to defend it.
Yeah, I mean, Larplord's also staying ahead as far as Guardians go at the moment. Most importantly, maintaining their middle Guardian advantage, where if you've kind of noticed, by the way, DMB for the most part has not strayed ultra far from middle. For the most part, there's a key directive that when you have middle Guardian, you never give up middle Guardian for free if you can help it. It protects too much of the map.
Yeah, I think for middle Guardian, like you say, it just prevents the enemy squad from getting into your jungle, which is the most dangerous thing ever, because most of the camps directly to the left and right of the middle Guardian are some of the most impressive ones. Very hard to hit that puddle punch actually within the teleport to force them out, but tries anyway. Naked will opt to just let him go as they head back over towards their Guardian on the right hand side.
I feel like every time we swap for this, I just see Saya just getting a beating, staying alive with life drain, still a swap, looking for the swap target here and now, looking, lands it onto the Viscous, and buys enough time for reinforcements to come in. Naked, no way out, so Saya just buying time in just enough spades to set the rest of his team. Axe in, combo on the scout, drops a mid-sized bag as melee creeps find pickoffs across the map right now, Blank.
I do enjoy the fact that Saya just got out only to get lassoed once again. CIZ is down. And Lord NM will try and keep up here. Cool Cheese looking for another slam off the top side, but will instead just try and get out a little bit. A lot of damage going through to the Guardian. I don't think Lord NM can challenge this by himself. He doesn't really have teammates just yet. Abrams is heading back over. But I think Axe as well as Cool Cheese have just opted to give this one up and retreat back over towards their Walker.
So this is a stage 1 warning for Larplords, but things are relatively even. But when you look at the economy allocation, Blank, you look at Pashipop and how you have to. Okay, well, you look at Pashy Pop and you kill Pashy Pop, so maybe that hurts. What I'm saying is that you should be afraid of Pashy Pop getting ahead. That clearly you are when you just rush in and kill Pashy Pop.
And he lost a 2K bag. He was on 14K, on 12K now. That is really rough for Melee Creeps, and that swings it 77K to 68.
It's a huge pickoff.
I'd be sad about that one. I'd be real sad about that one.
Yeah, nothing like losing a big bag to. Oh my word! DMB just down. I mean, Lo Mein didn't get the killing blow, but that was mostly all Lo Mein, just cold as ice. Finds the arrow, sets up for the free conversion right thereafter. So Melee Creeps finding a little bit to be happy about even after that 2K swing.
Yeah, I mean, for Melee Creeps, it does hurt, though, right? I mean, losing a lot of value off your high impact character like a Yamato does suck, but it's certainly not unrecoverable right now for Melee Creeps. Saya does come in. I don't think Saya should have ult up just yet, so they can force this one. Telekinesis goes through. Will be hard to find Cool Cheese on this one. Saya incredibly low here, ZP.
It's never gonna work out.
Saya's just been the 1 versus 3 challenge. I feel like the last 3 or 4 engagements we've seen, and it hasn't necessarily turned out bad overall for Melee Creeps. Like, they've gotten good trades off it, and they're getting things on the map while Saya is distracting. Like, it's sort of a weird thing to observe here, Blank, because like Saya has been a punching bag, but it's been a punching bag that's given Pashy Pop more time to farm and opened up the map for Melee Creeps, even if Saya dies in the end. So it's been an interesting dynamic to watch.
I mean, Saya actually still being on 13k souls is rather impressive, to be honest. I would have thought you'd be a lot lower right now, but that's just not the case. And you're right, he is delaying quite a bit. It looked fairly disastrous beforehand, but now the soul lead really isn't there as much. Naked once again going for another earned hand in, but there is a Mirage as well as Cool Cheese waiting. Does have Death Slam available, so it's a little bit of a dangerous hand in here for Naked, but getting ready for this fight going forward. No lasso, telekinesis just about to be up, no return to shadows, so it is risky.
Being down lasso and return the shadows makes turning this in rough. Like, I think at the very minimum, you need the stall until those ultimates are back out. If you go in right the second, it's bad. Also, oh, wait, he dropped the urn back up there, has to go back and climb. I don't think anyone else is coming in after it, but still. Sending a bit of a message. I actually think that was a pre-owl there, Blank, expecting him to go for the turn-in.
Yeah, it was somewhat of a delay. And again, this was a great response coming from Melee Creeps. They realized that they're buying time, so instead you do see AVG take mid Guardian. That's going to open up a lot of space right now for Melee Creeps. Scout picks off Saya once again, who is currently public enemy #1 for LARP Lords.
Naked, meanwhile, still looking for a way in. The problem is that you still have Cool Cheese lurking. Cool Cheese has Death Slam ready to go. Yeah, you could drop it and then do a quick Q, but it's still an awkward situation to fight in when you know the Death Slam is lurking. But here off to the side, Death Slam coming on in, grabs the Wraith. The follow through, is it going to be there? They get down due, but they lose Axe in the process. 1 for 1 here so far. Take a look at Scout, meleeing away, Fleetfoot cancel, off to the side, 300 HP, getting chased down right now by a very, very healthy Amato. Coming in over the top is Pashy Pop. Timur though going down for Melee Creeps, so LARP Lords winning this in the ground while Pashy Pop went to the ceiling and ends up getting pummeled by Lord NM at the end.
I mean, great fight for LARP Lords. Naked just crushing bodies against the wall versus Melee Creeps. That's a 4 for 2. A beautiful trade coming through for LARP Lords. A lot of jungle to be had on this side of the map as well to remove away from Melee Creeps. It's a fantastic timing for them. So a lot of those Sinner sacrifices available, and they just spawn as well, the double.
So while we see some of the farm gang, Eden and Melee Creeps licking their wounds, kind of defer to Dan here for a moment. I mean, we just saw a pretty big team fight go the way of LARP Lords, and they were able to avoid the worst of the Amato. What are you seeing right now?
Yeah, I think Melee Creeps, I feel like they have the edge in terms of the macro game. Obviously, they didn't come away very well out of the early laning phase, as you might expect. And then, but going into the mid game, they started to do a bit better because the macro starts to come online. But losing that fight kind of like resets them again and gives LARP Lords a good opening. In the meantime, Saya has actually managed to recover a lot of souls playing independently to try to recover farm. Again, speaks to the strength of the macro, but they're still behind. So they need to be able to find a way to get Saya into these fights so that they can actually find a way to not lose the team fights here as well, because if LARP Lords can just win the team fights, your macro doesn't matter at that point. So So melee creeps just need to find a bit of a better engage on some of those objectives.
Dan, you've done it. What we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast. You've christened the LARP Lords as the Llama Lords. You do. You two cannot evade the curse.
Oh my god, I didn't realize. I'm using myself.
Well, regardless here, Blank, LARP Lords nursing a small lead at the moment. Allocation-wise, have done a pretty good job of keeping Pashi Pop in check too. They're not at risk of getting run down by an overfarmed Yamato, so no, a lot is going well for them, even though melee creeps now are being a little bit more aggressive in the amount of jungle that they're trying to take.
I think for right now, I think it's a good thing they're placing a lot of stock into Sire. Return to Shadow is available, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get him away. Oh, the juke is crazy. I don't think he should survive this, though. A good attempt, though. I'll give him that. Yeah, it's nice that they're investing a lot into Sire, because the stronger he gets, the more of a strong frontliner he becomes.
Uh-oh. He may be traveling, but this ball's a-rolling. AVG right now looking for any way out. Uses the high ground to get out of danger zone. The ball still finds its way up there. The puddle punch from Naked, right where the sun don't shine. Enough to quickly finish off that one. LARP Lords maintaining the edge for now. Walker pressure into LARP Lords territory. Answered here by melee creeps. Death Slam. Ooh. Abrams getting a piece of it. 300 HP. Backs out just in time. However, Walker looks to be okay for now.
There's a gorgeous amount of damage, though, done just purely from that slam. Real dunk that came through. Will pick off Cool Cheese as well, so what a defense coming through from Scout there. More like the Vanguard in this situation, to be quite frank with you. That feels bad. Let's try get the corner boost again. Hit your head. Yeah, this is embarrassing now. Let's cut away. Let's cut away from this.
Do not keep the camera on me after I've made movement-related errors.
Oh, dear me.
Well, you do have the rotation from LARP Lords now onto the left Walker. As Abrams getting up close and personal. Just a punch to the face in the alley. Shadow transformation used. Pashi Pop looking for a little bit of space. I mean, there's only so much damage you can take. Yamato or no. It's not quite raid boss mode yet. See how this works out. Down. Pashi Pop having to be a little bit more pass on the Yamato, and DMB says, no. Let's fight. Your Shadow transformation is down. Goes over and in. Gets backed up, though, by Cool Cheese, creating space for the Yamato. X meanwhile getting caught. LARP Lords still over and in. See Holiday right now getting out to the back of the head. His melee creep still trying to make this one work. Cool Cheese, though, caught.
The pre-setup on the bounce pad as well, dude. There's no way. Another slam into the wall, and Scout finds another, and melee creeps. This is looking real dangerous for them.
That was genuinely one of the more chaotic fights of all, because it was just like all cuts in like a 2-centimeter alley.
Yeah.
But, you know, you had the bounce pad, as you mentioned there, for a little bit of disruption, and hey, I mean, LARP Lords run away with it, and now you have to be wondering here, are we actually entering upset territory? 20K at 22 minutes, nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, right now, this is a very, very strong performance, and there is no reason why they couldn't take mid-boss here. They still have Abrams up and available, so that ult should be able to secure this one. Still 6 seconds on Pashi Pop, and really the most dangerous thing right now would be that Shadow transformation for the inbuilt Unstoppable to go for the rejuve. I genuinely think they can take this for free.
Well, they invest a Seismic Slam just to be sure. At this point, the worst case scenario for LARP Lords would be an unexpected steal, because of the 20K difference, a steal would probably be enough to even out. Now, though, they're going to be able to contest Earn Fight with Rejuvenator, which, you know, really is not a fight you want to take as a team without Rejuvenator, right? So you're going to give LARP Lords preference here. You're going to try and defend back at your side if you can. I think that's actually the saving grace, is the fact that the turn-in is not great for LARP Lords.
But it is optimal for where they want to go, right? I mean, that's the final walker that they need to take, and it is in earned territory. They're going to push this lane all the way in. Luckily, the Mirage is still up on melee creep side with Traveler in pocket, so should be able to hold on towards this lane, and if he needs to get over towards helping the rest of his team, that is a possibility. Yeah, only Seismic Slam being down here, this is a perfect time for LARP Lords to potentially take a fight, but this is where melee creeps really need to show their gusto, right? They need to be able to redeem themselves versus the LARP Lords, because this is not the expected result at all.
Honestly, I think the ideal right now for melee creeps would be to get a sneaky Mo pick. Like, rather than fighting directly turn-in, if they can just take advantage of the fact that it's a 3-lane map. The jungle is a little bit harder to parse through. Just catch someone with a Mo pick and then go in 65 earn fight. That's like their ultimate dream scenario. I think what's probably going to end up happening, though, is just hoping that Cool Cheese gets a good death slam based on how they're positioning.
Yeah, pretty much. I think if Cool Cheese can get a nice death slam here, it would be ideal. There's still the availability for dudes to just card out. Naked could even pop a cube on someone if necessary. And there is Return to Shadow, so there's a lot of possibilities to get out of Cool Cheese's death slam. I think that's one of the scary things for them. But they have delayed quite a bit here. Rejuvenator should be coming towards an end fairly shortly, so if there's any time to go, it is now.
Goes on to the Calico. I mean, the thing is that you would expect DMB to get out here, so it's just poke damage from Cool Cheese. Comes at a risk. He's able to get away now. Look at the Vindicta has Death Slam. Is it tasty enough to go for? And the answer is no. Does not want to get immediately assassinated. So Cool Cheese now in a rough spot because any Death Slam attempt could just be met by Assassinate.
Yeah, and again, it's a preemptive owl that comes through, so Larkblood's really delaying this one out. Great Warp Stone into the damage, but that's a massive Death Slam.
It's not bad at all. Death Slam comes in, sets a Pashi Pop for a quick 2. Feeding the Amato, still in Shadow Transformation. 3 now so far. Low main landed a great arrow right on top of it, and LARP Lords are getting slammed off the Cool Cheese initiation from Cool Cheese, where, blank, he really had the work to find that one too.
Yeah, I think because they thought that they chunked Cool Cheese beforehand, by the time he would come in and try and go for Death Slam, he would be too low, but very quick decision there from Cool Cheese to quickly head back to base with speed boost, get healed up, and then come straight back in. So I think LARP Lords, they thought the time was right. It really was not.
152, the 163k, and off this urn here, they could fully even things out. The problem is they're going to have to delay this urn for a while, right? You think about what they had to use to win the fight. You don't try and turn this urn in until Death Slam is back online. Pure and simple, especially given the open nature of it. And if you're LARP Lords too, as you're setting up for this, you know you have that much time as a buffer as a minimum.
Yeah, I think for at this moment in time, it's a struggle because you don't have a Mo and Krill for a pick-off like melee groups do, but realistically with Death Slam being down, this is the ideal moment to be finding a pick through to melee creeps. So it looks like right now LARP Lords are a little bit more interested in just clearing out their jungle, which is fair enough to make sure you stay on top of those Sinner sacrifices. A little bit of damage done. I think that was telekinesis uses that as well, so nothing found off the back of that. Traveler invested with Poshi Pop as well as AVG coming through, but there is a fight happening on the other side of the map here, ZP.
It's all hands on deck, and you just see the slamming coming in from Naked on the goo ball. Works together with Scout. Early pickoff. Here comes the Owl, though, from afar. Who's low main looking for right now? Late to the fight. Dew is down. Both teams down 1. Saya entering over at end. A little bit of Warpstone looking for Sizlucky on the other side. Sees the Abrams behind. Fight very split up right now. Blank. Where people are fighting. Abrams right now. A little bit fisticuffs, and Geist takes those fights and wins those fights.
Yeah, I love this build that you play over on Geist these days. I think a lot of people are like gravitating towards it more, where it's more in that gun build category, using Malice a lot more aggressively for that damage boost, and the Headhunter on top of it is just disgusting. Luckily, at least LARP Lords do get Lord and M on the urn, and we'll be able to take it away from Hand-In. So although it's a 2-for-2 trade, I think melee creeps would have loved to got urn off the back of that one. Instead, it is just dropped far, far away from the turn-in. Still not quite evened up just yet, but melee creeps look fantastic in these fights so far. Low main's been sending out some pretty damn good owls, which have been disorientating LARP Lords so far, but Dew's just not found a huge amount of value off of these telekinesis just yet. I think DMB is not long for this world.
Return the Shadow. You can never count the Calco out. Oh, God! oh,
Return
boy.
to base, more like.
Yeah, especially with the Owl there. It's like, all right, I'm going to use Death Slam. She's probably dead. Hello? Tactical command? Yep. Send the drone.
Clear.
Oh, Lord. I mean, like, I think that also says something a little bit about how hard Calico is to kill, where sometimes you just got to be sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the confirmation play sometimes required here. Mid boss up in 50 seconds, so fairly close to that one coming back online. where LARP Lords and Melee Creeps will likely look for a little bit of a team fight or to force something. Already Urn is in play for LARP Lords on the side of Naked, taking that one all the way back to base currently. But this is giving a bit more time for Melee Creeps to absorb some jungle of their own, and on the side of LARP Lords, no less. With one player going down early there, and they have no idea. It's all been snuck out from underneath their noses.
Well, also, while they're playing with the Urn, I mean, you see the jungle invades going on right now. Melee Creeps is just picking at the lead bit by bit. And I think the longer this goes in late game, as we said at the beginning, the better it is for Melee Creeps. So at this point, I feel like the edge LARP Lords have had, it's gone away in more ways than just the aggregate. Just the game state, they need to be further ahead than where they're at right now, Blank.
Yeah, it started off so well, right? It comes a lasso, though, to try and kidnap Saya. Maybe not the best of targets. Even locked down, but good. Instant damage. It was very close there, CP. Damn.
It was just a well-timed charge by Scout. Scout timed that point where they'd have just enough burst to not get swapped. So Saya goes down relatively cleanly. LARP Lords with an opportunity as the rolling ball of doom make it just terrifying. Melee Creeps this entire game. Meanwhile, a lot of the action going down in mid lane right now. Scout finds another on the AVG. They're giving up the Urn turn in, but they're giving up picks a turn, and giving up picks means they might be giving up mid boss now, Blank.
Yeah, DMB going to continue with his tirade over towards the other side of the map. Poochie should go down here with a quick ethereal shift, get himself in play. Will go to the air into return to Shadows. That keeps low main in play for a little bit too long, and the telekinesis comes through. The lift and deny.
Big bag. Double big bag. There's just bags all over the place. Like it's been made to rain. And surely you go mid boss off of this, where you think about how part of this took down. Melee Creeps prioritize turning in Urn. You have your Yamato out of the fight turning in Urn, while middle lane is just getting slammed. You get staggered pickoffs, and now you've likely given up Rejuve. I mean, okay, Pashipop might be looking. He's going for the Shadow Transformation. Surely doesn't get their time. Goes for the grapple. Scout gets it, but that was far closer than it should have been.
Yeah, that was terrifying. That's why you never try and stand directly on the point versus a Yamato. But I don't think they even thought that Pashipop would be able to get there in time. You can respect the play, right? I mean, for Naked, he goes for the Urn hand in. He is playing support Viscous, so he's not as integral to the team as maybe Pashipop is. Yes, Pashipop wins the fight out there and forces Naked off the Urn hand in. Will get the Urn in process, but they lose their heaviest damage dealer on the side of Melee Creeps in what was an essential fight. Great cube into the punch to get DMB back to safety.
Now, it was the unstoppable Mo coming on in, answered by the cube, as Mo just tried to enrage PETA all the while, but returned the Shadow, looking for Saya. Kaboom! Finds him on the top end. 3 down now for Melee Creep, still waiting for Pashipop on the respawn off the attempted steal. And LARP Lords right now looking to do devastating damage to the base, getting the shrines down. They could be looking for first stage patron now.
Yeah, some really rough staggers as well coming through on the side of Melee Creeps. I mean, if they really want to go in this, they're going to stagger even more. Pashipop with an early invest into the Shadow Transformation. Good damage done towards that backline now, with CIZ going down on the Vindictor to Axe, who is causing misery towards that backside of the LARP Lords. They will get the patron, but now it's likely the time to leave.
Melee Creeps on the verge of getting knocked out in our best of one challenger match. Of course, both teams playing for the right to go against our new champions in NA, B&B, for $1,000 on the line. But this result so far, Blank, not something a lot of people expected. LARP Lords filling in last minute with substitutions, taking it to what many people consider to be still perhaps the best team in North America.
Oh, and I love it as well because, you know, this was a very nice favor coming through from LARP Lords to come in kind of last minute as well and field a competitive roster. And it's more competitive than we could have hoped for here, ZP. Melee Creeps not having the best of times versus LARP Lords so far. And I think it has been a lot around just running circles around Melee Creeps. So you know what? During this Urn handing, I don't think there's all too much happening. Let's bring in Dan for a little bit of a thought of what's gone on so far and what's gone wrong for Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I was expecting like I was saying, the macro to kind of pick up for Melee Creeps, but as they started to get behind and lose some of those team fights, LARP Lords actually started to increase their pressure across the map. And they did so in like a really effective way. And I think a lot of credit to both Scout and Slugfest. Actually, Slugfest is like a part of basically, in fact, you can even say right now, 21 assists, basically a part of like all of the fights. So always very present, supporting and creating like, you know, getting good stakes, getting really good damage, and like good positioning to deaths, which suggests that, yeah, playing Vindicta correctly. And then Scout as well. Scout's being like really aggressive and just very reminiscent of young Calkin in certain ways in terms of the play on the Abrams. So just after that Urn fight where you guys lost, where I had the last tag in, I feel like Loplos just didn't stop the pressure, and melee creeps just couldn't seem to catch up. They kept trying to farm their way back into the game, but because Loplos are pressuring so heavily, it would mean that melee creeps oftentimes just didn't really have also some of the best like numbers and best rotations into some of the fights. So they're just, you know, Deadlock is often a case of spinning plates, and sometimes the plates come crashing down.
Well, and speaking of plates being spun, what's on the plates right now is the jungle farm that LARP Lords is just devouring away from melee creeps. You look at the rotations on the minimap here, Blank, they know they have map dominance, and they're just adding to their lead where you look at where they're eating the jungle at the moment.
This is a little bit dangerous. I'm pretty sure should get caught out. I like the attempt there on the bounce pad to try and get the stun off. In comes Scout though, and that's a warp stone that gets him out through the rooftops. Lord and M should not have lived there.
How is Lord M alive? Wow, this started. Okay, Lord M is dead, but still a great rotation for LARP Lords, making something out of nothing off the jungle invade. Naked, laying in the damage on the Viscous. Nearly 3k HP Viscous, an absolute terror throughout most of this game. Is doing DMB connect together. Off on the side, melee creeps down 4.
This is how it starts.
They could conceivably push to end here if they wanted, Blank.
Fire comes through, the soul exchange, owl to the face, and Scout will go down. He scouted that one all round. It is an owl straight through in between the eyeballs, but with all players down except from low main, this should be a GG, and respect from Lord and M giving them the kings because they certainly were here in NA, but it all comes crashing down eventually as they're usurped by LARP Lords. Live action role playing, a literal regicide.
LARP Lords do it. They take down the favorites and melee creeps, win the Challengers Best of 1, and move on to the money match versus our new champions of BNB. Let no one tell you that NA is predictable, because no one was coming in with this prediction. Look, I don't even want to look at the channel points here, but I'm going to tell you, Blake, people probably lost their virtual houses on this one. There's no way it wasn't the case.
Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it.
No such thing as a safe channel point bet, but we got to bring back in Dan. Dan, this was exciting to watch. I mean, LARP Lords came in, controlled the early game, and, you know, they never let the Yamato get out of hand the way that we've seen Yamato take over games earlier in the day.
Let's make sure I'm not muted. Yes, it's honestly really impressive from LARP Lords because they created a really good position for themselves by how they were able to win that early game. And then kind of, as I mentioned, I'm like, okay, well, I'm kind of expecting melee creeps to begin to catch up because they weren't too far behind. But as things started to progress, LARP Lords continue to pile on more and more pressure. So they weren't, because sometimes what teams will do is they'll create a lead, but they won't actually leverage the lead correctly. And there are different options that you can go for with leveraging the lead, whether it's, you know, in terms of farm or whether it's in terms of pressure or some mixture of those two things, you know, but you're still converting. And they managed to convert pretty heavily off of continued pressure after that one particular Urn fight where they had to navigate the Death Slam. And that fight was, like, I think a pretty big turning point, because they managed to gain a lot of value off of that. And then again, that was the inflection point where they just ramped up the pressure. It's really cool to see a Scout on the Abrams going very aggressive, creating a lot of initiation. And in terms of, you know, their macro, it was really good. And every time there was like pressure try to be put back on them on the objectives, they responded with just the right number of players. And honestly, given the fact that there's like stand-ins and stuff, it's a little outrageous that they had as much coordination and looked as clean in that way as they did.
You know what? I was going to say a quick point to Blank, but you know what? We're ready for the player of the match here, and we will go into it a little bit more. But Player of the match, this actually one was a little bit hard blank as we were looking to it, but Dan was looking through the nominations, and our player of the match presented by Intel is going to be Scout. And look, I think when you look at how a lot of these fights broke down, it was Scout not only in the front line, getting well-timed stuns, which was the demise of Saya many times, the demise of Poshy Pop. I mean, this was an Abrams that did not become the poverty Abrams meme. It was a rich Abrams throughout most of the game, stayed viable the entire game, and got a lot of early key pickoffs.
Yeah, very debonair to listics in a cardboard box. And I think that, to be honest with you, this was a fantastic game from Scout overall. Really, really fantastic to see. Some very, very well-timed charges as well. And I think that's something that a lot of people tend to look over, I would say, when you're playing Abrams. Yes, they can be devastating, but it's at those right moments, especially versus Saya, where he's able to combo extraordinarily well with the lasso coming through from Lord NM to just completely devastate his HP. Really, really fun game to watch overall.
Yeah, and it's something where, like, we've seen it where if your Abrams is playing well, the Abrams can, like, really kind of shock you and take over the game. And I think we did see that in some respects from Scout, just the participation in a lot of the fights. And we saw it there to some extent, just how impressive you can be bullying Mo, staying on top of the Yamato, like being able to apply that like really close pressure onto the heroes that like want to have some space to work with so that they can do the damage that they are supposed to do. So Scout like proving to be a just very steady pair of hands on the Abrams, which is a really awesome surprise because I didn't know what to expect.
I think everything just kind of went well. I think the other thing where you look at the stats and it doesn't immediately support, but you think about the eye test for disruption in a lot of these fights for a hero that has seemingly fallen off in terms of player preference across most regions of Deadlock right now. I also think you have to give proper props to Naked on the Viscous, where a lot of the setup for Scout and a lot of the setup for some of these pickoffs that DMB or Sizlucky may have finished kind of came from the fact that Naked was getting immense disruption with the goo balls, especially you think to some of those, deep, like, closed in fights that we got where Naked was just bouncing off the walls repeatedly, just crushing people left, right, and center. I mean, it was inordinate Viscous value that really I don't think is completely reflected by the scoreline.
Yeah, I really don't think enough people play the Medivac goo ambulance enough, as well as be able to put out a tremendous amount of damage that Naked was able to do during that fight. You have to be really switched on to play Viscous, I think. And I think Naked makes it look pretty easy during that game. You have to give it to Lord NM, though, right at the end there. How in the world did he get out with that warp zone? It must have been directly through the little aperture that was in the roof of that building. And he bought valuable time, a lot of time.
Well, I was going to say another point here from Dan, but you know what?
Oh.
No. We've said all we needed to say. Here's what you got to know, which is that it is LARP Lords, a team made last minute with, a little bit of subs, has done what many people thought was impossible. They beat Melee Creeps. They earned their right into our best of 3 money match for $1,000, and they are looking to make the reign of B&B, who are just now our champions, winning last week, perhaps the shortest yet. Will the Cinderella story of LARP Lords continue, or will B&B show why they are in fact the new reigning champ? We'll find out all that and more when we come back after this break. First time for everything. It is time for the money match here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel. And what a story we have right now of LARP Lords being the agents of chaos, taking down the favorite melee creeps to get their matches versus B&B. Of course, I'm ZP here with Blank and DDK. And guys, before we say anything, we have to look at the history here in this region, because NA, once Hydra Nation got broken, it's been pandemonium. Everyone is losing. You get the throne only to get stabbed in the back the next week.
Yeah, ZP, I feel like, I made the Game of Thrones reference previously. I'm gonna make another one here. Like Peter Baelish said, chaos is a ladder. As soon as Hydra Nation, stopped winning, they were the piece that created the order. Now the system is just pure chaos, and it's just up for grabs for everyone.
Honestly, I was not expecting LARP Lords to come through and go for it, but they absolutely did. And it has felt like the Red Wedding here in NA. It's all gone wrong. It's all gone wrong. But honestly, it would be the most fantastic upset to see LARP Lords win against B&B. I don't know how likely it's going to be, but let's be honest. LARP Lords put up an amazing showing that last match. Melee Creeps just weren't able to keep up with.
I think the part for me that I look at here is how repeatable is what they did. How versatile are they, right? Because if you're a B&B and you were watching what just transpired, and you're probably cheering like crazy because on paper, this is an easier matchup for B&B, right? Like, there's no way Ido, with his very colorful interview that he gave last week, by the way, was not just letting loose as all that took place. But now that the celebrations may be over for the B&B side, you have to go out of your way, I think, really adjust your draft strategy here to take away what LARP Lords just showed they were good at.
Yeah, I think that when you look at LARP Lords right now, it's just, especially because they've got some stand-ins coming through from them, they probably have very, I wouldn't say minimal rosters that they've worked on, but it's going to be a case of that they have some specific strategies they're going to take to. So as if you're B&B, I hope that you've been watching that last match, because it is time to ban away some of the more important aspects of that one. Would not be surprised to see B&B picking up an Abrams nice and early to take that away from LARP Lords and make sure that Scout doesn't run wild in any of the lanes.
Yeah, we had a first pick Viscous as well, ZP, so that could be a priority ban coming in against LARP Lords as well, because if they're first picking Viscous, something that's not like, it's not like you're afraid the other team's going to take it, you're kind of communicating that you're seeing that as an essential pick for your team.
Well, let's take a quick look here at the B&B roster in case people are wondering. It's like the name might have been shortened, may have been made a little bit more sponsor friendly, but the roster has not changed. Of course, the new addition there from a roster that has relatively been stable over the course of time is adding in Mr. Poppers. That seemingly was the piece they needed. Meanwhile, for LARP Lords, of course, the roster on the other side, it's a team that Naked and Lord and M have been making, but they also have some stand-ins here today that have been playing with other teams. They put together basically as a last-minute favor to us because Hydra Nation, basically, they're still reconstructing their team and they had to pull out last minute. So, but yeah, hard to argue with the results of spontaneity coming in from LARP Lords.
It's also hard to argue with Ido being an absolute god. And it's like, I feel like the star power from B&B is something that is going to be very difficult to, well, it seems like a lot of it comes down to the early game. And I'm curious what the comps will look like, because we've seen if you really min-max the early game pretty heavily, and that's all, we see something similar to what OneWin was doing, and they had a strategy to kind of back that up and to really make that something that converts really well. The question is whether LARP Lords will have the same early game success against B&B, given the fact that B&B are very skilled players. Obviously, they've been doing very, very well. They won the previous week, and at the moment, they might look better than melee creeps. So it's going to be tough to win that early game to get their game going.
Yeah, I think for LARP Lords, they certainly excelled in that early game, but it wasn't a case that was too far ahead. I think they were 46k to 46k. Around about, I think, 8 minutes in, so it wasn't crazy for them. I do think that if LARP Lords didn't have that case where they were able to get quite a few picks across the map and bully Sire, essentially, it could have been a very, very different story. But for B&B, I do expect them to have a little bit more presence in this map. And that's the question whether LARP Lords can handle that. Because I think if B&B do get ahead, it is just going to go from bad to worse from there. But I'm putting my hands up because I don't know. Because LARP Lords, they showed us something pretty darn out of character for what we expected versus melee creep. So it could be completely different here for us. You know, there is an all chance that this goes all the way to the third map.
Well, we're going to head into the first map here. The draft is ready. And once more, LARP Lords, because they're the challenging team, they get the choice of first pick or deferring. And it is the flavor right now has been to defer first pick. So I think what you have to look at here for BNB is who do they take away from LARP Lords on the other side? Is this the weird multiverse stand where maybe they do the Viscous ban for BNB? Because you know, on the other end, you know it's going to be a Sinclair ban from LARP Lords. They're not going to mess around with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Fiscus definitely makes a lot of sense, given how they played it really well. Mirage is like, that's one of the default bans at the moment for sure, if you're just like trying to play more fundamentally. So I think that's honestly totally cool as well. If you're BNB, you should be looking at this like we're the better team. We can just play the fundamentals. We don't have to get too tricky.
Yeah, I think banning Mirage out of the way, you know, makes sense. Get it gone. Sinclair, maybe a ban coming from LARP Lords. I don't know. It depends if they want to shake things up a little bit. But that would be the de facto. That's what we see every time. First bans are just Mirage and Sinclair overall. And that is what's going to happen.
Also, I have a bold prediction here. Maybe it's wrong. I think they first pick Yamato. I think based on what we saw in EU, and even though it didn't work out super well for melee creeps before, given what we know Ido is really good at, given how it worked out for BNB last week, I think the bold play here is you first pick Yamato. Yes, you give up some other power, but I'm not convinced Yamato actually even gets back around the BNB if they don't pick it here. So I'm going out on a limb on this one. It's a little bit different from the norm picks was, but I think it could happen.
For an adventure.
And they just don't it. The NA special.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got NA'd.
I agree with you though. I don't think this is not a case where this will swing back around and it will give BNB the possibility of picking up the Yamato. I think LARP Lords, again, they've been given free reign a little bit here. But I wouldn't be surprised to see an Abrams coming out nice and early for the LARP Lords to get that one under control. And then, you know what? If it's another Viscous pick, I wouldn't be unhappy considering how well Naked played on it.
I think I'll like the surface.
All right, well, there's that Viscous. What is it paired with? I am liking the Yamato callouts. It's honestly very hard with NA because I feel like the expected picks, it's a lot like there's much more variance, I feel like, based on what we see with Europe, which tends to be a bit more consistent in terms of what feels like prioritized or valued. But, Yamato would be nice.
They could go the Abrams. I think the Abrams was a good shout, but I just don't think you get a chance to deny the Yamato here because with the next two picks coming out from BNB. And instead, okay, they go Vindicta. So this is, I mean, more than range meta-wise, but now I think if you're BNB, you secure Ido's future here, even though, you know, obviously Ido can play the pocket. You could pick up Yamato, you could pick up Calico. I mean, you could really count with two strong picks, or of course you could get Holiday or Paradox, where it's, you know, weird that, you know, just a week really we've changed to where Holiday and Paradox aren't necessarily being as highly valued in the first round of picks. But hey, the ascension of Kelvin, who knows? But we'll see what comes in. Holiday #1. Do they lock in the Calico now to go with it? It would be my question, or the Yamato, because I think they still, of the two, I think for how BNB plays, they would be better off with the Yamato.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think a Yamato or... Yeah, Yamato would probably be the ideal choice here. I mean, I'm glad they took the Holiday off LARP Lords because Lord and M was able to get a ton done with that. And it might force LARP Lords to have to pick a different playmaker because they do need one still. It was a surprise to me that last game we did not see a Paradox coming through. That might be the case here.
Yeah, I would expect the Paradox, because I don't think the Paradox will make it through for LARP Lords to be, or rather, it won't be available for LARP Lords if they don't pick it before the ban phase, the second ban phase here. So I'd also expect the Paradox. I think that's a good shout.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to go Paradox. Otherwise, if you don't go Paradox, well, either that or you go the NA special and you go a Lash, right? But I think Paradox now, or Paradox gets banned by BNB. So Calico gets picked. On the other hand, they could take away the Yamato here. If they don't want to play it themselves, which they didn't the last time, you take away the Yamato, but BNB in turn is probably going to get rid of Paradox, is how you would think. But also this draft has gone very off the rails already, so who knows, Dan?
Yeah, it's a confusing one. Definitely a confusing one. I'm not sure what the ban's going to be here because there was some weird bans coming out from that last game as well. But
I do like the idea of targeting Ido.
I think getting rid of that's a good idea, especially if you're playing Vindicta. You do not want to have to be dealing with a Bebop.
The only issue I feel like is that Lotblords might be kind of screwing themselves because they're not going to have a much. They'll basically have Lash left for initiation because Bebop's going to go. Paradox will likely go here, and then yeah, all you have is Lash. So that's the only thing I fear for Lotblords with this.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that the ban here would be onto the Paradox, but instead it's okay. It's on the Mo. I mean, that also makes sense. So, okay, LARP Lords, what do you got here? I mean, you still have the opportunity to deny the Yamato, which is still very much in play for BNB, and you would stop the Kelvin Yamato connection going in here. Still a very worthy pick in this situation. Or you could secure Paradox. I mean, actually, you might be able to win the Paradox because I don't know if BNB is going to holiday Paradox as a duo here. You can do it. It's not as common. You could save the Paradox for last now, I feel like, Blank.
I agree.
Yeah, it could come through late. I think the Yamato being picked up here by LARP Lords is a very, very good call from them. Like you said, preventing a lot of that damage going through into the backline, especially when you got a Vindicta involved and you want your Calico to be able to head towards the front line without having to worry about backing up your players who are doing brunt of the damage from the backline itself. So yeah, I really like that pick coming through. Let's see what BNB picks up. I'm surprised to not see an Abrams just yet. But it's a question of even they pick it because Ado could play the Holiday. Take the Paradox away. Okay. No more and Krill either for LARP Lords. Very curious how they're going to round out this roster.
Yeah, I feel like it was the right thing to do, ZP. I agreed with you that you wait for the Paradox and you kind of play the gamble. If they pick it, they're going for the double playmaker, or sorry, the double initiator. But that could be a double-edged sword for BNB. You know, are they picking it because they feel like it fits well into their style of play, or are they picking it because they think that this is like a really good denial?
I wonder if they grab the Abrams here because Abrams is still something. They go Ivy. Okay, they're doubling up on support. So the double support, double playmaker build from BNB here is all sorts of interesting. I think LARP Lords, one of their final two heroes, is probably going to be an Abrams, and then it's almost like they're tempting. Even though Naked's going to be on the Viscous and being more support Viscous, so you're not going to see them again. They're basically using Viscous as a support pick. But you know what's here? Abrams Wraith maybe?
I can take it.
Okay, there's one.
Yeah,
Abrams Wraith, I think is actually smart. Yeah,
Abrams Wraith would make sense, absolutely. So scout on the Abrams and do back on the Wraith. I think that would be a good pick. But you're right, it's a bit of a mismatch coming through on BNB at the moment with that late game potential as well as early game. So because I'm a bit interested to see how this one pans out, how they play it. Because taking the Abrams away, you've got no more and Krill access either. So BNB is in a bit of an awkward spot. Depends how they play it out.
Right?
Having Lash, I think taking the Lash is actually an insane idea because that would be something that BNB would have liked to have had potentially.
That's not nice because they do get the Death Slam, they get the initiation there. But I feel like BNB is trying to do like different things here. I feel like they have some of the makings of like a comp that could like barrel down objectives. They have some of the makings of a comp that's really good at like targeting like jungles and pressure and stuff. But it just feels like too mixed of a bag. I'm not entirely sold.
What do they round this out with here? I mean, they could even go something. Okay, Geist is on the board. That makes sense over something like a Shiv. But oh boy, I don't know how I feel about the BNB comp.
How do I?
It's one of those things where it's like it could work. And I mean, look, teams like Melee Creeps have made some kind of unconventional setups work quite well in the sense that you don't always need frontliners of the way you would expect. But in a way, they're really focused on getting ahead early. And then there's a lot of ways where if they get behind, they're not going to be able to deal with some of the heroes on the other end. Like if the Yamato or Calico get any sort of distance whatsoever, I don't really think they have the ability to kill them with this lineup. Not effectively.
Yeah. There is a big focus on Peel for the Grey Talon, right? With the Kelvin as well as the Ivy. I think that's a trap that LARP Lords just have to not fall into and instead just dismantle that front line first and kind of just deal with the damage that Grey Talon's going to put out. Because I think if they go all in towards that Grey Talon on the back line, you know, you've got Stoneform, you've got Kelvin Dome as well. It's going to be weird fights. I'll tell you that now. It will be weird fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It does seem like a mixed bag for BNB. Like it doesn't feel like it's synergized. It feels like it could be like a core of 3 different comps. Like if you just take different parts of it, it's kind of how it feels to me. But we'll have to see if they can make it work. I feel LARP Lords have, if you look at like what LARP Lords can index towards in terms of like harass or carry or picks and so on, it just feels like it makes a lot more kind of cohesive sense as a unit, as well as like in the big team fights, but also in like the pressure game, in the rotations. It just feels like they have a bit of an edge in terms of the synergy. But it's Deadlock. Maybe B&B can make it work.
Well,
I feel like you're like really like, I feel like, you know, you're looking at the universe here, all the trying to calculate like how does this come together.
No, the most I can think of as I look at this is that, you know, there's a world where the early lanes are quite dominant, but I don't think that the lanes for LARP Lords are particularly bad. Like, I can't look at this and be like, well, okay, you know, they'll just have really good lanes and snowball the game from there. I mean, they're going to be survivable in team fights, but it won't matter if there's ever a gap just because of the raw strength of heroes that LARP Lords has. I mean, you take a look at LARP Lords, you think about raw power picks right now from other comp games. Yamato with Vindicta, with Calco, with arguably Abrams too, especially with what we saw Scout do. It's difficult. I mean, the main thing B&B denied from them was a Paradox being thrown into the mix, but I don't know. We'll see. This is going to be an interesting one, win or lose, because it's just, you know, maybe we look at B&B and go, this comp is genius. We will just have to see.
Yeah, it's definitely, like DDK says, it's a bit of a combination of quite a few different comps all rolled in one, but I do think the main thing here is that it's going to be quite difficult to get past B&B's front line to deal with those backliners that do a lot of damage, like the Talon. The rest of the squad, though, relying getting in towards that mid-game around about 20-30 minutes in, even if we get there. And if they can get to that point, I think B&B could have a very strong roster, which is just hard to take down at the end of the day. And with Lord NM on the Lash, as well as B&B on the Calico, they're typically a roster that just wants to put down characters quickly.
I think for B&B, the more I'm looking at this here, ooh, dear Lord, Scout just nearly eating it here in the left lane. I think a lot has to kind of go to Poppers, right? Like, I mean, Great Talent, I think, can be an absolute menace under the right circumstances. We've seen Talon take over games. But if it doesn't come from Talon, I don't think anyone else is going to save it. I mean, maybe Geist. But even then, it's going to be a tough road.
Right now, this feels like the only lane that's kind of doing fairly decently on LARP Lords at the moment, dealing with the holiday that Ado is currently on. You all know this guy loves to be a playmaker, and that once again is the case here on the holiday. Yeah, every lane just stabilizing a little bit now. I say that as Poppers will pick up naked.
And the upside here about the middle lane for B&B, they're running the Ivy Talon, and if the Talon gets ahead, we've already seen just kind of how valuable the concept is of being able to global bird, right? Is that you have bird threat on left lane and right lane, and in a meta right now where actually going the gank physically is way more of a commitment, it's a nice thing to have at giving your other lanes an edge. So, you know, if Poppers can get ahead, that is one of the paths I think B&B have here.
Yeah, I think for melee crews, low main being on that Talent didn't have as much impact because a lot of the lanes had already been fairly decently won by LARP Lords pretty early on. So it was hard to keep that up. And Popper's picking off too as well. Again, this is the character that we really wanted them to get ahead nice and early, and that's exactly what's happening at the moment. Popper's literally in the shop of LARP Lords at the moment.
We'll also think who's feeling the pain from this. Okay, Scout picks up Fish Cake, but in the middle, it's also keeping down Yamato, who they put arguably the strongest support in that with the Viscous.
Wow!
I don't know, just drops on down, 15 HP in a dream, going round and round, goes for the Miracle Parry, and no, not going to happen there. He needed to get a double parry to somehow live that one, but Pure, right there with him, makes it a trade. Not bad at all for B&B.
I do respect the Lord NM holds off on that melee because, man, I am addicted to meleeing people on 20 HP and getting parried. It is the worst thing ever. Sometimes I just can't even help myself. I just press it reflexively. So,
did you think at this point you just hit the point where you actively seek out the pain? You're like, yeah, he won't do it, but I hope he does. Like, I want to feel misery in my life. Please,
statistically, I will lose.
But we're back in right lane. A little bit of Kelvin Ice Beam action as B&B look for an edge off here to the right. And they do have a little bit here. Like, you look at the comparison between Lord NM DMB versus Pure Content. Pure Content about to get Frozen Shelter up. And, you know, once they have Frozen Shelter now, if you're Pure, there's a world where you just go straight in for Frozen Shelter play. That's why you see them posturing a little bit more aggressively in the lane. They have this, like, 500 soul window to make something happen. Not quite the engage, though, as Pure a little bit behind Ido.
Yeah, Pure Content. I actually thought that was going to be Frozen Shelter there versus DMB. Nice headshot over towards Lord NM as well, getting the damage off the crack shot. Scouts in. That felt like it looked like a parry to me. But Scout does go down, and Yams will pick himself up. Kill in the lane there. A 1-for-1 trade. Actually, 1-for-2, I think. I think Yams did go down a little bit after that one.
Ido, again, real aggressive with it. Frozen Shelter to seal the deal. This drag and lash around. Gonna force out the return the shadow here, but I don't think it's gonna save Calco this time. We'll see. Actually, really nice moves. The move to go back over the other way, breaking some ankles, and actually does save DMB. Great maneuverability there, Blank.
Yeah, that is not something you expect to see a lot of times in those scenarios. Going back to the tower a lot of times feels like a death sentence under the Guardian. Very, very oppressive playing against a Kelvin when you're in a lane that's a little bit far ahead, and especially with a Holiday who, honestly, the base scaling feels a little bit high at this current moment in time. But in the early game, it just kills. There is a Death Slam available. We'll go for it. Frozen Shelter is down, so this is a time to go for it. Wow.
Didn't get both, only got one, and just got pummeled in turn. However, the fate of the mid lane changing a little bit here. Do able to get a crucial kill on the Amato, where again, you don't want your Amato to get too far behind. Also, I think worth noting here too is that Slugfest getting a little bit of clearance on the left-hand side versus the Geist. You know, it's not too much, but, you know, getting into 1k soul range is Amato just getting pummeled, and the locket. At least I think he got one, or there's just life steal. Either way, went up 300 HP in one end.
Yeah, I think it was the life steal off the Crimson Slash. Well, I feel like, why not just Owl there in the first place? He was on 100 HP and just back out. Or even before that, I think he was on 300. I think the Owl would have killed him. Unlucky.
Actually, I'm curious now. I wonder if we can give you a Naked. Does Naked have Locket? Because you don't always have to be selfish Locket in this instance. Oh dear, I don't know if Yamao's getting out of that one. Just talent damage, severe.
Yeah.
Fair,
I mean, after that daring escape, just only to go down to that feels a bit bad. Lovely shot. I think we see Poppers do this quite often on the shoulder peak, able to get some very, very cheeky shots off.
Yeah, so Naked does have a Locket. There's a possibility in the last one that he did throw the Locket onto Yamato.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. Especially being on cooldown as well.
Also, I love the slow play. You know, people don't just use barriers and lockets only on themselves. You see there's his lucky poke. It's like, yeah, I'll give you a little bit of what you need.
You can have that. I mean, honestly, even last game, Naked, you got a nice little close-up on Naked, had a great ability to help out the rest of his team just by using a lot of the actives on side. Especially Cube can be instrumental in a lot of situations. A lovely pick for going up against Poppers as well, where it does render his Owl a little bit moot in lane, especially when you can cube anyone that desperately needs it.
Well, I think I'm looking at allocation here between the two teams. I still think the pressure is very much on B&B to get a big lead in the early and mid game. I don't know about you, Blank. I just don't see a lot of ways that this goes in favor of B&B if it is even by the time we hit like 20 minutes, just given the lineups both teams are running.
Yeah, you've got Tether, you've got Charge as well as Death Slam. I mean, 5 HP, goodness me. Does he survive? I don't think so. Somehow,
still alive right now. Somehow, some way, Lord NM just getting away by the seat of his pants.
No Owl.
No Owl.
Gets back to base. Lord NM, very, very lucky, but does leave DMB in a tough scenario. He goes down with the help of Gibbs, who comes through on the Ivy, and this should be the right lane being taken for the guys on BNB, which would be a great start to the game. Means that the Kelvin can start to roam a lot more. Even just the Holiday getting around, and Yam's finding Sizz as well. Yeah, this is rough. And this is the advantage that you wanted to see, CP, right?
Not only the advantage here, but it's not just in overall economy, but 2 early Guardians down. Now can you use this to start starving heroes of farm via jungle, like being a little bit more aggressive at going into the jungle, taking away sources that players like Do or Scout could use to build an edge. Because remember, Scout ate a decent amount of the farm in the last time. Speaking of Scout, Scout is just going in.
Yeah, that feels a little bit aggro.
Take this guy's shelter out in turn by pure content. BNB trying to hold firm here on the left. They take down Scout for his aggression. And all the while, Slugfest, no good targets to drop an assassinate on.
No, I mean, the wall was really well placed from Paradox as well. Super hard to find any angles where Slugfest could have any kind of impact. This should be BNB going down as well. I've said that multiple times before. In comes the Flowing Hex, and that's the end of it. Even picks himself up a nice little bag on top of it. Lord and M invested a Death Slam into that fight. It wasn't a massive amount of value they found off the back of it. Geist and Fishcake will pick himself up the gun buff, and I think at this point in time, they'll just start funneling resources into this Geist as well as Talon.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the other paths here, is that, you get your Geist just sort of ahead of the game, like very difficult to kill, and just sort of a threat. But also, you talked about invasions here. BNB trying to invade the vault again. Starve Do forces up the shell transformation for Do, and it's Ido looking for a way out. Yamato grapple in, can still fight this evenly with Divine Barrier. However, Scout comes in as the bouncer to the casino on the LARP Lord side, and wait, Ido's still alive somehow. What? Ido is yet to die. The camera shifted for a second, and we see that Ido is still alive as things turn a little bit crazy here. But the crazier thing still, Ido got away.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people use punch to get around corners before, but I've never fully seen a player just punch their way to safety the entire time. And that's exactly what Ido does. I mean, I'm not going to say it's single brain cell play, but it might, in fact, just be big brain.
Well, objectives going down, however, exchanged out for the urn. And look here, DMB return the shadow. Low HP doesn't care though, says they can fight this Ivy. Ivy, meanwhile, just breaks the ankles through the top. Meanwhile, back over here, left lane. Geist versus Viscous, life drain out, and Naked making some space. I think realizes that the Talon is coming on over, senses the pressure coming in, makes some room. Would have died if they committed to the Geist there, Blank.
Yeah, exactly. In a dark room like that as well, it's not a place you really want to meet a Geist. He still has ult up and available. Still hanging around as well on low HP because you could be a nightmare whenever you need to be. But overall, this is getting tough. And again, it's what we talked about right at the beginning, where there's just a huge amount of peel. It's very difficult for LARP Lords to get onto any target as soon as the Ivy, Paradox, or the Kelvin starts to get involved in these engagements. So a lot of safety provided by those characters. And then Fishcake's constantly a menace throughout the entire game.
I think BNB needs to keep doing what they're doing and still being aggressive into the jungle, doing everything possible to try and keep Do, Scout, and DMB. I'm getting ahead here, but here we go. Owl in from Poppers. Where's this going to land? Directly onto the Calico, forcing out pretty immediate return to the shadows. Gonna take the zip line up to the top, make a little bit of room, go to the top line. Ava. Oh, unable to get in the Ava form. Cooldown was nearly up, but instead just chased down.
Yeah, it's a lovely predict coming through from Gibbs as well. Understand he's probably going to go for the bounce pad on the top side. But yeah, really well played from Gibbs there. Had to have that understanding to use the airdrop fairly early there to get up to. But a good secure.
So Lash, aggressive vault invade here. See Geist coming on and it just goes for the quick health swap on top of it. Not gonna be able to catch a Flash down for the full kill. Meanwhile, Yams in danger. Runs into the wrong end of Scout over here on the left. Back to a Abrams Vindicta lane, as otherwise you got Geist holding down the fort.
I think that maybe using Soul Exchange there is a little bit overzealous. I think having it on cooldown, you know, it's the one thing that keeps you keeps the enemy team at bay a lot of times when they're facing against just that constant threat that they're going to swap you mid-fight. So not having that actually lets Larplords get a little bit more aggressive.
Threat there, right?
Yeah.
Like just the mental aspect of it being up buys you a lot of game value versus how people will generally disrespect you when it's not up.
Yeah, it's a long cooldown as well. So again, just swapping the Lash there felt maybe not the right decision coming through for BNB. And again, this Soul lead has not spiraled out of control. Larplords are pretty comfortably keeping up, despite a lot of that value still being on Slugfest. I don't know how many assassinates he's been able to get through, or if it's just a case that a lot of the jungle has been going on his side. Q's getting fairly healthy as well. And the worrying thing to me is that a lot of the money's been going through to Gibbs as well as peer content on both the supportive characters here. And Holiday, although pretty busted in this early game, just not getting extremely fed to have a massive amount of value.
In terms of just item trends, that's a lot of improved cooldown all coming out at the same time from B&B.
Yeah,
Cooldown's
making sure
bad.
that Soul Exchange's back up, as well as Frozen Shelter, of course.
Larplords getting the final Guardian down, and yeah, I mean, the thing about this is, I just feel like for B&B, this is not a good trajectory to be on. I think you bring up an excellent point when we talk about a lot of the Soul allocation going to the supports. And they're on a timer here. Death Slam, and from Lord NM, instead, getting crunched himself. I think that was Gam's doing some of the heavy lifting now moving forward. No swap on the table, which still keep up pressure here in right lane. Now, turning it around, looking for a scout on the other end. The Crow just devouring HP here, though, as DMB and Do clean up.
Hey, guess what? Soul Exchange was still on cooldown there, so Scout could get as aggressive as he liked versus that, guys. There is potential for more kills coming up their way. Scout does have the items on board. Absolute menace, close range, and there is the early parry. Should be a kill over towards Poppers, and what a fight for Larplords. Doesn't just take them ahead, 88 to 87k, but that's a very nice fight, and there is now Earn on the table for them.
Yeah, you can go for Earn here. I don't think they're eager to turn in Earn. Again, just the fact that when you're running a Lash, you kind of need Death Slam up. But as I say that right now, oh dear lord, the entire cavalry just came for Lord NM.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been a tough game for Lord NM. Just getting punished after Death Slams, before Death Slams. Oh lord. The shot onto pure content. Just when you think you're out of it. Vindicta, eyes everywhere.
It's a nice pickoff as well. Getting that Frozen Shelter off the board, it means you can kind of go a little bit more ham on some of these players. Mid lane Walker has been taking a beating though. A lot of Larplords. About 20% HP. Vindicta spots one.
Our yellow walker has been defeated.
I'm just looking at this now, and you look at who's getting farmed in Larplords. The allocation is actually sublime because Naked's being selfless. Naked is full-on support Viscous, leaving the farm to the rest of the team members. Although, as I say that, the airdrop gank. Special delivery direct to Scout.
But Scout being down again. Not ideal. Very much not ideal. They have massive chase potential, by the way. This Earn has just been sat on the side of the map, not really doing all too much. Larplords and B&B happy just to fight against one another. But right now, the economy in terms of walkers is definitely in the favor of B&B. A lot of damage being done. Whereas, honestly, nothing touched on the side of B&B on their walkers.
Yamato's in 1 versus 2 right now. I don't think Yamato wants to stay in this fight. No, that's just Do leaving. I mean, Yamato's strong, but not so strong that you can 1v2 both Holiday and Geist at their current levels of farm.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet, at least. This is good from B&B. They are consistently keeping pressure on over towards Larplords in terms of the lane presence, walkers as well. And I think this is something that Larplords are struggling to get online right now, purely because, Kudzu Bomb, Essence Bomb, there is a massive amount of wave denial here on the side of B&B, which is making it very easy for them just to go from lane to lane and keep this all pushed in the entire time. There's a second walker going down, so yet again, another flex slot coming through for B&B.
Also, you ever notice the Fnatic confusion going on in this game where you have B&B versus DMB? Like, it actually is strong.
I've been ignoring it. I've been ignoring it. I don't want to say it.
It's been a struggle to ignore, is what I'll say. But B&B, they've got the Earn in motion. Lord NM, does have Death Slam, but also is nowhere near the earned turn in right now. I mean, could start rotating over. You would think would. It's there right now. A lot being left here for 2 Yamato to be able to clear. Oh, out of nowhere! The charge directly in the Ido, as Ido immediately has to flee. What? Yamato? How have you done this? How did you even get the selection there? That is wild. Ido on the run of their life. They cannot get away, Blank.
Yeah, I don't know how he was scaling that wall, but fair play to him. Felt like he had the sticky cowboy boots. And gets placed back in the territory of BNB. And in comes Naked. The Spirit Trap not really causing him any problems whatsoever. Curse is put through, but all 5 points been placed in the goo ball there, which allows him to drop the cube nice and early. Still not a lot of value. Found off the back of those picks, though, ZP.
Earn is going to be won here by LARP Lords. Just scout on the quick turn in. A little bit of extra souls from the effort. Meanwhile, Vindicta starting to be a real threat. Nearly gets pure content here. The Crows just eating them alive. But the shelter's so big. Blank saving both and setting up Poppers for the return.
Yeah, Popper's getting the double. I mean, this talent's starting to come online a little bit. In comes Ado as well. DMB struggling here versus B and B. Another barrel comes through. Restorative Locket thrown in from Naked to keep his teammate alive. But the movement from Ado is just sublime.
Ido off the Fleetfoot cancels. This time doesn't have to worry about Abrams just coming in out of nowhere on the charge into the Yamato grapple from space. But, still overall reasonably even. But just remember how we set this up. I don't think you're happy about the evenness of this game right now if you're a B&B, because it just, as time goes on, the portrait just feels to get more grim. And we haven't brought Dan in for a while. Dan, what have you been seeing so far?
Yeah, I was going to make a similar point that when you had the biggest lead, you saw that kind of power spike off of the power of like the utility and the scaling of the utility in the early game for B&B, who have all of this like amazing utility from all the supports and initiators and so on. So we're in a stage of the game where that is really diminishing pretty rapidly. Nice find on some of the picks though, but LARP Lords, the problem is that the scaling on the Yamato, scaling on the Calico, and this is lucky, it's going to get out of control pretty quick. So B&B kind of need to find their edges like now.
Well, to the edges, mid-boss, one of the bigger edges you can find. I don't know if they've cleared enough though to do this. I mean, this is very, very contestable by LARP Lords. As I say that, here comes the Viscous. Goo Ball into the fight. Pressure now in onto the Ivy. Ivy back end up. Return the Shadow. Going to be used here by DMB. Frozen Shelter down. They get pick off immediately after this. Yamato still out for 3 seconds. They get the pick on the DMB, so the front line take a bit of a beating. DMB looking reasonably healthy right now, but I don't know if they're comfortable enough to go back on mid-boss now that Do is back in play.
Yeah, I mean, I like the play there coming through from B&B, honestly. Regardless of what happens, they get another pick off the back of it, right? They have to try and prevent that one from happening with Shadow Transformation being down.
The bird, this time in onto Yamato, but the quick backup. How hard do they commit here? They get Sizz lucky. Now just Sizz. I don't know if that's a permanent name change, but Death Slam attempt in from Lord NM. Don't think he got anyone. LARP Lords, a bit of a discombobulated team fight right now as B&B look to take advantage, look to get this final walker down. They're going to do just that. Not really defensible. We'll see where they go from here, but it might be jungle time. Also, Blank, the community has a request. Not Ado, Ido. I was going to do the dueling pronunciations, but the Ido is not giving out aid.
I thought I was calling him Ido, honestly.
You were saying, you've been saying Ado.
If I've been saying Ado, and I apologize. In my head, I've been saying... Wait, yeah, I'm confused now. Oh, no. Okay.
It's been a lot of aid, not a lot of Ide.
Okay. Ido. I got it.
You know who needs aid, though? The Scout. After just runs afoul of Geist here. A great rotation from B&B into the mid lane. Getting 3 down, and now you got to wonder, do they go back mid-boss? They're kind of prepped. They're kind of ready. And it is a mid-boss play.
There's no slam coming through from Scout. Do's really the only difficulty here for B&B to deal with, but I think with 3 down, no Death Slam in play, this should be pretty much a freebie. They have Frozen Shelter as well to stall out, as well as Owl to secure. I don't think Larplords are doing anything about this. It has been a slow burn coming through BNB, but I think the main thing that we need to consider during this game is the fact that the macro play has been definitely much better. The fact that they have 3 walkers down to 0 on their side speaks to a big portion of what's been going on. They even took Earn through to mid boss. Okay.
I mean, this is about as good as I think BNB can hope for here, and I think they're at the point where they can't lose another team fight. I think if they lose even a single other team fight, the natural like late game power that you're going to have from Larplords really rears its head, and they never come back. But they still have a window right now to make this work. As you just look at the little bit of disruption here on the Urn. Is Naked and just terrorizing from above with the puddle punches. Like, I can do this all day.
Yeah, that's
but
annoying.
perhaps not.
That's definitely annoying. Ice Beam just to secure it, which is nice. I think one thing that's definitely been clear during this map is that Lord and M has just not been able to find enough value off the Death Slams during this match, which is unfortunate. Much better on that holiday, I would say.
Meanwhile, Scout under the gun here in middle, and just Ice Beam all over the place. The Owl comes in, was looking for the Abrams. It's still Scout on the run. And Scout's just getting gunned down from all angles, cannot get away. BNB now starting to add more onto lead because the impact of these picks here, Blank. Look at the minimap, look at the jungle. BNB is feasting at the Larplords buffet.
They are. I mean, they're going for it. I mean, the macro has just been better towards the mid game coming through from BNB. That is pretty much undisputable. And it is starting to grow into a lead that is becoming pretty much insurmountable. Already the base Guardians are being taken out of the picture. And I think it's going to get more and more difficult for Larplords to come back into this game. Realistically, they need a massive Death Slam, get something back under control. Frozen Shelter to deny the Yamato, as well as the Calico space here.
I don't know if it's gonna be enough to grapple over in. Still chasing down Shadow Transformation in. Goes over and now looking for Ido. A second Frozen Shelter though in. Just stalling things out, ruining Du's day to an extent. Unable to finish off 2 kills that they otherwise would have had. 400 HP. And now you wonder, do you want to stay in here? Probably not. The silence just hurting some of the aggression here. Out goes, oh, here comes the Owl. Is it gonna catch? No, ends up going on the DMB instead.
Yeah, DMV down. I mean, whatever happens, you're still getting Spirit off the back of that kill there. As well as the healing aura to get everyone back up to full HP. 2 players down. This should be a quick pick onto one of the shrines. Great paradoxical swap as well onto Do. Yeah, and this is undoubtedly going to be a shrine naked in a corner.
This has honestly been... BNB making this work has honestly been pretty remarkable. The fact that it was even for as long as it was, you would have thought that the power of Larplord's comp would have brought over the top, but I think you nail it when you talk about the macro play, and also I think just getting advantageous fights with mobility here, overcoming what could have been a very bad compositional matchup for BNB.
Yeah, and I think we were talking about right at the start, right, where BNB, the peel is nasty. It's almost as if they sort of baited Larplords into picking up the Calico, the Yamato, and the Abrams, because it is impossible to get to Poppers in that backline, with Fishcake having a huge amount of soul advantage now as well, because they have donated a lot of the jungle over towards him. Fishcake's very difficult. He is a massive brick wall in the front of the team that is the first layer of defense, not to mention the Frozen Shelter, Stone Form, as well as Airdrop. It is real difficult. Sis Lucky has been doing a phenomenal job to get damage in, but I think it might be too little too late here.
Everything's happening to Ido right now. He's getting pulled around by a rescue beam, getting cursed. Just the center of attention always. Also, here's an Owl. Quick way of just shutting down the chase. But also the fresher Kelvin, I think, is also kind of spelling the death knell for Do getting things done. It just, anytime Do goes on a high dive, probably gonna get stuck in not 1 but 2 shelters, or get blocked off by them. It's super tough. Abrams charge comes in, but at this point you're under farmed. What would have been a quick kill, you get it eventually, but it's not clean. It reduces your ability to go on the rest. I mean, the stat difference right now between BNB and Larplords pretty significant in these fights.
Yeah, again, I think you're right. The LARP Lords, honestly, for the first 20 minutes of the game, very, very well done. To keep up pace with B&B, who right now is like at the top of their game, I think that's very impressive. And they should be very proud of themselves. But yeah, Refresher Kelvin is brutal to play against.
All right, well, LARP Lords, they might have upset Melee Creeps, but B&B, they come in with one of the most unconventional drafts we've seen, and they make it work. Debate the merits of the comp all you want, but you cannot debate the macro play and the rotations from B&B. We're going to be bringing back in Dan, talk a little bit about this game where this was an interesting one, Dan, and also kind of flew away at a moment's notice towards the end.
Yeah, it just really compounded really quickly in a lot of those team fights, which is, it's interesting because there were definitely some clear like power spikes, it felt like, for B&B across the game. And once you get like really itemized towards the end, and we saw that there's not enough power behind which I get in focus there, Blank.
They do the forehead play, yeah, every time. It works.
Yeah, you're not getting like enough power behind your Yamato that she can just kind of like dive in and like override all of that utility. Suddenly, like that's the second wave of the power spike, and it's like it's a question about surviving through all of those situations, which was done really expertly by B&B after that initial, because they got maybe 10 to 15k ahead initially, and then they kind of like there was like parity as they struggled to kind of find a way to compound on that, and then straight back in. And also some of it was just with how like clever they were with engineering certain fights. They were able to pull LARP Lords into some like pretty poor fights, like there was one around the mid boss where they baited the mid boss, forced all of these very close range fights within a corridor, and like who has all of the AoE? Well, it's B&B. They've got like so many ways to kind of deal with these situations. So yeah, just I think a great like, I mean, the other thing too we got to remember is that B&B have like really good players, and their team players is excellent. So it's going to be harder for LARP Lords to contest with that as well, given the fact that there are some stand-ins here and they don't have as many reps as B&B in that respect.
I think the other thing too is that even though it stayed even for a while, well, really a significant period of time, which you'd think would benefit the LARP Lords comp on the whole, they never got to the point where you had Yamato like truly ahead of the game. You never got to a point where the Abrams or the Calco is like truly ahead. So you never got to a point that front lines become unkillable in Deadlock, which I think really would have been quite poor for B&B to deal with the comp they're running. So the fact that they were able to stay at the very minimum even to eventually very ahead, I think they avoided what would have been like the main loss condition for their comp, which is that I don't think it would have been a comp that would have done well from behind. But they had enough mobility to never get behind. Also, I mean, lane push is something really good to mention here too. Just the fact that you're running, things like the Ivy and the Geist all together, and the fact that you can still use the Talon, even the push up waves with Owl if you need to be, the macro pressure was pretty high from B&B the entire game long, and also the damage on Poppers, good lord.
Yeah, I mean, Poppers was doing such good work, and again, he had so much protection to prevent anyone from getting towards him. I mean, Gibbs had a phenomenal game, to be quite frank with you, denying a lot of that front line, stone form to keep people at bay as well. And I think that it really did lock down Lord NM in a situation where there was a lot of pressure on him to get a strong death slam off, to create openings for LARP Lords. Because remember, they didn't have Paradox, they didn't have Holiday, they didn't have those initiators on the team. Really, they had to invest in towards that Lash. And Lord NM, it just felt like he wasn't that comfortable on the Lash as opposed to how he felt when he was playing the Holiday earlier.
Yes, it was definitely a tough one, considering that they couldn't really come together and leverage the strengths in a way that would work. Because I think like you were suggesting, ZP, like you're expecting that when you have the Yamato, when you have the Calico, that you're going to be the ones like applying the pressure and creating those fights in those awkward spots. But it really kind of went the other way around, and that obviously is no bueno. Like that's not going to work out if especially it's the case that you got this lineup that has like two supports in it, that is applying that pressure and applying it so convincingly that you're going to have to respond to that, and kind of you're having to play to their tune a little bit. So yeah, definitely this obviously comes back to as well, like when you see like a Yamato specialist, someone that's like super good on the Yamato, they can actually like create those situations that are favorable for Yamato kind of by themselves as well. Like there is definitely like a lot of extra stuff you can get out of a Yamato with someone that's like super specialized. So I don't know if that's the case for Ju or not, if Ju is like a super specialist in that respect, as I trip over my words. But either way, you know, B&B coming with the pedigree.
Well, in any case, B&B perhaps putting an end to the Cinderella story of LARP Lords, coming out strong in map 1, even if doing so in an unconventional fashion. But this is Deadlock Fight Night presented by Intel in North America. Will there be a comeback here for the LARP Lords? Will they continue the dream, or will B&B continue cementing their legacy as champion? We'll see in just a few minutes. The money match continues here at Deadlock Fight Night, presented by Intel North America, where maybe, just maybe, the defending team might hold serve for like the first time in about 4 weeks. I'm ZP here with Blank and DDK once more, and gentlemen, BNB, they went in with a kind of unconventional setup, going with the Kelvin, Ivy, a double playmaker with the Holiday Paradox, and they still made it work out, and now one map away from claiming the $1,000 once more.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy now because like if you're B&B, it's like you can kind of like really work the draft around anything, because I feel like there's so many other options they could have gone to, and they made that look really good. And so I would be a little bit worried. I think you guys made, I don't know which one of you it was, but making the point that it's gonna be really hard for LARP lords if they are in a situation where they can't play their ideal comp and they don't have the versatility. So if you're B&B, that's what you have to try to do.
Yeah, they took away a lot of options from LARP lords, and I think that's the difficult part. And to be honest with you, I said it before and I'll say it again, I think it's impressive in its own right that LARP lords was able to show up in such a big way today. And I honestly would be very, very happy with what they were able to do. And again, just getting some reps in versus B&B is fun enough in its own sense. So yeah, I was very, very pleased with how LARP lords placed out. But yeah, overall, I think that last game, they struggle with unity in terms of their comp and how they want to play it, whereas for B&B, they had a much, much better idea of how exactly they wanted that game to play out.
Well, coming in here once more, LARP Lords deciding to defer. They give first pick to B&B once again, and the question is what is going to change? And also, I mean, it really hasn't worked out well a ton, but sometimes it can work. I think when you look at what B&B likes, especially with the first pick Kelvin, you do wonder, do you give up Sinclair?
Apologies, spoken for.
Well, to be honest with you, again, for LARP lords, I'm wondering if they even have a Sinclair player on the team. So it's just a case of by banning the Mirage, it's like you force LARP lords to ban away Sinclair, because I think B&B probably has a player that could do it better. It's really frustrating for LARP lords because essentially every time they get to get rid of Mirage for free, knowing that Sinclair's coming up. So essentially they get 2 bans in one.
Unless they take a huge risk, which they could do it. But I think you're right. Yeah. The sensible choice has been selected. B&B first picked Kelvin last time, if I'm not mistaken.
They're going to do it again. Like, they have no reason to change their drafting strategy at all with them just winning here, right? Like, until you see LARP Lords make a different move, B&B by all rights should stick with the same plan, right? Like, Kelvin is really good right now. They play well around Kelvin, both today and in the weeks prior. They're going to open with a Kelvin. For me, when I look at this, the adaptations, they're going to have to come in on the LARP Lords' end. Adaptations may be, do you prioritize the Ivy a little bit earlier, or do you even ban the Ivy, which almost sounds sacrilegious given that Kelvin's in play, but the double support was actually played well. The other option that they could have here too for prioritization is that they could have gone Holiday or Paradox last time.
I think they
or both.
Holiday.
Yeah. I think you need to get one of the two in this first round, because that was probably the mistake, is that you gave up Kelvin and the Holiday and Paradox. I think they go Viscous and they pick Holiday here, because I think if they don't pick Viscous, it's going to be picked early by B&B for Gibbs. So they need to pick the Viscous early if they want Naked to play it, but now pick the Holiday or the Paradox.
Yeah, I mean, Naked and Gibbs are both equally very, very good Viscous players from what we've seen from the eye test. I think taking the Holiday is probably a smart move. Less so than it's a great playmaker and it's a great hero, but more because Lord NM needs to play something he's comfortable on.
Yeah, I think that's all that logic works out. And the thing that's, I think, difficult, I like this. I like that we're getting the Holiday. I think that's actually kind of nice because Holiday was kind of nasty on Ido, but obviously there's a lot of other like hazards with Ido. He could play, he could pick up the Yamato. Obviously the Pocket are two staples, but in general, I think like Holiday is really nice because LARP Lords, I think they're going to play better if they can be more in B&B's face in the early game, and having more tools to do that would be nice, because I think it's going to be harder. The longer the game goes on, the more likely B&B is going to be able to kind of turn things around.
Well,
okay, so they do early Lash, which I don't think they had to do. And I think on the LARP Lords end, LARP Lords were probably looking to pick up Vindicta. You'd expect that Vindicta is a sacrifice because Vindicta's been gang picked early. Maybe they still pick up the Vindicta. But, you know, Blake, I even saw you shake your head. I don't think they need to pick Lash at all in the early part. They could have done that last, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't think they had to pick up Lash at all. I think for Larplords, that was like an out-of-pocket pick for them, where they were forced to pick it because they didn't have the Holiday in the first place. And again, I genuinely think it's just a case of they pick Holiday early to give Lord NM something that he can excel on in the game. I would not be surprised to see something like an Abrams come through here, or the Yamato again. I know Dude didn't have the massive amount of success on it. It even could be a case that we get a 4 or 5 pick that comes through as being a Wraith. But again, Abrams for Scout would be very, very nice.
Dan, I think they do Vindicta. Like, just to cut in quickly, even though, like, Talon is pretty good versus it, they tried out the Vindicta before. I still think it comes out here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would love to potentially see a Bebop as well, but it's going to be Calico, which I think is great. I think just kind of following that logic of early game domination, and obviously Calico is good all phases of the game, but just in general comes online a bit faster than a Yamato. I actually wonder with Ju whether Ju would be in the mind of, because again we haven't seen Ju really playing in DFN just yet, so we have a lot of tape on him, but I'll be curious to see if that Yamato game was going to just put him off and he would want to like try something else, which is totally fine. We just are not familiar with the hero pool, but we get the Bebop ban, which I think is fair. It depends, especially if they're going to go the Vindicta. It's obviously always nice to get rid of a Bebop possibility, and also B&B showed that they're happy to pick multiple initiators, and they already have Lash, so it's definitely nice to avoid that.
Yeah, I don't think that I need to pick up the Vindicta right now, ZP, just because like it's very unlikely that B&B is going to pick up Talon and Vindicta. They could ban it. That's
yeah, I mean, I'm more feared of the ban, not them playing the double flyer. Double flyer's unlikely, but they banned the Yamato. Okay, this is a thing where Larplords did pick Yamato in this position previously,
probably,
but it also means that B&B has like no interest of playing. I guess they're probably gonna put Ido on the Lash then, if you think about like what they played last time around. So if their goal is to put Ido on Lash, then yes, they're gonna ban Ido because they have no interest in picking it, and they also don't want Larplords to have it. Does Larplords pick? I don't think they pick Ivy here. I think they're like totally out as far. I think they just want Viscous, and that's it.
Yeah, Paradox.
Oh yeah,
I don't mind that. Yeah, I mean, if they could get those last picks as Abrams as well as Wraith, I think they would be fairly happy with that composition. It's a question of whether someone else on the team, B&B, plays the Lash and Ido gets himself the Abrams to play, which I would be very excited to see. I've been watching a lot of Ido, and he's been enjoying the Abrams a lot. Hyper aggro though. Again, that's his style, and I like it.
Wouldn't want it any other way. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think the Abrams is important. Ivy gets taken instead. So they're already going into the double sport with Kelvin and Ivy. Something we didn't actually mention with Ivy that's kind of nice is that Ivy obviously has pretty good capacity to jungle steal and invade, just because of the kudzu bombs, but also if you are in trouble, you can just use your ult to get out. So Ivy's actually kind of nice for that. We haven't seen teams really do that too much, but it is an option.
Here's what I think the best pick for Larplords right now would be. If B&B doesn't pick it right now, I think you go Geist. The Geist was pretty necessary to make the supportive stuff work. Even like, okay, you've picked Abrams, grab the Geist here, because I think if you don't pick Geist, it's probably gonna be picked by B&B on the backside. I would love to see the Geist type here because it also works for the Larplords lineup.
You have sold me. I'm ready to buy the pro Geist package. I'm ready. Like you, I'm so sold. That sounds like a great compliment here.
Yeah, I think picking up the Geist would be nice, especially because it would round out B&B's roster wonderfully if they were able to get their hands on it. But yeah, likely the Wraith into the Geist pick, that would be perfect for Larplords. I think they've got enough power in terms of initiation. They just need something that does damage and absorbs it too in that front line, now that they don't have their Abrams on side.
I feel like we're just waiting with bated breath at this point. Like,
I know we really are. Like at this point, I don't care about anything. Show me the Geist. That's all I want to see here. Like, I see the Geist. I actually really like the Larplords draft.
I know.
Oh God. Oh, okay.
You got the Infernus in there.
All right.
Enjoy your Infernus.
I'm
not a huge fan.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, could be a hero pool thing, as we've mentioned before, but I was already ready to crown the draft. You get the Geist, and I mean, B&B doesn't have to in the OM, but I think it's probably likely they finish with the Geist on their own. So,
Delightful.
Oh, they got 7. Okay, yeah, 7's still available. Geist just gone.
Yeah, I guess you have two heavy farmers, right? 2 heavy farmers and Talon as well as the 7. For LARP Lords, it's really a question of where are you investing your money, really, in my opinion.
I'm a little bit deflated on here. The Infernus pick was just so, like, usually I have a reasonable read on the draft, but the Infernus, you know what? We'll see. It's kind of a frontline, you know, Viscous kind of works as a quasi frontliner, even being played supportive. You got Calico, but you know, definitely a squishier lineup for LARP Lords than the normal. Though, on the same note, to the B&B side, a lot of their tankiness just comes more from the support end, right? With support end with an Abrams, and then
Yeah, I mean, Mo was actually still available, but obviously I do think hero pool that's most likely to be the answer. That's a good point. But yeah, I totally agree with you. There's definitely some issues with that, because also you want it to be the case that Calico can kind of get in there, but not necessarily be the like primary tank. You want Calico to not be focus fired and have the options to kind of go in and go out and have someone else take the aggro. And Infernus and Wraith can play from like similar ranges. Obviously the Infernus, you might get into the flame dash and stuff, but you're not tanking very much. Holiday's kind of in and out, Paradox is in and out. So yeah, Viscous is kind of all you got left other than the Calico to take that focus fire.
I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. I guess the thing for B&B that I'm not 100% sold on was the very early Lash pick going in here when there are other options on the board where, you know, they could have just went Paradox. I mean, also, okay, it wasn't a great Lash game at all for LARP Lord, so that's probably like fresh in the memory.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen Lash have good games. I don't know if like picking Lash that early was necessary with what LARP Lords was likely to play. I don't know. Well, it'll be interesting. I think the one upside there, though, at the very least, in terms of natural combos, is the fact that you've picked the Kelvin and then you use the Lash along with it, right? And like Kelvin Lash are kind of natural best buddies to an extent, so it's not the worst end. Also, for those wondering, we're just waiting for the players to get in the lobby. I think someone's in the bathroom or something, so we get a little bit of extra time to ruminate over this draft.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Blake.
I was just going to say it's a weird one, because I think that right now for LARP Lords, at the very least, they have a lot of just early game poke and mid game poke, to be quite honest with you. You get to a point where B&B, they could be quite heavily chunked down before they even get into a fight, but I'm more worried about Popper's just not really having any attention on him whatsoever. So I guess the idea would be that you ignore that great talent in the back and you try and dismantle whatever that front line is without having to engage too hard into them and end up getting double domed, which is never fun.
I think the thing I'm not like ultra in love with when I look at the LARP Lords lineup is that inherently you feel like there's going to be a little bit of a competition for Wraith and Infernus on farm and, you know, them competing for farm, but maybe it's just a bias from today in regards to how it's panning out, but I feel like today just has not been a great day for Infernus. Like, I don't know. I feel like you have to go back quite a while to get back to the true era of like, it's Infernus, he's ahead of the game, and he is unkillable. Like, tuning-wise, I just feel like Infernus is a little bit more on the end of, like, your best case scenario is like, Infernus is doing all right. Like, the level of Infernus taking over a game right now, it just feels difficult to capture.
Infernus has always had a pacing problem, and you've always had to have that in mind and be able to hit those timings correctly to, I think, really have the impact. And it's easy to miss those timing windows, I think.
Yeah, I think DK is absolutely right, because it's a case of like, if you want to have early game pressure, I mean, nice guy on LARP Lords once again.
I think it's just scouting. We've already established that you know, the paycheck got cleared. Yeah,
it did. But yeah, it's a case of if you want to be impactful on Furnace in that early game, you're kind of rushing into Ricochet, which is really rough on your early game performance anyway. And it does make you fairly squishy, so difficult stuff. Already though, Lord and M back on the holiday, of course. That's what we expected, taking quite a bit of damage from Poppers in the mid lane.
Mid lane is kind of spicy on both ends. I mean, very, very explosive with Talon on one end, Holiday, Calico on the other. And, you know, it being that explosive means it's a pretty volatile lane, Blank, where, like, the odds are high that someone is going to win this lane decisively. But you can make a case for either team pretty distinctively, too, here. Like, either way, someone's going to win. It's just a matter of who.
Yeah, I think the difficulty right now for LARP Lords, at least, is trying to get in the face of both of these characters. There's very easy escapes for both Lash as well as Poppers, just immediately jump into the air as well. Those are two very good ways to basically avoid all damage from Says Lucky as well as Lord NM. And Fishcake will start things off strong with what I can only imagine is a mid boost into Slam.
Also, in terms of proficiency on Lash, wondering is like, how good is someone going to be at Lash? People don't know the backstory. There was a point where Fishcake was also like one of the most notorious Lash one tricks out there. Like just like a million games played on Lash. So anytime you have a player like that on your team, Blank, I feel like you always expect like a little bit of a bonus in terms of expected performance, just because it's a lot of games to have on one character.
Yeah, bringing back an old favorite. It's always nice when any character comes back into meta that you're super comfortable with. I definitely have experienced that throughout the age of Deadlock, where some of my favorite characters fall into obscurity. Specifically with Vindicta, she was so bad for so long despite dominating towards the early ends of the game, and now is coming back in a slightly different way.
Also, if you told me like 2 months ago we'd be living in a universe where it's like, yeah, we got the Ido Abrams, I wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But I imagine that Ido's very happy that Abrams is back in flavor of the month. I think he really, really does love this character. I think some of the rollouts I've seen Ido have in some of his streams have been some of the most exciting clips that have been from Deadlock recently. This is a horrid lane, especially against the Kelvin and the Abrams. You can't really engage on it, and you're getting pushed off so many times with Infuser Ice Beam.
You're also getting challenged on denies a lot, just given the weapon prio of Abrams in a lane like this, and the fact that you can still use Ice Beam on the same node, right? It's a lane where it's easy to fall behind, though. You look at it right now, it hasn't quite been the case.
No, it's not too bad at all. Again, you've got the what is it? Which lane they're in? They've got the Viscous as well as the Ray. So two characters that are fairly proficient at getting the creeps down. But again, like you say, Ice Beam is absolutely disgusting. I remember when the patch first came out, and my choice was just to play Kelvin and Ice Beam all the creeps. It's almost impossible to catch those unless you're very good.
Look, Kelvin has gone through his periods of overpower. That's why like the logo for the Fight Night production Discord is Kelvin, because at the time you just picked Kelvin in one game because you literally could not lose Rejuvenator. Back before the Rejuvenator freeze change, it's like, well, we got a Kelvin. I guess we'll go mid boss because no one could do anything to Rejuvenator afterwards.
Yeah, that was the fastest I've ever seen Valve respond to something like that. Lord NM in a struggle buster scenario as Poppers punches him in the side of the head, and Holiday takes a vacation back in base.
Not a bad start thus far for BNB. Nothing too flashy, but just getting reliable advantages across the map. Mid lane progression is what I'm really curious to see here, especially as Lord NM's not having a good game right now. It is actually a tragic game, soul-wise. Just barely broke 2K. Also, back here in right lane, a little bit of a charge from Ido. Still under the gun. Has to do a little bit of backing off, but with Holiday 2.1K, wait, Bird? Oof.
Great call, to be honest with you, coming through from Ido, saying that the cube's just been used. It was used to prevent the charge from going through, so Owl can immediately come in and there's absolutely no recompense there at all. So good communication coming through from BNB to ensure that Owl goes through. And again, every single Owl kill that comes in is an extra 5 spirit for that talent, so he's consistently getting stronger in the game.
The middle lane is a real problem right now for LARP boards. Like I cannot overstate this. When your Holiday is at 2.5K 5 minutes in, when you need Holiday to be, part of the ramp that gets you into the mid to late game, it's not good, and it just gets worse. The Death Slam in, back to base, still sub 3K as Lord NM, just on a fall through the map. This is a
mid-boss jail, apparently.
Super Death Slam.
It really was to come out of the mat. I think Pop is getting very, very significantly far ahead. It's dangerous. Again, these dives are made very easy with the help of the Frozen Shelter. And I think this game is going quickly in the hands of BNB this time. The Naked is making it a little bit more difficult.
You look at it as a 3K difference, but it's feeling far more significant here. Naked tried to do a little bit of Viscous move to get away. Every puddle punch trick in the book, but nothing was going to save Naked from that. Telekinesis in from Do at least makes it a trade onto Ido. here going to take the opportunity to just simply get out. But yeah, I mean, you look at how this game has been progressing so far. You know, a big difference too from the last game is that Yams is already starting to. You can see the gateway here of 7 just being grossly overfarmed 10 minutes from now. Like, you can already see it happening, Blank.
I mean, his lane has been pretty free so far. There's not been really too much distraction for him. And now that both, you've got Ido as well as peer content being able to roam a little bit more, life gets a little bit more dangerous. Seismic slams, it charges around the map. Overall, it is a dangerous concoction waiting to happen. So for Larp Lords, actually losing this right lane Guardian is a lot more dangerous than you might expect.
Or not, I'm not having to go back or the middle. Where I mean, the situation for a Holiday Calico versus both a Talon and a Lash with advantage, it's not an easy lane to go back into. But looking at left lane here, Paradoxical swapping Concussive Combustion in from DMB. Let's see what the aftermath is here right now.
Slightly mistimed.
Yeah, Yam's not really troubled by it. Not even sure Yams was even hit by it, given the angle that we had and Yams' overall HP.
No, I like the attempt though. I mean, you can Concussive Concussion into Paradoxical Swap. If you hit him at the same time, you're getting a very extended stun, but yeah, not quite executed to perfection there.
I mean, overall, the game has quieted down a little bit here. I mean, the one Guardian being down is causing BNB to push up a lot into right lane. I think they've grabbed a few jungle camps as a result of it. Win here. A little bit of 7 stun action with the ball for good measure. Still the 2-on-2 continuing. Paradox swap. This time, Ivy. Stone form. Is Ivy going to get away? No. Cold Front going to seal the deal.
That's very nice. And again, investing in the cooldown reduction on Paradoxical Swap. That's 2 in a row as well. So very, very well played there, coming through from Scout to make that one happen. And his buddy know that there is no locket for a little while. So it's enduring spirit all the way, the time being. VNB 39k to 38k, but you are right. The main danger is mid.
Look at where Ido is right now.
Yeah. He's having a good time.
And the vaults come up and he goes gambling at the enemy team's expense, is what we're seeing right now.
I mean, Abrams getting just stacked stats early on is a very dangerous combination. Not one you want to have happen. And there really is no response to it either, specifically because right now the mid lane Guardian hasn't been taken, but what they are doing with it is just keeping pressure on. It will find one. Ooh, back of that, through the wall and back again.
And a barrel for good measure at the very end. So, nice little time gank here. Ivy coming in a little bit late to the party. Maybe drop the bomb. Maybe just leave. Okay, the bomb gets dropped at the very end. Just like, oh yeah, forgot this.
Yeah, slight afterthought on that one. But yeah, I genuinely think that just because that mid lane is dominated and continues to do so, it opens up so much space for the roam on their side of the map, and they really just can't do anything about it. I mean, the fact that all the vaults are gone already on this side is brutal for Larp Lords, and only going to get worse because not only are those vaults worth souls, but technically so are the stats.
It's kind of interesting how Ido is playing the Abrams. Definitely playing the Abrams to be a relevant late game threat, just focusing more time in the jungle. Frozen Shelter, though, used Yams running away outside of the shelter. DMB is going like, well, I'll hit the people outside. Still, though, trade outs happen. Gibbs right behind DMB after. I mean, I think for Larp Lords, you're not hating the trades in the situation because you're already a little bit behind.
Yeah, 2 for 2. I think you'd be fairly pleased with that. It gives a little bit of time to try and farm some of your jungle. That was right on the edge there coming through from Fishcake. A nice slam, to say the least.
I see Calico.
This Urn, I mean, Naked's just hard running it, but he's gonna run into a brick wall of Ido's Abrams. They go directly, but okay. Gibbs getting caught here on the left while people looking for teleports. Death Slam, now encountered by the lasso! Lasso just pulls him out midair.
That was a very nice combination to deal with that. Cowered completely.
Naked's looking for the turn-in, by the way. While this team fight escalates on the left, it's a one-on-one for the Urn on the right. Ido, meanwhile, fighting the middle. Parry comes out. Now no parry enough for other melees. Ido lands the big left hook. You know, what's going on in the Urn turn-in right now? We don't have eyes on what is going on? It's this big fight going on, but Naked is actually able to get the urn in. Right.
I wonder how much that was stolen away by the Kelvin. Aside from the initial burst of souls you get from it, Ice Beam is pretty effective at denying a lot of those souls, though, and Naked is sent back, but not before there is a little bit of a reinforcement coming in with Scout, but Aido's there. Aido.
You caught it this time. You got it.
Caught it just in time.
Yeah, there's something about Aido's movement that's very satisfying to watch. I mean, I don't know how much of it is like functional versus the average, but yeah, it's a lot of quick movements. It just looks nice, you know?
Yeah, I mean, even that last game when he was playing Holiday, it was funny to me watching him literally wall bounce off the Guardian for no other reason than he could. Like,
it's like, what else am I gonna do? I'm about to die to the Yamato anyway.
Yeah.
Low HP doesn't matter right now. The Viscous over the ice path, and now Thunderdome in action. I mean, it's BNB dropping the dome. Naked taking advantage of it, but not for much longer. The slam into the side from Aido ends up killing the Viscous, and BNB taking advantage of this fight in the right lane. Lose fish kick in the process, though.
Yeah, it's a big fight there for BNB. Taking on the side of Larp Lords. It should be a fairly easy walker as well, going their way alongside with the Kelvin and Abrams. And it's what I talked about before, just in terms of macro. Scout does finally get over there with a well-timed teleport, and in comes the Viscous as well as in fact, actually in fairness sense to the other side, but they will get it nonetheless.
Now, things are a little bit troubling, and I think it's still the legacy of what happened in middle lane. Lord and M and Sizz are pretty far behind, especially Sizz. And it's just awful what happened in middle, but left lane, a little bit back and forth here from the Infernus. Nice lifesteal of DMB, gets away from Yams. Moves back the other way. I mean, still showing Infernus got a few moves. Naked, though, absolutely no escape.
It is curious like how this is all developed, where it's a case of you really do want to have some strong laners towards that mid lane that can absolutely dominate and make sure that you can pick up that Guardian nice and early, which makes your life so much easier in the long run. Also, just having the Ivy on Gibbs as well with the easy lane clear with Kudzu Bomb, just to keep that Guardian nice and healthy. Cards out. Well, it's best he can do here.
Lash is right here.
Oh, pressure over the vault right now. Wraith's gonna be taking alternate tack. Kind of curious what Larp Lord's next move is, because they need to get something going here. They're slowly falling behind. Oh dear God, Infernus is just getting absolutely bombed behind the statue. Might be an owl on the way here, perhaps. It's just DMB running for their very life. Concussive combustion out, goes for the turnaround. Into the stone form, which does not care. Ivy on the chase down. Guns him on down.
Yeah, fantastic stuff coming through. Stone form quickly takes that one out of control. I think the owl was invested, came through a little bit late there, or it took out Scout. The again, Aido's movement is just very nice. It is quite clean.
There's heavy melee cancels, and then there's heavy melee cancels, you know?
Yeah, exactly. There is a HMC, and then there is budget Majestic Leap, which Aido has definitely learned the ways of.
Doesn't get a whole lot easier for Larp Lords right now. I mean, 15. Also, can we talk about Gibbs on the gun Ivy just absolutely just laying in clip after clip of the people's guts? It's happening a lot right now. Might be the retribution here, though. Swap into Lasso, both playmaking ultimates thrown into Gibbs. If you need that much to kill an Ivy, so be it, I suppose.
Yeah, I'll fire into Kudzu Bomb and then just getting rattled down by the gun. It's a pretty grim fate. DMB doing his best underneath and will be finished off by Poppers with an arrow. Again, for Larp Lords, I feel like it's starting to get to a point where you can very much read the writing on the wall here. BNB starting to take control of this game. There have been a couple of mistakes thrown here, but it feels more like BNB's having fun with this match more than anything.
Yeah, and I mean, Larp Lords are not out of it here just yet, but the possibility of getting into it is rough, but also, again, the income allocation. This is a fed Abrams coming in from Aido. It is a conscious decision that they're going to give more farm to the Abrams, but it does give them way more explosive pick power later on. But see right now, Holiday, Lord M just desperately trying to stay alive, 50 HP. Nope, down. Here comes Aido. to the party, fashionably late.
I do enjoy
go down.
I do enjoy the fact that the majority of the time we've been watching do is just him guarding out of fights. Like, that's the highlight reel we have of the Wraith at the moment. It's just escape.
Well, sometimes the best move if you're playing something like poker is knowing when to fold, and there's been a lot of folding going on.
It really has. It really, really has. Out comes through. Says Lucky could be the receiver of it and catches him.
Oh boy. Well, you think you're about to be safe, and you just hear the screech of the owl at the last moment.
I respect it as well, because usually you jump off right at the end to catch a Talon off guard, but the fact that he aims it into the floor there right at the end just shows a good understanding of the hero overall.
I mean, really nice pickoffs towards the end here. It's not going to fully erase the deficit, but 2, about to be 3, has pure content looking for any way out of the situation. Goes for the parry, and no, I mean, that would have had to be like 3 parries in a row of a shot.
Yeah, it's not happening. This is a holiday in close quarters as well. It's a terrible place to be. You just gotta hope you get lucky with the parry, that you parry the punch used to hit the barrel downwards.
Also, Blank, we've been remiss not to mention it, but there's no flick slot yet for LARP Lords. They've gotten 1 Guardian down, and on that note, probably a good note here. Dan, we haven't heard from you in a while. What are you seeing right now game-wise?
It's like the map has just seemed so free for BNB, like to kind of do what they want, and it's in large part because LARP Lords weren't able to apply the pressure very well, which you would kind of expect them to be able to do with their comp. And I think that's also, you know, in part an explanation as to why Suzuki has been really far behind where you would expect a Calico to be for most of the game as well. And, you know, maybe some of it comes down to that Infernus pick, just having less to kind of aid in the ganking and the roaming. It's hard to say precisely, but at the same time, like, the reality that Abrams is just like deciding to farm and invade like the vaults in just like, it's just not a good look. And so at this point, yeah, LARP Lords are just a little too far behind. And Jew doesn't seem to have also that like tankiness that like I'm really missing, like the Mo pick or like something that allows some of the LARP Lords players to kind of be in the action more, because right now they just kind of like struggle against what BNB have in terms of the front line and all the utility and the burst damage.
All right, Rejuvenator coming on down. BNB looking to put this one away if they can. Contesto coming in from LARP Lords. Who is going to get it? It's been a while since Rejuve Steel. Naked used to be the king of Rejuve Steals, but the Kelvin going to freeze things out. Death Slam, though, right after. Are they going to get it? No, it's Poppers with the Rejuve, and that might have just put LARP Lords away.
It was very, very close, though. Lord and M made a pretty slick Warpstone play off the back of Bounce Pad to try and get the big stun in. I think Ido got there just in time to stop it from happening, though. But yeah, close. Very, very close, but no cigar. Again, I think this game is really a point where, yes, the lead doesn't seem huge, but it's getting to the area where BNB just have so much control that it's more just a matter of time before that lead starts to get out of control. I'm not sure this is the team that BNB was expecting to face up against. I think they were excited to go back up against melee creeps, but regardless, you know, LARP Lords showed us a really fantastic and fun match versus melee creeps.
Also, it's given us a little bit of stability in North America. Should BNB continue as the current soul count looks and win this game. First defending champion to actually win in, you know, again, about 4 weeks. Which, by the way, is a good thing. You know, I think having a mix of both, like having a dynasty come out for a team is great, but then having the dynasty get broken and having parity also pretty darn good. And BNB looking solid in their second week here. Now as champion.
Getting the flex slot. This is it. This is the comeback.
It's all right, guys. We got the 20-minute flex slot. I mean, hey, look, better late than never.
I can buy my 13th item, finally. Everybody knows lucky number 13, of course. As the shrines start to go down, Naked once again looking to pop that earning whilst the shrines get decimated. Would not be surprised to see a Patron knock either in this situation.
You get first stage Patron down here if you can. They should. They will. BNB putting this game into endgame now. We'll see if LARP Lords has anything left in the tank. There's a few possibilities, but it's getting rougher and rougher. Concussive Combustion answered by Stone Form, as Gibbs is just the iron wall right now. Not afraid at all to take one-on-one fights throughout this game. Just a terror on the Ivy. Stormcloud now gonna come out from Yams. Swap right after. And B&B, they say, we want an early night. Go on in onto the Patreon. Defending champions successful. B&B taking the $1,000 and the NA championship.
To bed and breakfast in the morning, as well as a defense of the championship. Well done to B&B, and thank you very much for Intel for sponsoring today's show. Actually, a really sick ending. I think B&B sure they're clearly one of the teams that's definitely ahead right now in NA, whilst we're having some reshuffles and reforming of team. But it's good to see, like, both in EU and in NA, things getting shaken up a little bit here going forward. Either way, I still think that Larplord should be very happy with themselves that they made it to face up against B&B.
Well, Dan, you're back on in here. I summoned you once more as I was trying to get Ido ready for the interview, so I couldn't tell if you were back on camera. Ido's response, by the way, as preview is, quote, okay, in caps, I am trained. So it might be like 25% less F-bombs here today, guys.
Awesome. Hey, we love the F-bombs. Well, I think that was a kind of open and close just off of the early game. We didn't really seem to have like much of a back and forth, really. There was some like tightening of the solo lead, but like ultimately it just seemed like the win conditions were obviously not met, which is, I think, as I mentioned earlier, like it started out in the early game pressure. Like, how are you able to leverage that early game pressure to have a good start to the game and to be able to like dictate the pace? And we've seen this now in the new version of Deadlock with the 3 lanes, that one of the reasons why the mid Guardian is especially important, but the Guardians in general, is because that map control converts so heavily in now. Okay, I take your Guardian, now I can take fights in your jungle. And if I'm able to win the fights in your jungle, I can take your jungle. And if you're trying to jungle, I can fight you in your jungle. And then suddenly, that can be a very difficult dynamic to have to deal with. So you never want to be the team that is in that position. And so you want to draft a comp that is going to allow you to be able to weather that. And we actually saw a really good example from VP as to how they dealt with that when they were on the receiving end. And it's not easy. But VP is amazing, so they're able to do it. But still, it's not easy. And you do have to have a comp that has options for that.
So I'm about to cue us into the player of the match here, but before I do, I just want to note, I gave Chad a heads up of Ido for the interview. It just got spammed with like demonetized, unsponsored, etc. And yet people are still tuned in. So we'll see how that one goes. But player of the match presented by Intel, it's going to go to Poppers. Just a force on Grey Talon here in our money match in North America. Someone where there was a lot of pressure on the Grey Talon to make these double support comps work for B&B. And the pressure was unrelenting here, Blank.
Yeah, honestly, for Poppers, some seriously good plays and a true archer in this game, hitting some crack shots left and right. It was great to see. And I think that, honestly, he was very well supported by the rest of the team. I think that has to be said overall. This was crazy, by the way. It was back-to-back arrows into Scout and in towards Sizlucky. But yeah, I think for the fact that the team supported him so well, but then him doing his job so well afterwards, that's got to be a big point of contention for B&B.
Yeah, I think it was nice to see. Obviously, when Grey Talon was initially picked, it wasn't like, oh, Grey Talon's sucks and this is like a weird pick. It's like, oh, that's unusual. You could have picked like the Wraith, you could have picked like some other options for the damage dealer, but obviously Poppers went onto the Talon. And then just the way that Poppers was working with the positioning around the rest of the team, the way they were set up by the team is really great. And obviously the burst damage potential, if Grey Talon gets going, is pretty huge. So just to make sure that there's a constant presence, constant threat, and also the birds, by the way, as well. We had some great catches with the owls. That also provides that extra presence, and especially given how now it's 3 lanes, I feel like the bird actually gains more value in the early game too, because of how it can facilitate meaningful, let's say like pushes onto towers or ganks.
One thing I want to get out here before we get too far moved, before we get into the Ido interview, which is kind of a force of nature unto itself, I do just want to say real big shout outs to LARP Lords where, again, if you weren't here at the beginning of the broadcast, they filled in very last minute, got substitutions to put on a show here at Deadlock Fight Night in North America, and look, they made a run of it where, yeah, B&B was a little bit too strong here in the last 2 games, but, you know, they were strong in a little bit of unconventional ways. And, you know, I think what we saw from LARP Lords was super promising, especially given the fact that they had to get subs last minute to sort of fully make their team. I'm very excited to see what LARP Lords is able to do with their full roster, with a little bit more experience under their belt, because there's really potential here.
Totally agree. A lot of great players, and it did just need some time, and they saved us by jumping in last minute. So yeah, definitely good to give them the props, and to add the context, definitely appreciated, I think, by everyone.
Yeah, for sure, to be able to have that. I mean, honestly, even just have the upset between them and Melee Creeps, that was probably some of my favorite moments today, because it was unexpected, and that's what we like to see here at DFN. Overall, that and Virtus Pro losing earlier on, so it was a cool day. It was a cool day of Deadlock, to be certain.
Well, and you know what? Maybe it's the last day. If the chat is correct, you never know if it's the final day here at Deadlock Fight Night, because that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we got the interview with Ido. If you hear terror in my voice, well, we know how the last one went, but we're going to swap it, Ido. Ido, congratulations, first and foremost, on being a defending champion in North America, which has actually been pretty rare nowadays, number 1. And number 2 is, did you ever expect to fight LARP Lords in the finals today?
First off, hello casters. I appreciate it. Thank you for inviting me once again. It's an honor. And honestly, I did not really think we would be going against LARP Lords. A lot of our plan came across going versus Melee Creeps, to be honest. So the drafts, you know, again, we always play towards our own plan for drafts. We don't really care who we're versing. We play for ourselves. And it, you know, it's shown today that it works really well. You know, not gonna lie, I heard a lot of poop talking about our draft on the game 1. But you know, again, we do the things we do. We have a reason for it, and mainly it's because of like comfort. And yeah, again, still perform. Like Lash top 2 is an interesting choice, but again, Fish Cake is the GOAT, so it's just how it goes. It's the same reason why Viscous is getting picked, even though that character sucks in top 2.
You know what? Jake's off in China right now. He just twitched on hearing you say that. But hey, I'll say this to the draft. We questioned the draft. We never said it was outright bad. We just said it was unconventional. But I'll leave the floor open here to Dan and Blake to get their own questions in.
Yeah, I was actually really curious because I think overall I definitely enjoyed the comp a lot by the time it came down to it. And it feels like, to me at least, and hopefully you can explain it better, it was a lot about peel for poppers. How do you guys play that comp properly so that I can copy it in future?
Yeah, so obviously, as you can tell, Poppers is our main damage dealer. That guy is an absolute animal. His GT is very strong, which is why we're like high picking it, of course. And it's one of the best characters in the game, you know, just because like the global presence and like overall burst, which, you know, burst is king in these fights, which we really like. And I'd say the peel itself kind of just comes around the peer content Kelvin first pick. I'm sure you guys have seen that. Do it every time because, I mean, it hasn't been really beaten yet, you know what I'm saying? And Kelvin is always there to just peel poppers, and that guy can just free cast, while characters like me and Fishcake can just dive deep and, you call it like, get the backline off of him so they can't free cast, you know what I'm saying? And overall, I'm just really proud of his performance recently. Definitely the best pickup we could have gotten on the team, and I'm looking forward to more with him.
Also, I have to say real quick before Dan gets his question in right now, Ido, chat is having whiplash from like wild Ido last week to what people are calling Pastor Ido this week. You know, the 1 week transformation is wild.
Yeah, I mean, I do plan on, you know, being a content creator, which means I cannot actually, I need, you know, sponsored would be cool. So I've learned the ways of yes, the church and soft speaking. So we shall be moving forward with this soft tone, and maybe in like $1 million tournament we'll get hype one day. But
ASMR
this is what we're moving forward with.
Yeah, the ASMR harken to just like, but the real ones, they'll know the true Ido behind the
real ones know. The real ones know. That's it.
So my question is going to be about whether or not you guys end up like watching like the EU teams at all. Are you watching like VP and One Win and Paravision? Do you like tend to watch them for ideas or anything? How's your sense of the European region?
Oh yeah, so VP is like one of the teams we keep a close watch on. I mean, obviously everyone does, you know, smashing. Kind of sucks they lost today, but I still think we can take a lot from that team. For example, like the Vindicta picking, because like I don't know if you guys noticed, like last week NA didn't pick Vindicta at all, and then we started to kind of incorporate that into our comp, and then now it's even getting picked. Also, there are some picks that we still don't believe in. Like, I don't know, Hayes looking kind of... Furnace. I don't know. Those picks are looking kind of interesting, but...
Okay, let's actually delve into that, because it was kind of torturing me throughout the course of the day, is that I feel like... someone correct me wrong. I don't think Infernus won a single game today. And Infernus, even... Like, we had a near 80,000 farm Infernus at one point that did not look particularly scary in one of the EU games. Where is the Infernus love coming from, and what's your thoughts on Infernus, just to really get it out there? Because, I mean, everyone's been a little confused.
That character is straight...
Garbage?
Garbage. Garbage, to say. Just not very in a great state right now. I'd say, like, definitely, like, F tier. But I do think Zergy is really good at it, so I did believe in it at first, but again, like it just kind of got outclassed by, like, the more meta picks. Like, I think Seven was a way stronger character and performed a lot better, just based off what I saw from the games. And yeah, I think another one, the one pick that I saw from One Win, was it One Win? I think it was One Win, yeah. It was like, they have the Yamato going top mid. Yeah. It's so interesting to me, and I'm definitely gonna have to incorporate that moving forward. That was a really good strat by Abel there, I think, and I really like to see it. And
yeah, but you don't get to jump around a lot up there. I don't know, that's your signature.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, okay, I personally don't like this whole deny meta. Like, I'm just trying to get big and brawl. I'm trying to get all up in there.
Well, you're trying to get B and B. You know, you guys actually dropped the... I don't know if the PR like hit you with the info, but like the IG and the Rollick, it's gone. It's just B and B now. You know.
Oh. So is that a bad word too? Oh my god, am I banned? Oh,
no, I don't think it's a bad word. I think you guys have just gone over the top here. And like as Chad has said here, it's I'll have her home by 9. I know right now. Very respectful.
And if I'm feeling spicy, but yeah.
Oh, that is an I know.
But yes, overall, I'm very proud of my team. Shout out to my team. I want to thank them. And maybe next week, I believe Hydra Nation has got a new team together. And I'm excited to see how they perform. And yeah, that's about all I have. Let's fucking go!
Oh, yeah, there we go. All right,
Let's go, baby.
Congratulations. I know, honestly, the entire PR it was all worth it for the final note. But thank you so much for the interview. B&B on top once again, 2 weeks in a row here in North America. You love to see it. But Blank, Dan, we've hit the end of our broadcast. Final thoughts, gentlemen, as Ido has just set us up beautifully to end the night.
Yeah, overall,
how to follow that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard to follow. I'll try. I'll probably get lost along the way, but overall, there has been a shining light on upsets, to be honest with you, and new players and new teams breaking their way into the scene, which is really, really nice to see. And hopefully we see more of LARP Lords in the future, as well as Virtus Pro. A new team to the block, and hopefully they can bounce back in the future.
Yeah, I think for me, one of the highlights was definitely the E region. It was really cool to see One Win min-maxing a certain playstyle and finding a lot of value from it. And I'll be curious if they can run that back as something that's consistent now that VP will have like some time to work it out. And I'm also like curious about like what bleeds over from EU to NA. Partly why I asked that question is how much influence happens between the two regions, because we see different values between the regions in terms of selections of heroes and so on. So that's gonna be something that I'll be following like next week as well. So other than that, awesome games. Always great to finish with an Ido interview. It's always so much fun. Always delivers.
He just had us on the entire thing. It was all set up, but look. Great day of games, but also just because Wednesday night is over doesn't mean that your Deadlock competitive action for the week has to end. By all means, check out our YouTube. Not only do we have all the VODs of every Deadlock Fight Night, including what just went on here, but we got tier lists here, new podcast between rounds. Jake and I going over the happenings of the Deadlock scene, whether it be match review, tier lists, patch notes when applicable. Please check it out. Like, subscribe, do all the stuff that you heard a million times. But hey, honestly, it does really help when you do it. But other than that, that is the end of our broadcast here tonight. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thank you to the players for playing. Intel, of course, for being the best sponsor in the world to help us put on these shows. But everyone else, we'll see you next time.